Welcome to what I expect to be a very odd act of Homestuck. I have had a lot of time to think. One, not really sure I like the idea of Vriska coming back as OG Vriska. Because this is we're gonna lose pre-retcon Vriska in some way. Though it is still vague. It is still vague at the point that we're at in the comic, whether or not the dead characters in the dream bubbles are affected by the retcon, because even June brought that up as a possible thing, as a possible issue. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. That we just don't know. But if that means if the Vriska and Mina scenes that we saw are not affected by the retcon, what that also means is probably that most of the characters from Game Over have ghost counterparts that still exist from the pre-retcon iterations. And I had to think about, like, oh, how is this going to affect? I'm not really. There is a little bit of chat, but I'm just kind of getting my thoughts off right now. But there is. I was thinking, oh, how will the retcon? How will these tiny changes affect all of the characters? But with the presence of Vriska in particular, I have a feeling that the characters we see, with the exception of June and Roxy, will be very different. Like, almost not even worth considering them the same characters, but we'll have to see. I posted this in the Discord. The presence of the treasure is really weird, considering that it shouldn't even be in the void, unless it's from the post-retcon timeline. And then there's just some weird stuff going on there. So let us begin. Oh boy. Moonsetter. Okay, hit me with some of that good music. Let's go. Hello, Vriska. Oh, God. The Vriska Circuit. Oh, God. Okay, the pale happened. Arati and Solix are doing their thing. The healing occurred, like, everything's going fine. Okay, Vriska's ruling over Gabsy. Oh, I like the 8-ball, like, thing there. This kind of fucked, though. Oh, Carcat and Dave look so cute. They're just hanging out with the mayor and everything. Dave! Classic form. Ooh. Not liking that. Oh, Terezi telling Gamzee off? Oh shit, Vriska helping. Okay, cool. Honestly, a good thing to come out of this. Aw, Rose and Kanaya are so cute. Oh my goodness. A little invasive, Vriska. Aw, Dave and Carcat are so cute. Oh, look at them, and the mayor's having fun too. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Helena. Thank you so much. Rose, you're a little tipsy. So Vriska is here preventing Rose's alcohol issues. Yo, these Carcat Dave scenes are incredibly gay. I'm super excited. Dave Cat Cannon, maybe? Aww. So many sweets. Oh, whoa, wait, was that? Wait, I was kind of focusing on how cute it was. Wait, was that pre-retcon Vriska and Mina? Okay, that confirms a lot of really interesting details. Okay, that's good. This is kind of like speeding along all the different changes. Vriska's handling the prototyping now? Why? Whew. That was a lot, but yeah, that was in the middle of that. But thank you again, Helena, for the sub. That was wait, that was subbed to tier 1 for 6 months in advance? Wait, what? Holy shit. Wait, what? What does that even mean? Holy shit. Thank you. Okay, so here we are. So, Vriskagram. Oh, okay, so that's what people call it. Oh my goodness, Helena. Let's see. Trezi's starting to get into the relationship, you think? Yeah, so there was a lot in there. Yeah, Vriska's doing all of the stuff that Gamzee was doing. Some of the stuff at least. Which probably means that, like, I mean, this could go back to Vriska wanting to create, like, the enemy that she wants to defeat, very much like pre-Retcon Vriska, because she doesn't have the development of being defeated. Yeah, she wanted to ensure the future happened just like Gamzee was. Exactly. Yep, so it's protecting Alpha Timeline, which is what she always did. Not sure how I feel about the idea that Vriska being there sort of changes all of the major things. About, like, Dave isn't near as depressed, Terezi isn't near as depressed. Yeah, no idea how she would know that either, but we'll find out, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, I have no idea how any of them know that. But there is it's nice to see that Rose and Kanaya are probably a bit better, in a bit better spot, because Rose isn't going down the alcoholic route. Yeah, Dave isn't near suppressed because Terezi's hanging out with Vriska. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is really interesting, because Vriska's presence solves a lot of things. I don't know necessarily if it's like that, oh god, Vriska's so important that she solves everything. I think it's like just that idea that there was a lot of trauma around Vriska's death around Terezi, and I think that affects it more than anything. Like, because the Retcon was based around decisions that Terezi makes. And obviously Vriska does some other things, but I think the issue is more that a lot of Terezi's identity after Act 5 was tied up in Vriska's death, and so it's more that Terezi fixes things by virtue of not having that trauma. But we'll see. That doesn't explain the whole Vriska, like, saving Rose from a descent into alcoholism. Yeah, it's more about the presentation of the Flash, making it seem like it was all Vriska, but when you think about it, she caused a domino effect. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. It was literally just a butterfly effect. Vriska's the exact abrasive person they need to get their shit in gear. Yeah. Yeah, I think Terezi not having, basically not going through her relationship with Dave and Gamzee was a big deal. Thank you for the follow, Spicy Club. It's hard to admit, but you guess this time Vriska did almost nothing wrong? We'll have to see. She was getting along with everyone. So you know what? I will just have to continue watching and keep that idea together. I don't like the idea of Vriska's character development getting rolled back, but maybe it'll be a good thing. Maybe she'll get different character development or something good. We'll see. And yeah, that's a good point. Vriska is more confrontational than most of the ones on the Meteor. So, yeah. We'll just have to see how it goes. And you're not wrong about Sirket, Zephyrs. You're not wrong. However, the fact that Ghost Vriska and Ghost Mina exist in the Dream Bubble still does give me hope that the pre-Retcon versions of everyone still exist as ghosts. So, let's see. Hello? Hello? Oh, wait, what? Wait, whoa, wait, did I miss something? Wait, did I miss something? Wait, what? Are we out of the, is this not? What? Is this not at the end of the game? What they're on? Yeah, this is the endgame platform where they usually have the thing. Holy crap, okay. They do all Doom Timeline exists as Ghost. Remember, again, the comic's a little unclear about what is exempt from Retcon and what is not exempt from Retcon. Yeah, they're right there. Yeah, it's time for the final boss. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so dream bubbles exist in all timelines. It's just, yeah, how much the Retcon does exempt and how much it doesn't is very, I think, intentionally unclear. But yeah, no door yet. Really, really a weird jump. A really weird jump. Okay. Is it time yet? No. Oh. How about now? No, Dave, we've been waiting for 3 years. 3 years is a pretty long time. Long enough for me to have picked up the habit of calling them years instead of the far more sensible unit of measurement, sweeps. I think you should be able to survive just a little longer. I still don't understand what's supposed to happen. He's supposed to just appear here? That's my understanding, yes. How do you know these things? You mean here, on this frog circle thing? I don't know, somewhere in this session, at which point, if he has any brain at all, he'll seek us out. So Jade came on a gold ship through a tiny window, apparently, but John wasn't on it. Well, his corpse was somewhere, but that John doesn't matter anymore. Rude? Ooh, don't like that. Don't like that, because I can only imagine what Vriska thinks of her pre-Retcon self. Honestly. Ooh, don't like that. Ugh. It implies that the Retcon isn't a new timeline, instead an overwritten one, but then it goes back on that with the dream bubble things. Exactly. Let's see. Kind of like how there was a bird version of you out there, now presumed dead, which also didn't matter. The real John and the other Lalonde girl will spontaneously appear from a different reality. Again, I don't like that. I made a joke when I was panicking about the new timeline, the new alpha timeline, Roxy dying, about her being disposable, but that was more me coping. This is genuinely, oh god, so much I was hoping that Vriska would be more enjoyable. God, I miss, yep, Vriska, yep, Vriska's a bitch again, quite frankly. If the alpha controls can exist once you reset reality, you don't see with other Vriska why she wouldn't be able to survive the reset. The reality, the straight up, the only reason why it seems different is because they frame the Retcon as something completely different from all the other mechanisms of time travel or resetting the universe. That's all. But it's good to know that there are still some rules that the Retcon follows. When is Vriska enjoyable? Several times. There are several times when Vriska is enjoyable, but not this Vriska. This Vriska needed to die. Literally. Let's see. I determined a lot of this through my time travel reconnaissance work upon arriving in this session. Sorry to steal the timey thunder from the great night of time, end quote, but someone had to take the initiative and go on a fact-finding mission. No, it's cool, you can have that thunder if you want it. So when exactly is this supposed to happen? Soon. And she's unhurt. Will she remember our brief encounter? This is a totally different Lalonde girl. Things went very differently for her, so she'll have different memories. I have no idea if you and she interacted at all in her timeline. Ooh, not really. A little bit, but not really. I don't know the full extent of John's alt reality experiences either, but apparently things went raw for them in about as many ways as you can imagine. Presumably because I wasn't around to keep everyone's shit in order. Oh, God, Vriska. God, Vriska. Welcome to the Vriska show, where the show where everything's under her control and the other characters don't matter. No, don't say that. You know, it's funny because I felt like Act 5 was super character driven, and at first I thought Act 6 was character driven, but I've started to realize that Act 6 actually isn't as character driven as I thought it was. This act is 600 pages long. Gotcha. So quite a while, especially if there's a lot of dialogue. Let's see. Hello, Tavro Sprite. Oh, snap. Can you not simp while in Sprite mode, please? But yeah, I agree with that sentiment largely, of you being more competent than most people in general, Vriska. Thanks, Tavros. Hey, look, I know I'm not considered important enough to be in the loop on certain key tactical decisions anymore, and that I really don't know what's going on most of the time, and therefore I'm forced to take any bullshit that happens with a grain of snack mineral big enough to bludgeon a man to death. But if it's not too much trouble, Vriska, maybe you could take a moment to explain why Tavros is now a sprite, and Equius too, and why Equius is wearing a new pair of moronic-looking sunglasses. Thank you in advance. Sorry if you're having trouble keeping up with the times, Carcat. I didn't explain it because I thought the nature of the development was fairly self-evident. I mean, no offense, but I didn't hear anyone else voicing any confusion. What about you, Kanaya? Did you think it was fairly self-evident? I thought it was fairly self-evident. Yeah, see? You apparently took it upon yourself to prototype the 3-year-old cadavers of 2 of our deceased friends. No, I got that! I'm not a fucking idiot! I mean, where did you find these unprototyped kernels? Didn't these people already enter their session? Yes, they did months ago from the current frame of reference, but this is a void session, Carcat. I thought we talked about this. A void session, by definition, is one where the players enter the game with the kernels unprototyped. As such, it becomes totally dysfunctional. It can't bear fruit because there's no battlefield in Skya, unless you go through the trouble of putting one there, of course. Which the contest has already done for us via Grimbark Jade prior to our arrival. Quite considerate of her, really. This is aside from the point, though. The bottom line is, this session comes with courtesy of 4 unprototyped kernels waiting to be put to use. So, not being one to let a sweet perk go to waste, I took initiative and put 2 of them to use myself. Really, this is some basic stuff. I'm sure we went all over it at some point during our trip. What? Why? But why? I don't know. Why? When did they discover that this needed to be done? I'm so confused. Tavros Space, right? Stockholm Syndrome? Yikes. Yikes. Let's see. Why does the Grand Highblood paint the walls with Trollblood when he has an inverted relationship with Rage? I have no idea. Oh, man, guys. This is brutal for me to read already, guys. Big yikes. We did. Carcat, don't you remember when I walked everyone through this? I was making extensive notes in my journal. When I looked at it away for a moment, you and Dave wrested the tome away and began scribbling phalluses in it while giggling like children. Maybe? I guess that rings a dong shouter. A what? Dude, Lamau. What? Shut up. Look, a lot of things happen in 3 years. We've all been through stuff. Am I really expected to remember every tedious morsel of exposition from our resident light bores? Rose, get a load of this ungrateful Philistine. He doesn't deserve our acumen. Between your notice obsession over knowledge, granted by our aspect, and my unprecedented ability to weaponize said knowledge with ruthless gamemanship, we are double-handedly saving the asses of everyone on this team. I'm glad at least one person here appreciates this categorical certainty. Hey, I appreciate that categorical certainty. Whom do you think I was referring to? Wow, okay, whatever the fuck happened to the vainglorious load of crap, I'm still spouting off here, I think. That's fine, Carcat. Take all the time you need to collect yourself and continue frothing at the mouth whenever you're ready. Okay, I figured out some stuff I'm still either pissed off and or confused about. You say there are 4 kernels here. We did lose more than 2 friends on that meteor. Which reminds me, I guess I should say, hi Tavros and Equius again. Nice to see you guys back with us, sort of. Pardon me if I can't get too sentimental about the reunion, since along the way here we ran into about 10 different versions of your stupid ghosts. That kind of lets a little air out of the poignancy balloon. Sorry. Hey, buddy. Don't wink at me. Oh god. Okay, I gotta be Arqueous Sprite again. Okay, I gotta think, guys. Whew. Greetings, old friend! Not to worry, I've stored enough poignancy in my heavy, ballooning-like pectorals for the both of us. Though I should clarify that approximately half of my personally couldn't give the faintest fidgeting horse dump about you or your sentimental notions. Also, I'm very busy here, so stop talking to me completely. Oh man, classic. Okay, that was weird. Yeah. Speaking of weird, one thing that bugs me about this is, I guess it implies you've been hoarding the bodies of our dead friends for the past 3 years? That's a bit fucked up, even for you. Now, not to get too macabre, but I would have thought they would have, rotted by now or something. Yes, there was some moderate decomposition. I did my best to preserve them for the journey, after quickly rounding up the bodies while people had their backs turned. Why are you being Gamzee? I don't understand. How do you know to be Gamzee? Oh my goodness. Let's see. I'm just reading stuff. Wait, which voice do you guys enjoy? Oh, Angry Carcat? Oh, okay. Isn't post Recon Vriska or Retcon Vriska so much worse? Yeah, kind of, because it's like they took Vriska's personality and tried to validate it with time travel. Ugh. Let's see. Well, shit, that's a hell of a mystery that I always thought was a mystery, but found it too disturbing to contemplate solving. But damn if it just didn't get solved, so that's fucked up. If you would stop being a wuss for half a second about a bunch of corpses, I'll explain my reasoning. These are the only two sprites I had any intention of using for resurrection purposes. I brought Tavros back because, let's face it, that was kind of my fault for unnecessarily impaling him with his own lance and all. It was my responsibility to make amends for that, so I did. Oh, yeah. Tavros, don't interrupt. Oops. Then I made Arqueus sprite because... happened because, first of all, he's a national fucking treasure. Literally everything he says is perfect and hilarious, and if I hear a single word to the contrary from the peanut gallery, the motherfucker with the beef rockets to the top of my shit list. So please, I enthusiastically invite one of you no-taste mouth breathers to talk smack about the A-man. Make my day. Frizz, yo, nobody's arguing with you on that. Everybody here thinks he's pretty cool. Just common of glasses. Just common of glasses. That's an emote now. Like, just enough freak show steps removed from being my bro, I guess enough to make me not feel like, Dave, don't interrupt either. Nobody's allowed to interrupt me when I'm talking of Arqueus sprite. That's the rule. Owned. Wow. Oh, God. This is all pretty cringe, guys. And I don't usually call things cringe, but this entire conversation is pretty cringe. Just gonna say. Maybe she interrogated Gamzee? Maybe, yeah, maybe she got Gamzee to spill the beans on everything with, like, the mirthful messiahs and everything. That's true, she did steal Gamzee's role as the Thief of Light. Yikes. Let's see, this goes back to Kargat's conversation about paradox space and how it doesn't matter how good you are or how much better you do, because if you don't make the mistakes you're supposed to, the alpha timeline throws it out. That's very fair. Which, again... isn't very satisfying. Yo, don't take no. You can't. I didn't say Homestuck as all. I mean, actually, okay. You know what? Take what you want from that quote. Let's see. Ooh, that's actually very interesting, Spicy. That's actually a very interesting point about Gamzee. Huh. Second, this guy is a fucking tactical genius, totally conniving and calculating, and unafraid to use methods that are just a bit more morally dubious to achieve his objectives. And since I can't stick around for too long, your party is going to need someone like that. Besides, it seems really fitting for Arqueus. He genuinely seems to be more comfortable with this state of existence, and seems a lot happier than I ever remember him being when he was alive. So I'm perfectly willing to do him this solid. After all, he did help me out when I blew off my arm, so now we're square. You mean triangular? What? Triangular! I don't. It's the shape of my clubbed glasses. Oh. Oh! See what I mean, guys? He's a fucking riot. Agreed. Thank you for the strong endorsement. Low-blooded slash person who I've never heard of and don't care about. I'll be finishing my work here momentarily. Excuse me, Mr. Arqueus. What exactly are you doing to her? I'm disabling her tiara top. It's extremely delicate work, not to be trusted to human hooves. Yes, I've also decided it's imperative to reclaim Crocker from the contest before she can wake up and cause more trouble. Her powers will be incredibly advantageous to winning the battle ahead. If you can keep her out of harm's way, in addition to providing her general purpose restorative capabilities, she also represents one extra life for everybody. And since heroic deaths could be getting handed out like inexpensive tobacco flutes pretty soon, I guess this boon is going to come in handy. Oh, human hooves? Oh god, yeah, no, I don't want to think about that. Arqueus Sprite is super fun to voice, honestly. Super fun to voice. One extra life for everyone, except for those who don't matter? Big yikes. Guys, remember when I was so happy about Vriska being, like, getting character development and, like, being her best self? Man, those were the days, guys. Oh, boy, Terezi. Terezi hasn't said shit. So, what about our other dead friends? Huh? You know, Nepeta, Eridan. Oh, right, them. I was getting to that. Oh, okay. I know we talked a lot of strategy in advance, Vriska, but I don't really remember you mentioning a plan to prototype our friends' corpses. Might have been nice to get a heads up. Not to make a bad pun on account of the fact that most of their heads were literally severed. Yeah, sorry, I had a lot of logistics buzzing around in my brain. It's so hard to keep you apprised of everything that crosses my mind. I promise I'll be as thorough and transparent as about my motives as I can be from now on, okay, Pyro? Okay. So after prototyping Tavros and Equius, that leaves 4 remaining dead friends, but only 2 empty kernels. Obviously, this presents quite a dilemma. Oh, okay, technically 3.5 dead friends, whatever the fuck that means. Nepeta, Feferi, Eridan, and Solix's dead body with his half-ghost floating up there with Aradia. I know the caveat sounds stupid as hell, but so let's not get hung up on it. The fact is, we've got 4 corpses, but only 2 slots remaining, and there's no way I'm going to lump their bodies into the same sprite to make a pair of freaks resigned to an existential hell worse than death. Except in Arceus Sprite's case, since those 2 nut jobs mesh with each other's personalities so phenomenally. I must compliment the exquisite judgment you've shown in this matter, but if I may suggest, nay, perhaps command, you should prototype the 2 royal bloods and be done with it. They deserve it. No! Arceus, your reservation is noted, but the hemospectrum is bullshit. It's not going to favor into this decision. Or factor into this decision. I strongly disagree, but also sort of don't care. As you were. Yeah, Equius is fused with AR at the moment. This Vriska's had no character development. That's what makes it both interesting and annoying. Vriska's better than she was? I mean, technically a little bit. Honestly, I would have preferred if they had taken the other Vriska with them to through the Retcon and plopped her into this Vriska's place. And then the idea was that there had to be an entire timeline of mistakes for that Vriska to grow so she could go and steal the spotlight as an improved person. But you don't think she's had no character development? She's just developed in another way? The other Vriska got humble, but this Vriska actually learned from her actions. We'll have to see. She hasn't showed me anything that would indicate that she has learned anything yet. At least thus far, but we're only a few panels into the act. Let's see. Unsatisfying things happen, that's Homestuck? I guess so. So considering there are 4 left, I can't personally say that anyone is more deserving of life than the others. I intend to let them all rest in peace. That's my ruling, and I'm inclined to call it final. They can live out the rest of their afterlives in the dream bubbles, which still need to be saved from Lord English lest we forget. But of greater importance here is the fact that this leaves 2 empty kernels as resurrection backup, in case one of you 2 jokers dies in the line of duty once too often. Believe me, you'll thank me later for thinking this all through so well in advance. Okay, that's a good reason to have spare kernels, but maybe you should back up a bit. I'm not sure your verdict on our dead friends is totally airtight, or that you have the authority to make a final ruling. Come on, Terezi, I'm not saying I'm an authority on morality here. I only said that my ruling was final because my logic was so impeccable. It was kind of like a figure of speech. Yeah, right, let's think through it a little bit more. Solix's half-ghost is perfectly happy out there with Aradia. We've seen him and confirmed it ourselves, so there's no reason to consider him. And Eridan, he murdered Feferi and tried to kill Kanaya and Solix. He doesn't even deserve to be in the running. But Nepeta and Feferi, what did they ever do to anyone? Yes, this is my point exactly. I don't want to be the arbiter of Eridan's values as a person because of the mistakes he's made, or Feferi, or Nepeta, or Solix's, or anybody's. The only reason I chose these 2 over the others is an account of taking responsibility for some nasty shit I personally did, plus also some tactical considerations for the greater good, but that's different. I would think you, of all people, would be on the same page as me when it comes to taking responsibility for your own actions, while in the same stride not judging other people for their misdeeds too harshly. But if you feel comfortable continuing to crown yourself as the Queen of Justice, then be my guest. Ooh, not liking this, Vriska. This is pretty manipulative. But, ooh, not digging it. Oh, give me a break. I think that we both know that justice issues here are pretty cut and dry. Solix wants to be where he is. Eridan is a murderous douche. The girls are innocent. I say we bring them back. Terezi, please, let's not bicker in front of the party. We need to be showing solidarity here. We do? Yes, we are equally important to the party as its overarching executives, the ones with the most experience in the department of guile and ruthlessness. I may project my voice louder than you and borrow the spotlight for a little longer, but you are always the soul of Team Scourge. I couldn't be doing this without you. I wouldn't even want to. Yeah, okay, you're right. I'm behind you all the way. I think my Terezi voice has changed over the course of the comic. Mainly because of Terezi's desperation in Act 6. Yeah, no, this was super manipulative. Let's see. Vriska and Terezi are actually getting along here pretty well. I don't know. I don't know about that. This is like... I don't know. This reads a lot of like emotional manipulation to me, quite frankly, from Vriska to Terezi. And I wonder if Terezi's like dependency issues have just transferred to Vriska rather than any of the male counterparts, because like because when June wrote "You don't need him," like, I guess you could argue that it was talking about Karkat specifically then, but I think that was a message from Terezi to Terezi, not about any particular person that Terezi dated, but, like, in general, like, you don't need him, as in, you don't need somebody else, you know? But, yeah. Emotional manipulation was always present in their relationship? Yeah. But, let's continue. I stated my case, but if you really want to revive them, that's fine with me. I've got the torso parts with me right here, so feel free to round them up and prototype them anytime. You do? Where? In the Chunga trunk. I've stashed those spare remains there too to keep them fresh, along with our final living party member. Huh? Honk. Oh, yeah. I think I'll revive them a little later. Yeah, later. Suit yourself. So you think it's a lot more complicated and nuanced than it is easy to explain, to be honest? Are you referring to their dynamic? Possibly. Like, they're both pretty bad influences on each other, but they also empower each other with regards to external forces. So there's a lot of complexity there, I think. I can agree that it's pretty complicated. I do think that Vriska is emotionally manipulative. I think that they are, as a team, stronger together, but their dynamics internally are pretty unhealthy. At least Dave Cat is pure. I want to see some Dave Cat. I want to see some Dave Cat going on here. So, am I inferring correctly from some shit I just heard that, inferring what? That Vriska is like the de facto team leader now, or Vriska and Terezi? I don't know. I never understood the Scourge shit. You'd have always been like the scheming, giggling enigma huddled together in a pea pod for hella self-tickled murder dorks. Couldn't for the life of me figure out where you two been getting up to on that meteor. Is this it? Is what it? The plan you've been hatching all along? Is this like your big move? Your power play to usurp Karkat as team leader finally? Oh, brother, Dave, no, this isn't a coup. It's just common sense rearing its ugly head for a change. Oh, got it. Good. Wait, no, don't got it. Ah! It sounds like you're just, like, being the leader now because you want to and making all the plans because nobody else wants to or really cares. I mean, that's kind of fair. I mean, not that I even care, but I just want to set the record straight. Karkat, are you cool with this? Karkat, yeah, Karkat. What? Oh, my God, dude, were you not listening to any of that? What to what? What's happening now? Okay, to be fair... If nobody else is going to make a plan, at least Vriska and Terezi can make plans. Like, honestly, let's go for it. Like, I mean, to be fair, like, if they're the only ones who are going to do anything, like, the Durst kids and company were kind of a mess. Things happened. But... Karkat, what's happening now, Vantas? Let's see. Oh, man, how long have you been tuning out all this shit? I mean, I literally just said I don't give a fuck about any of the shit Vriska is saying, so maybe I'm not one to talk, but at least I had the decency to actually be joking about that. What the fuck are you even doing? Sorry, I'm guilty. I zoned out on some of Sir Cat's self-important blither and was carrying a private conversation with the mayor. Is that okay? Dude, you don't have to go get the go-ahead from me. Shoring up a little one-on-one time with the mayor is literally always acceptable. What were you talking about? It's private. I didn't hear you mumbling anything, though. We were mostly communicating through a series of simple gestures. I was talking smack about certain people here and chose to remain discreet about it. No, yeah, I know that's what that's all about. So, wait, when you talk to the mayor, and most of the time words aren't even necessary, like he just knows. Man, the mayor is just so wonderful. I love him so much. Hey, let's all take turns hugging him. No, that's fucking stupid. Just, what were you saying when I was spacing out just then? Oh, nothing really. Just wondering how you felt about Vriska usurping your leadership role, and if maybe you want to throw a little vintage shit fit about that, or... Oh, that's a good one, Dave. Wow. Wow, me leader, too funny. I am entirely and singularly baffled that it could still even occur to anyone to entertain the notion that I might be still playing any role, even within sniffing orbit of leadership position on this ridiculous party. When was the last time I did anything of a leader-like nature without being trumped by Vriska's Machiavellian limelight gluttony? Or for that matter, when was the last time there was actually anything leaderly to do that didn't involve snuggling up on the couch to watch Good Luck Chuck for the 500th time? I've seriously just been assuming her complete takeover of all leadership duties was some fait accompli shit for 3 solid years, and have since been enjoying the peace and quiet of zero responsibilities, which is why, quite frankly, I have been able to keep my blood pressure down and now resemble the living embodiment of peace and fucking tranquility, which presently basks before you in a state of frothing, euphoria-hobbled Torvania. Okay, so vintage shit fit it is. Karkat, that was a beautiful soliloquy of acceptance and understanding of your role due to acknowledgement of your overwhelming personal limitations. But be that as it may, you do still actually need to be paying attention here so you can keep up with the plan. While I may be the leader now, this may be the last day I see any of you for a very long time. Someone's gonna need to step up when I'm gone. Alright, Circuit, then I'll make this a lot easier for you and the team as a whole. Starting now, I hereby renounce my role as a leader of this group, or any, forever. Vriska, along with her tactical virtuosity and monstrous ego, are more than suited for the role. And if, when, and to wherever she eventually decides to fuck off for mysterious, yet-to-be-explained reasons, then anybody else who feels inclined can slide right into that position, as long as it isn't me. Whew. Yeah, this is very different. No, this is very different from Act 5 Karkat. Act 5 Karkat actively wanted to be a leader. And now he's actively saying not to. Fate is pronounced like Faye? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Probably French or something. I don't even know. Yikes. This is a little painful. This is a little painful. I'm gonna be honest. Great, it's settled then. I'm the leader. I gladly accept the baton you are going to such lengths to pass to me, Karkat. Honored, in fact. Give me 1 second. But I gladly accept the baton you are going through such lengths to pass to me, Karkat. Honored, in fact. Not everyone is nearly as passionate about labels or ranks as you. In fact, I'm pretty whatever about the distinction. Much your melodramatic endorsement of my abilities is appreciated. Excuse me, Miss Leader. Not that it would ever occur to me to cast the slightest doubt on your strategic expertise, but I was wondering when you were planning on getting to the actual strategy part of this meeting. Don't like Kanaya calling Vriska Miss Leader of all things. Yikes. Yikes. Like, that just seems like so different from even coming off of Act 5. Where Kanaya was, like, sassing Vriska all the time. I mean, it has been 3 years. They have had time to get, like, used to, like, each other and spend a lot of time together. You think Kanaya is being sarcastic? I'm not even sure, though. Like, at this point, I don't even know. Everybody's so far up Vriska's ass that, like, who even knows at this point? Like, I want to believe that it's sarcasm, but... Let's see. Is 100% her being sarcastic? I hope so. Let's see. Glad you asked, Miriam. Way to keep this meeting on point. Remind me to give you a promotion. A promotion to what? Nothing. Nobody's getting a promotion. It was a joke. Fuck. The answer is very soon as Egbert and Lalonde get here, which should be right about... Look at Kanaya's face. Kanaya's face is, like, inexplicable right here. Let's see. I'm trying to not make too many assumptions about these characters that are literally not the same characters that we spent the last bit of the comic with. How can the expression mislead or not be sarcastic? Who knows? This is Bizarro World. For all I know, Kanaya could be, like, super passive. Let's see. Just give it another second or two. Right. Vriska. Right. About. Yo, can we maybe bust out some refreshments while we wait for this totally imminent thing to transpire? Can I take a look in the fridge? There are no drinks in the fridge. What's in the fridge? Sorry, I think I missed that part of the conversation. Honk. Oh, yeah, never mind. Shut the fuck up. They're here. Everyone thinks Vriska's up her own ass. I mean, that's fair, but they all let her be. They all fucking let her be. Like, quite frankly. Whereas all of these characters would call Vriska out openly and call her shit in Act 5. They do not anymore. Which is kind of fine. Like, when you spend 3 years with somebody who's up their own ass, you kind of get used to it, I guess. I just, it feels bad. Yeah. But, here we go. Hey, it's our favorites! Here they are! They're so cute and alive and not dead. I'm so happy. Let's see. Hi, John. Whoa. Hi, everybody. Wow. Wow, he's really here, isn't he? Hey, John! Wow. Don't just mumble to yourself, you rude fuck. Say hello. Oh, yeah. Hey, John. What's up? Hey, Dave. Not much. Hi again, Carcat. I only saw you like 5 minutes ago, but I guess that was years for you. Dang. You've probably been through a whole lot of silly nonsense, haven't you? Never mind. You don't have to answer that. There will be plenty of time to catch up. Hi to everyone else, too. Oh, man, I missed you all so much. Even the people I don't know very well or haven't even met yet. Oh, by the way, this is Roxy. She's my new friend, and we just went on a crazy adventure together to save the timeline and come find you all. So, here we are. You guys think that this is a creepy June panel? Let's see. You see what you said about Vriska shoving herself into being in charge for 3 years, and that's why Carcat is like this right now? I mean, sure. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. It's the Aradia smile? How dare you even assume that June could possibly be as creepy as Aradia was in that one panel? June should only have 3 teeth. Hi. Roxy's so cute. I love her. I love her so much. Wait, why do we... Why did we suddenly downgrade the art? Wait, why did we downgrade the art? Come on. Wait. This is what actually happens in crime shows when they're like enhanced and it just becomes more pixelated. This is what should be happening. I mean, that's fair. Like, Carcat's like genuine. Like, Carcat has lots of issues he needs to work through. Let's see. This is what Rose and Kanaya really look like. Ah, I see. They just put him over there. Yeah, like. Well, it is definitely an enhance. So. The reunion! Roxy's so happy! Dash. And Doof! Aww! This is so sweet! Roxy's so happy! Let's see. Oh, look at that little happy Rose face and everything. Even Kanaya, look at how happy Kanaya is for Rose. Kanaya, your eyebrows? Kanaya's eyebrows are perfect. Shush. Shush. Kanaya's eyebrows are perfect. The little laundry union. Daw. Oh, hey, Rosie. Hello, Egbert. Guess our plan worked out pretty well, huh? This session is in much better shape than last time I saw it. You really bailed us out. You're welcome. I mean, not that you specifically had anything to do with it. You were as much the beneficiary of your future self's crafty schemes as I was, so don't get too smug. No, I'm pretty comfortable being smug and taking credit for future me's ideas. I've always been on excellent terms with my future self. She and I got along famously. Okay, whatever you say. Oh, that reminds me. I know the scarf agenda wasn't really your idea per se, but do you have any idea what all that stuffed dragon shit was about? Did that, like, actually serve a purpose in the timeline, or were you just fucking with me? I was almost certainly fucking with you. About Vriska and how everyone's treating her, everyone knows that, everyone does know now that they gotta fight Lord English, so they're probably gonna cut her some slack since she's helpful in being constructive. That's fair. That's fair. And at least she's not killing people. Yet. At least she's honest. Exactly, yeah. Like, every timeline Terezi is amazing. Let's see. Oh, wow, great. Good to know that. Thanks for that, Terezi. That was really awesome use of our time. I'm glad we are in complete agreement. What's this about stuffed dragons? Terezi, what stupid thing did you make John do? I just sent him on a few different, totally indispensable mission-critical errands is all. No big deal. Yeah, forget it. Long story short is, I got owned at the end. By the way, good to see you again, Vriska. Good to see you too, John. It's cool that you're alive now instead of being a cunning ghost pirate. I think your ways probably are more valuable to have here in the land of the living. At least I hope so. I couldn't agree more. I never got the chance to thank you for knocking me out a few years ago. I mean, obviously, because I was unconscious. But thanks for that. I was being an idiot and deserved it. And as a bonus, it apparently saved my life, so thanks. You're a real friend. Don't mention it. I've received quite a few beatings in my time, and not only did I have each one coming, but they all led to big changes for me on the road to becoming the impeccably evolved person I am now. So by that measure, it was probably the most critical smackdown of my entire life. Well, at least she admits that she deserves getting her ass kicked. That's pretty fair. That's cool. If you ever need another really important punch to the face, just let me know. I'm your man. Oh my goodness. The thing is that when your intro to Vriska is immediately after she almost got everyone killed, she can only improve. I guess that's very fair. That's very fair. Oh, yeah. At least Terezi's on better terms with her future self than Karkat ever was with his future selves. Oh, man. Vriska is definitely an extremely interesting character even now. I am very sad that we do not have the other Vriska as primary Vriska, I guess is the best way to say it. Well, I guess just a live Vriska, but yeah, maybe this Vriska will be okay. But let's look at the other characters that aren't Vriska for once in this comic. Rose! Hi, John. Hi, nice to see you alive and well again. Not to mention in the correct timeline. Look at how happy the Lalons are. Look at how happy they are. I'm so proud of them. They're so joyful. Yes, you did it. I'm still a bit unclear on exactly what it was you did, but whatever it was, you sure did the hell out of that thing. Yeah, thank you for returning with my Roxy? Oh, that's so cute. Look at how happy Roxy is. Thank you for returning with my Roxy. Is obviously the remark I meant to say, and is the statement of a reasonable person. Of course, really, it's good to see you. I'd give you a hello hug, but you seem kind of tied up at the moment. Oh my gosh, how cute. Oh boy. Hello, Jake English. Hello, Jinglish. Let's see. The Lalons are adorable together. They really are. They are so cute. Hello, Jake, right? Yes. You sent me a letter once, right? In the box full of weapons and a rabbit? Oh, yeah, that was me. Thanks for that. That was cool. It made me really curious to meet you. Right, me too. Oh, is this... Trying to think in my head how this works with the timeline. Is this right after Jake was being, like, creeped out by super horny fascist Jane? Robot Crocker? So he's probably still reeling from, like, you're going to be my sex slave baby making daddy? Is that where we're at with his personal timeline? I think so, right? Yeah. Let's see. Fascist Jane, we don't know if it happened. We do, though, because they mentioned that they were taking the tiara off of Crocker. And we actually saw her do it. So, yeah, this is... Let's see. Yeah, Jake seems very, very messed up at the moment. I mean, curious to meet you, not me. Not the letter I mean that didn't make me. I mean, I was always curious to... Doggone it. What? Just, I had stuff I wanted to say when we met. There's so many people here, I don't... Sorry. It's okay, I understand, I'm shy too. Let's catch up sometime, just you and me, man to man. Oh, roger that. Oh, hey, Davros, looks like you're here too. Hell, definitely. But don't worry, I'm not very shy. Yeah, I know. So you can feel free to say as many things to me in a conversation as you want. That's, nice to know. Maybe later. Oh, poor Jake. I mean, Jake got thrown into a bunch. There's like a bunch of people here, and then... Ugh. Let's see. It might have happened post-Retcon, but we never see it. All we know is that Jake got put in prison. Gotcha. Okay. So technically we don't know the contents of that story, but he still seems bothered. But that could just also be attributed to the number of people plus, you know, the crazy events of Suburb. Hi, Dave. Hey, bro. You're back and alive, all because of me. I guess that's the thing we're all accepting is true. Yeah, Dave. I love Dave so much. Dave is wonderful. It's okay. There's no need to thank me. I mean, I wasn't going to, but not like as a means of being an arbitrary dick to my number one childhood pal from the past. I have literally no first-hand cognizance of ever being in danger. I just fucked around on a meteor for a bunch of years, and here I am, and so are you, which I think is pretty dope. It is very dope. Hey, Carcat, don't leave me hanging here. What? There's more than enough fist bump to go around for everyone. I just left it hang in there just for you, but you're leaving me high and dry here, dude. Carcat, holy shit, where are your manners? Leaving a fist unbumped like that is a new low. Oh my god, you didn't leave your fist there hanging for me. You fist bumped Dave, then withdrew your fist to say some things, then re-offered your fist to me the moment you said, hey, don't leave me hanging. I saw it with my own eyes. Carcat, wow, that is really pedantic. And now you actually are leaving me hanging in order to explain your nonsense. I'm this close to revoking your bumping privileges. God damn it, here. Bump! Bunt. Jake is just all alone in a crowd of weirdos because Roxy is busy with her. Oh, that's fair though. Yeah, like Jake doesn't actually know like really anybody. Jake's that one guy at the party where you go and you go with a friend, but then your friend knows a bunch of people, so like they run off, and then you're like awkwardly like, I guess I'll drink from my solo cup, and I'll just like sit here super awkwardly. That's Jake at the moment. Strider to the rescue. The fist bump has been secured. Dave, no! Fuck! I wanted to do it of my own volition. It doesn't count. It's not for real. Oh, it's real, buddy. No, I'm gonna fist bump you later when I'm feeling it, but it's gonna be fucking natural. Mark my words. We'll see, Carcat. We'll see. Wrecked. Bugflower, are you a page of Auk? Official class spec for Jake English. People say he's a page of Hope, but he's actually a page of Auk. Hey Dave, why is Jade asleep? And also Teen Nana, or Jane I mean. Oh, yeah, Vriska had to knock them out. What, why? They were kicking up a ruckus. Can you wake them up? Don't wake them up! Yeah, we can't. Some kind of brainwashing thing going on. Gotta keep them napping, especially Jade. I'm sure you know what kind of crooked-ass baloney fuck powers she's got. Can't let her turn those against us. Right. She should be pretty psyched to see you, though. You think? Yeah, I don't know if you know this or not, but apparently along the way, our version of John died. So she made the whole trip without you. Oh, no. Yeah, this timeline was gearing up to be pretty tragic, I guess, but then you sort of Deus Ex'd out of nowhere and spared us the sad times. I mean, from your point of view, I guess it isn't Deus Ex shit. You were just normal John. You were over there zipping, zapping around the nerdy hypergod, like a nerdy hypergod, saving everything from whatever. But from our standpoint, you just kind of yanked yourself out of a random-ass nothing. But hey, you know what? I'll take it. Man, I had no idea. So I guess that's what Typheus meant. That's so sad. Poor Jade. I can't believe she had to spend all that time on the ship thinking I was dead. I mean, I guess I was dead, but you know what I mean. Are you sure we can't wake her up for a second just so she can see I'm alright? Feel free, but I have a feeling you'll just be joining her nap if you try. Darn, I guess I'll have to catch up later. What about Dave Sprite? Dead. No, that sucks too. Yeah, I guess so. You guess? It's a weird subject for me. Like, the guy was always on borrowed time, wasn't he? I mean, that was his whole thing, right? I don't know. I'll miss him anyway. Even if he isn't the real Dave, I kind of feel bad for ever thinking of him as a less real version, actually. Yeah, he's me and exactly what I would have been like if I was a moping existential bird, so it's kind of embarrassing for me to talk about, okay? I don't know why that line gets me. Oh my goodness. Wait, where's Nano Sprite? That's an excellent question. Oh. Yeah, you're supposed to stream it. You're supposed to stream at 3. Enjoy your stream whenever you go to do that, Bangle. F for Dave Sprite, indeed. Oh. I guess it's sad, but you know a lot of versions of me have died. Lots of versions of all of us, including you. Isn't what's important that certain dubiously categorized iterations of ourselves are all alive here and now and hanging out? Yeah, that is what's important. I guess there will be time to reflect on everything that was lost later, like dead time clones and double dead ghosts or other such hogwash. Right now, I'm just still so excited to see everybody. There's so much crazy stuff for us all to catch up on. I don't even know where to start. It's overwhelming. And don't stress over it. We still have some time to kill before shit starts getting real in this session. At least according to our Vriska in chief. What do you mean? All the bad guys are still just outside the Enceposphere. They won't converge here until at least a few hours or so. So let's all just sit back and while and shoot the shit. And I do mean empty our clips into the shit, like really pump that turd full of lead, right up until she gets bossy again and commandeers our fly bro times with more shrill tactical exhortations. Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds... Oh, God. There's so much character choosing. Oh, God, there's so much choosing. There's so much choosing. What? No, there's so much... I don't want to choose. So by Dave's logic, there's already a Dave here, so the Dave Sprite's death doesn't matter. Yeah, or at the very least, Dave Sprite is pushing it off. Dave is pushing off the concern for it. Too much free will. I don't want this much free will, guys. Okay, enjoy your shower, Bangle. Okay, so we can easily, we can just go down the line and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's just, oh God. Oh, I should probably read the text. That would be very useful. You're confronted with an especially empowering character selection menu. 8 choices, free will has done it again. It has caused you to feel alarmed and anxious, but maybe, just maybe, slightly excited as well. You cautiously click on the batch of teens to discover your true feelings. 8 possible options is kind of a lot now that you think about it. Maybe easy to forget to click some of them. To make absolutely sure you clicked all the teen batches before proceeding, you check to see if all the links below are purple first. If any of them are blue, it means you didn't read those and you probably should before continuing. Wow, free will sure is a lot of responsibility and hard work. Oh, are we good now? We backsies? Okay, good. I see that there was lag, but hopefully it has reasoned out. Okay. I hope Twitch isn't exploding again like it did that one time. Because I had a little bit of drop frames, actually, so maybe that was actually my connection. Okay, well, let's hope it doesn't happen again. Yeah, so let's chill out with June, Dave, and Carcat. Let's see. So, tell me about your ridiculous meteor journey. The Dave from the bad timeline told me some funny stories about when we got together on the grassy hill planet, but there wasn't actually much hanging out for that long, so I didn't hear much. Also, I'm mostly sure Vriska wasn't alive during their trip. Oh, well, let me tell you, Vriska was most certainly alive during this one. Like, almost extra alive, if that's possible. I think I know what you mean. I spent some time with her when she was a ghost, and let's just say that whatever her morality status is, she makes her presence hard to ignore. Yes! I love this! Can we spend our whole reminiscence just destroying Vriska slightly above audible level? Slightly? Carcat, you only have 1 volume setting. Wow! Fuck you! Okay, dude, maybe let's not spend all of our pal time trash-talking Sir Ked, if only because there's no way you're not going to repeatedly get trounced exactly like that, just like that. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'll chill out. You're right, Dave. As usual. Wow, Carcat, for such a shouty guy, you backed down on that really fast. I'm almost a bit disappointed. I was looking forward more to your patented ravings. Hey, John Fuckbird, I'll have you know I'm a little more mature and reasonable than the last time you saw me. I'm a lot more than Mr. Holler Sponge One Note, and anyone who disputes this can cordially invite me to play their dirty seed flap like a discount harmonica. Oh, well, I'm sold. Seriously, though, it's pretty cool to finally meet you. I mean, under more civil, rational circumstances. Unlike whatever the fuck that brief encounter was 3 years ago, where you KO'd Vriska and then poofed your flimsy ass into the fuck-all continuum. I know I seemed really mad about that at the time for whatever reason, but really, I've had so many boring hours on that meteor to spend barely reflecting on the roughly 10,000 ways I don't give the slightest fuck about whatever idiotic twist of fate transpired back there. Okay. Oh, mortality status, not morality, and both can apply. Both can apply. I have also missed Carcat. I'm glad that he's not currently Knight of Lava. But I'm completely over it. I'm over a lot of things, actually. You are? Yeah, like, remember when I was yelling at you all the time from my computer? Back then, I probably would have felt nervous or awkward about this encounter because of... Well, you know, no. I was hitting on you briefly and in a very confusing, non-chronological way without even quite realizing how badly I was shoving my strut pod down my own statement tunnel. Dude. I mean, until you mercifully came and, with a fair amount of tact, shut me down. Don't you remember? Maybe? How can you not remember that? I don't know, it was a long time ago. We had a lot of ridiculous conversations. Okay, well, maybe it was a bigger deal for me than it was for you. I mean, obviously it was. That's sort of the whole point. But the real point is, or that I'm trying to make, is that it isn't a big deal anymore because I'm over it. Yeah, Judah's confusion at the moment. Carcat, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, gosh. It's nice. That's true. He is still Knight of Lava, but now we have this other guy. Carcat is immediately shoving it down his, what was it, his speech tunnel or what he said earlier? Like, it's immediately happening again. It just keeps happening. What? I'm talking quite casually about some shit that's not a big deal. And the point is that it's not a big deal anymore, so I'm just casually saying that. God! Okay, it's not an unreasonable conversation to have, but, like, we just started friend jamming about past anecdotes to get all up to speed or whatever, and you're already trucking out these guns. Guns? What guns? Just saying, it doesn't sound that casual and no big deal if you keep saying it's casual and no big deal, and it's also the first fucking thing out of your mouth to John in 3 years. Sorry! I am so truly fucking sorry. I forgot there was such an outstandingly smooth pile of shit in a cape within my judgment radius. No, I mean, I think I remember. I think you were, black flirting with me or something, but in backwards order and while constantly yelling, and I didn't even know what that was, and then I told you I wasn't a homosexual, so it was kind of a moot point, but also you didn't even know what that was either. Yes, that's basically what happened, and that is exactly what I was trying to say. I was over and wasn't a big deal anymore, but now it's a big deal again, I guess. That's fucking great. Thanks, Dave. Dave, your boyfriend is yelling about hitting on me. What do I do? Yeah, no, Carcat really is the master of making a big deal out of minor things. Like, truly, Carcat honestly just, like, takes the smallest thing and applies his volume to it, and it manifests in reality as a big fucking deal. A federal fucking issue, as Dave would say. Yo, I'm hardly the one to talk here since I'm a goddamn geyser of hilariously self-pulverizing Freudian bloopers. At this point, I can't even pretend to keep a lid on any of the shit I've got in me, because I know sooner or later, during one of my rad soliloquies, I'll just pratfall butt backwards into an embarrassing admission that I'll have to be like, yeah, okay, that's my shit, that's what I'm about, let's just get the fuck on with our lives. So when John's like, hey man, you're all locked and loaded with some stuff about how you're over him, and go on and on about it, it's like it's some obvious protest too much shit, and everybody knows it, I don't see how it salvages any of your dignity or whatever to pretend that's not what's happening. Oh my fucking God. So what I'm saying is, if you're so eager to push this out there, I'm not pushing this out there! If you're pushing this out there, which you are, then maybe we should rap about it. I mean, discuss it critically and earnestly, not drop ill rhymes or anything. That could be sweet, though, too. Oh. So are you sure you don't still have these unreconciled black rom feelings about John? I say we air this out before it ferments into some rank and hella unexamined feeling sauce. Yo, this... I love this so much, actually. I love this so much. Dave is totally riling him up here on purpose, though. Yeah, but this shows how close they are, because like they really like they've always been really good at like at getting on each other's nerves, and also kind of talking about things in their own weird roundabout way. But like this Dave and Carcat feel very much closer than the previous iteration. I like it a lot. But dude, you clearly had a spades thing here for John, but I don't recall you ever bringing it up. Is this something you've been thinking about all this time, or no? Not really. Yeah, we could have talked about this. I have all kinds of shit to say about John, seeing as he was my #1 dude for approximately the majority of 13 years. The main dead end here, man, is like nothing personal at all. It's just like he is literally incapable of hating anyone. I don't know about that. I don't know. He found a nice little like green cherub to beat the shit out of, in the words of that she went to go beat the shit out of. In the words of June Egbird, I'm gonna kick your ass. I know that. This is the exact fucking thing I knew and understood, and why I felt so stupid about it in hindsight. Well, not that I really want to egg on this train of thought, but I don't know if that's quite true. It's not? I can get really angry and hate stuff too, just like you, but I think only in extreme cases. The skull guy in suspenders I got really pissed off at. But I'm 100% sure that hate was platonic. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was like is your fist name platonic? Because like that was whew. The cherub in question is unhateable. That's fair. And we don't even know if June hates the Condess. And the Condess caused a lot of issues. That's true. June does bring it up herself. I'm proud of her. Getting pissed off at a suspender dude sounds just like the sort of yarn I want to be all ears for some time. But okay, that's something to work with. Hey, Carcat, maybe there's some hope yet for you. Maybe it's not a totally lost cause. What was I here for the first half of the comic? Yeah, I don't know what that's in reference to, but Okay, Dave, it definitely sounds like you're trying to own us now. I was busy that day. June wouldn't shut up about how much she hates Betty Crocker. Oh, God, you're totally right. Honestly, I've forgotten about that. That's such an early bit, and we revisited an act like the beginning of Act 6, but even the beginning of Act 6 feels like so long ago. Honestly, it feels like so long ago. You right though, Void Squid. You right. Also, welcome, Game Skull. Truly a hate as old as time. Truly. Oh man, there's so many like bits in this comic that they're recurring, so you are forced to think about them later, but there's just so many. The volume is huge. It's like somebody took a gun cabinet of Chekhov's like Chekhov's guns and just like scattered them all throughout a house, and you just like pick one up at random. Like you pick up a pillow. Oh, there's Chekhov's gun. Oh, right there, one of them. Chekhov. Except for sometimes it's Chekhov's gun. Sometimes it's Chekhov's rocket launcher. Like who knows? It keeps happening. Exactly. On what? No way. I'm being as real as a motherfucker. Being able to hate things, I think, is the smaller part of the equation. What about the other part? Don't you think that's a little bit more significant? What part? The part about being not being a homosexual. John, dude, I gotta say, when you talk about being or not being a homosexual, you kind of sound like a corny old man. What? No, that's not. That's the normal way of putting it. I mean, it's a pretty normal way to say it, right? Like when that's how you are. Somebody fucking kill me. What does normal mean, though? Normal was some crap that ruled our dead civilization. We left that all behind years ago. It's all a huge pile of shit that doesn't matter anymore. Okay, so you're saying... What are you saying? I'm not sure, I guess. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think it's all as simple as you think it is. Or maybe not like actively think it is, but continue to assume it is on account of not thinking about it too much. Due to a lot of the junk about the subject that gets shoved into our brains from movies and stuff when we were just dumb kids. I'm just saying it probably isn't absolute or simplistic like the way you've been framing it, or maybe it is for you personally. I don't know. I guess I'm just guessing you haven't spent much time thinking about it, if only because all the stuff we read and watch suggests that, like, even examining your honest thoughts about it is a perilous road to go down. Because if you actually think too much about it without having that undercurrent of, haha, nope, then what happens? What if it turns out you're like not exactly the way you thought you were? Or maybe not so much that as old presumptions about what you thought you were turn out to be not that relevant. Yo, I'm very much enjoying like Dave's introspection here, quite a bit. Yeah, nice exploration of expectations of society here. I agree. I completely agree. Why are these words happening to our conversation? I don't know, man. Not sure what you've been doing for the last 3 years, all riding a large boat and saving everyone from apocalyptic whatever. But I've had a fuck ton of time on my hands to think about stuff. About stuff I've said and done in the past, why I said and did them. A lot of things I once would have insisted were like part of my brand and helped me come across as cool and smartassy, but now I'm not so sure. We used to rip on each other all the time for being gay, even though we knew we weren't, which of course is what made it funny. Yeah, remember? Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty funny sometimes. I guess it was just a lot of joking around. Yeah, I know. It frankly is funny to say how gay something is sometimes. And let's face it, sometimes someone or something, it is just flat out really fucking gay and there's no two ways about it. It's more like that through the preponderance of all that jokey shit is an underlying implication that it's all lame stuff for pansies, but not like us. We're not lame. Haha, that's the joke. Which thrives on this like double buried implication that the real cool shit is found on this absurd wanky ideal about masculinity, which if you think about it is 1, dumb as fuck, and 2, the male adulation of masculinity to the extent that, to be honest, is pretty fucking gay upon itself, and 3, was always some totally impossible shit for us to live up to anyway. I think that's all mixed up with the same phony ideas about heroism, like living up to a storybook idea of what a hero to me feels almost interchangeable with living up with society's snapshot of what a hard, manly dude should be. I stopped pretending I could ever live up to either thing a long while ago, and mainly have spent time looking back on the sheer magnitude of all my joking around. I used to lambaste fuckers left and right, grinding them into the pavement over how gay they probably were, and how much they were quite possibly jonesing to kiss some dudes or such. And I don't really feel bad about it in the sense that it was jerky or like insensitive necessarily, even though I guess it maybe was. More that I feel like it was probably transparent. A massive front of outrageous snark to disguise a lot of insecurity, like a fucking cover-up. As long as I kept clowning hard enough about it, I didn't actually have to think about it or face my actual beliefs. Yeah, I was actually about to say, this feels like a Hussie self-insert in some ways, for some of the contents of the earlier comic. Though I might be reading a little bit into it. But don't run away from embarrassment, Carcat. I agree. This is actually a very interesting introspection, and this is one of the reasons I like Dave. Dave is a vessel for these kinds of introspections on society and self. But this is one of the reasons I like Dave as a character. Dave, that's cool and all, but I think I mostly agree. But how do I put this? Are you gay now? What? No. The words! Why won't the words stop, dear God? I don't know, it sounds to me like you're trying to tell me something here. No, look. I mean, it's okay if you're gay now. That's totally cool if true. I just think you turning gay would kind of be a weird consequence of me changing the timeline around. Okay, not weird, just unexpected. I don't know what I did that would account for that. Maybe saving one of Teresa's. You have Dave hang out with Carcat, and that's how gay Dave realizes that he's gay. Though, I mean, Dave has shown attraction to female characters as well, though, right? June does not understand sexuality. You're right, though. Andrew Hussie wrote all this, and it kind of shows his growth. I agree. It really does show his growth. I'm actually really I'm glad that it gets addressed here. Actually, yeah. Oh yeah, he totally did Terezi. Duh. You're right though. He totally dated Terezi. Yeah. So Dave's bi. Dave is bi or pansexual or something. June's just being awkward here. You right though. According to June's logic, Vriska being alive turns someone gay. God. Vriska is the vessel of the gays. Truly. Yeah, Dave's always liked Dick June. He just didn't realize it. Exactly. Yeah, and Dave's friend had a relationship with Jade. Yeah, so definitely probably bi. Let's see. Dude, you aren't listening. Although a gay butterfly effect is a pretty funny idea, let's not dismiss that as a concept altogether. Anyway, let's not dismiss that as a concept altogether. Anyway, maybe what I'm trying to say is sort of getting lost in the weeds here. The fact that you were wondering if I turned gay makes me think that you're still not quite on the same wavelength I'm trying to ramble on here. Maybe we should wrestle this topic to the ground another time. There's a lot more I want to say, but this is probably not the venue. I mean, not literally wrestle to the ground, because that is maybe literally the gayest course of action we could possibly take, but you know what I mean. Yes, later, talk later, because then the words would stop. Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? That's fine. We can talk about anything you want anytime. I'm just confused about what you're getting at is all. Like, what's the bottom line here? Are you actually attracted to boys now? Do you, did you, like, date any boys? Dave and Carcat start looking at each other. His whole speech is kind of about how labels are bullshit, so slapping bi on him feels a little weird, too. I mean, that's fair. We're just trying to get a general category, of his sexuality, so that, for understanding's purpose. Dave has preferences that range across the gender spectrum. Quite frankly, that is the most accurate thing we have here. But there weren't even that many boys on the meteor. Well, I guess there's a clown guy, but I don't really see you and him. That only leaves were you and Carcat? Are you and Carcat like? Look at how embarrassed Carcat is. Oh my goodness. This poor guy. Oh no, it's an entire wall of Carcat text. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Carcat's such a sweet, like, embarrassed little bean. But let's see. No. I retreat to my safe place, and yet the words, the stupid fucking prattle, jockeying little rowdy barn beast, up against the partitions of good fucking sense and most basic of personal boundaries, the goddamn blither of tactless nincompoops, how it continues to haunt my wretched ears. The words spill out over the side of the enchanted metal frog discus, like a blathering spring in a mythical forest governed by a guild of gossip-hungry lobotomy hobbits. This deluge of words leaked from the incontinent crevices of two brainless, gushing yammer twats. It overfloweth, oh how it overfloweth, sogging my gray practical pair of pants, the leggings of a simple man, a humble man. It then continues its downward trickle, dousing my unremarkable shirt, the serviceable garment of the average Alternian Joe, chilling the frail torso beneath, a pathetic duffel of meat wrapped with heavy sobs caused by words which continue to drip and sluice and spill, threatening to drown me, pledging to, promising, and yet I will not drown. Why won't I drown? Please let me drown. Let me drown so the words will be no more. Let's see. Dave, I'm pretty sure we're making Carcat uncomfortable here. Honestly, truly, one of Carcat's best soliloquies. Like, one of Carcat's best I love it so much. Yeah, maybe we should drop this. Okay. I don't know if you ever picked this up from him, but he's a pretty sensitive guy. What? No. It's true. He's pretty much the easiest dude to rip on and makes for an irresistible target, but you also have to know where to draw the line. Really don't want to actually, like, upset him. Yeah, me neither. What the fuck is he doing? Man, I don't know. That's just like his regular shit. Like an everyday occurrence, but with different bodily positions and geographic configurations. I see. Bro, will you get the fuck up here? No! Okay, suit yourself. Carcat's got some buff fucking legs. Oh my god, you're right, though. You're right. Thank you for the hydrate. Anyway, as you can see, I've been spending probably way too much time with trolls. It messes with you, gets you thinking about stuff, you know? I can imagine. I think life was a lot more boring on the ship, but we talked about you all a lot. We would always wonder about how you and Rose were managing to get along with all the crazy trolls. I think we mostly pictured a lot of arguments. It's not too far off. I'm still getting used to having such insane limitless powers that let me go anywhere I want. It's tempting to go to time periods like yours and find out what I missed, but I don't want to mess with too much anymore, since it seems like I got the timeline to a nice stable place as it is. So I guess I just have to do what any regular guy does, and imagine fondly what it would be like if I got to travel with you guys. I wonder if I would have gotten, absorbed in troll culture too, or troll ways of thinking? It's really inevitable. You pick up on the lingo, they pick up on yours. It's like a stupid cultural melange after a while that barely makes any fucking sense from either frame of reference. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if I would have learned to understand black romance. That's such a goofy idea, but it seems pretty important to trolls. They take all their quadrants pretty seriously, to be honest. I had a weird thought. A nice stable place, huh? Oh, we can only hope, re-recursive. We can only hope. I had a weird thought. A June Terezi Black Rom. Like, that would be very odd. That would be very odd. I feel like they have the foundations for it a little bit. But it would have to be, like, taken to, like, a weird extreme. And I don't know what would cause it. But, yeah. Years ago when we first met the trolls, I remember being fascinated by all of our cultural differences when Karkat and Vriska were telling me about them. I remember really sincerely trying to understand it all from their point of view. It's hard, though. I still think about the idea of black romance sometimes, and I try to imagine how that really works or feels. I don't know. Do you understand it? Yeah, I've spent enough time talking about it where I think I get it, but I've never had cause or any real inclination to put it into practice or anything. Mainly the idea of hating somebody and translating that into attraction or some kind of romancy feeling, it feels so alien to me. And you're right, I really have a hard time even hating anyone in the first place. Word. I mean, I get annoyed by people, sure. Like who? Me? No, not really. Well, sometimes, but not much. I always tended to exaggerate my grievances with you for the sake of laughs. A better example is more recently when I was doing my Retcon mission, and I was getting really annoyed. Oh, fuck, okay, here we go. And I was getting really annoyed with Terezi and her mind games. Well, there we fucking go. There we fucking go. I'm out here with the cracked ships. You mean your favorite ship? That's funny. Let's see. Sorry, I got lost in my own laughs there. It definitely never crossed the line to hate, though, like, because we were working together to try and fix a dire situation. Even though she's weird and insane, she's otherwise a pretty good friend. But all of her needling and japes at a totally inappropriate time, when there was so much on the line, oh, it's so frustrating. Egbert, I have some news for you. Whoa, he's back. All right, side up and everything. I heard you were talking about quadrants, so I decided to pause my tantrum. I like that Karkat can just pause his tantrum. Honestly, just pause it. Just boop, boop, pause button on the Karkat tantrum. I love it so much. John, all you're doing here is describing the subtle feeling which plant the seed for having a colligonous crush on someone. What? You heard me. You are naively admitting to struggling with some black feelings for Terezi. So there you go. Question answered. Turns out you are perfectly capable of black romance. No. A fair rebuttal. However, consider this counterpoint. Yes? As he's back. Oh my god. What a wonderful counterpoint, everyone. A true paragon of debate Karkat is. Let's see. But I don't hate her, and I'm sure I never will. I just am saying I find her, like, somewhat annoying and really aggravating a lot of the time, but that's it. That's exactly what the feeling is. It doesn't start out as a full-blown antipathy, and it rarely even reaches such extreme levels of hostility, even over long-term black relationships. There are peaks to it, but otherwise a general ebb and flow to the dark feelings, just like with flushed relationships. Okay, but I don't even know if I'm expressing myself clearly. It felt aggravated by her a lot, but that doesn't fully describe, like, those were negative feelings, but... Yes, that's it, right there. The but is always a part of it. What you're trying to say is you had frustrated negative emotions towards her, but they don't comprehensively account for your attitude towards her, meaning that there are some feelings about her you actually like, but the negative feelings make it hard for you to put your finger on them or even want to acknowledge them. That is absolutely standard. What good would it be to have a kismesis who didn't possess qualities you actually admired on some level? That's actually interesting. I actually am glad that Karkat is... I'm actually glad that Karkat is going into the Troll Society understanding of black romance, because I feel like it was kind of waved off for most of the comic, and it was basically like they were like, oh yeah, you assume what this means, but the more you dig into it, it's harder to understand, kind of like what Dave is saying. But this is just a really interesting analysis of what trolls consider their typical like official romances, if that makes sense, because these are very human emotions even outside of the comic. You can be annoyed with somebody and still really be into them and admire them, but they can just get on your fucking nerves. It is also subjective. I would agree with that, but it's nice to see some elaboration from Karkat. Let's see. That would be boring and it wouldn't even work. There'd be no tension, no push and pull in the turbulent emotional landscape, and the subtle positives add fuel to the negative feelings, often giving them a reason to exist at all. They inflame the aggravating factors, reminding you deep down how much you would like to admire this person if it wasn't for all their infuriating flaws, and the incredible sense of frustration that causes along with all the associated hot-headed feelings. That's the essence of black romance. And the positive qualities you see deep down in the kismesis also serve as the basis for red feelings toward that person, assuming the relationship ever starts to facilitate. It's all pretty straightforward, really. Actually, that makes total sense. Rev Scarecrow had a good example, you think, which is Gary Oak and Ash Ketchum. But the interesting thing here, is that there is a sense of and I think there's an optional quality here for the Red ROM facilitation that it mentions, because like Karkat does make a point here about how, hey, these serve as a basis for red feelings, but he then says assuming that relationship ever starts to vacillate. So yeah, no, that makes sense even beyond the anime rivals example. If we're talking about Gamzee, like Gamzee and Terezi's relationship doesn't even fit this vague criteria, honestly. Like there's nothing that Terezi I think found admirable about Gamzee, or at least it did not indicate that in any way. So, but this is very interesting in general. You're not sure any Kismetude we've seen match this description? I agree. I don't think anything that we've actually seen in the comic has matched this description at all. I don't think we've seen a quote-unquote valid Kismetude in the entire thing. Yeah, Gamzee and Terezi's was all about abuse, in a lot of ways. This also confirms that Jack and the Black Queen was not a totally healthy Black Rom relationship, because they all had all they had positively was probably finding each other hot. Interesting. What I think of this, honestly, like what this all is just it's using a troll, like the culture of a troll, to examine more unique, not really talked about, like real life relationships. You know what I mean? And that's just really what it is. Also, we're trusting Karkat on this, who is on the record of having said there are two emotions, hate and pity. That's fair. Act 5 Karkat said some funny things. Yeah. That was just said in spite. I don't know. This is a much... Yeah. I think it's just trying to clarify some things that are interesting. But, I don't know, John. It all seems pretty logical to me. Karkat knows his shit when it comes to the quadrants. Oh, it can't be true, though. It feels so fucked up. What if you're right? Oh, no. That's part of it. The no is all part of the feeling. That's how it always goes. A sense of self-incrimination when it's dawning on you that you have these conflicting feelings with someone who bugs you so much. Oh, my God. The whole reaction is fucking textbook. It's hilarious, really. It's fucked up, though. It's supposed to feel fucked up. Oh, man. I just wanted to have a nice catch-up chat, and I could so transparently own it at the trollmances. It happens to the best of us sooner or later. This crap is kind of old hat to me by now, but I get why you're feeling freckling at the implications here. You didn't have years of living with trolls to kind of normalize this stuff. I don't think I want it to feel normalized, though. I'm not ready to, admit that I have some warped spade crush on her based on some feeling I don't understand that makes no sense to me. Oh God, what if it's true? I have to try as hard as I can to suppress this feeling and make sure I never think about it again. Okay, sounds like a weenie thing to do, but sure, have fun with that. Fuck. Yeah, Dave laying down the law right here. Okay, it sounds like a weenie thing to do, but okay, have fun with that. Dave laying down the actual law here. I love it so much. Fuck yeah, probably. Just please don't tell her about any of this, okay, guys? John, you don't have to remind us about one of the most fundamental statutes of the Bro Code, which is practically fucking scripture on my planet, dating back hundreds of millennia. Dave and I fucking sleep and breathe the Bro Code and all of its clauses, no matter how fine the print. Feel free to come back and talk to us about this at any time. Your secret will always be safe. I love Karkat so much. Dude, that sentiment is well and good, but when you're pledging a vow of secrecy, maybe you should try to keep it down a little. Yeah, damn, yeah, sorry. This is absolutely hilarious, and I love it. This entire delve into the relationship nonsense. Let's see. This is really confusing, though. Assuming you're right and I am busted on having those feelings, I'm not even saying you aren't, but I thought humans weren't supposed to be able to feel this stuff like that. Like what exactly? Like perceive and feel romantic stuff in the same way trolls do. Oh, I don't think that's like that seems like a very big miss. Honestly, what the troll quadrants feel like are like really delineated classifications of things that we just view as complex human like relationships, honestly. Like perceive and feel romantic stuff in the same way trolls do, because we're aliens to each other. Well, okay, humans can feel the gay stuff pretty often, I guess. I just didn't think we could feel some of the spade stuff, though. I don't know, I just thought it was some screwy biological difference. Nah, I disagree. Both humans and trolls are emotionally versatile sentient beings. They can feel many hells of different things. You're probably right. You would know better than me, at least. There's always a smart fallback position, by the way, especially on rap. I could school you on rap, too, if you're confused about rap. I love Dave so much, guys. Oh, my God. No, Dave, I think I'm pretty squared away on rap, at least for now. So, this has been a hell of a reminiscence so far. Yeah. Seriously, though, I wasn't actually intending to fork this, like, instantaneously in the direction of some, like, legitimately sincere dialogue on fucking sexuality and romance. I didn't plan on this, dude. You gotta believe me. I believe you. It's been cool, though. Yeah, did we, cover everything? Probably not. Oh, right, you dated Jade for a while, so there's that. Whoa, what? I mean, Dave Sprite did. Oh. And, of course, I mean that the one from my time, obviously not the one from this time, who died before I guess that happened? Right. Man, this still seems so sad. I guess even when you fix things, not everything can be perfect. Yeah, so, how'd that go? Me and Jade. Or him and Jade. Okay, I guess. My sense was it was kind of dramatic overall. I'm not sure it was the best relationship, probably because of Dave Sprite's unique issues. But there were a lot of fun memories. I'll tell you about them sometime. Maybe when Jade is awake, because I'm sure she'd want to know too. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree that romance is, like, largely cultural. Yeah. Yeah. And troll quadrants are culture, not biology? Technically, yes. Technically, yes. I think that this conversation is what solidifies that. There's a lot of the comic. There's a lot of the comic that does not say that, and there's an assumption around it. Until maybe about now, I would argue. Because we assume that the troll quadrants are based on culture, because that's how we understand the complexity of our feelings and how it's shaped by culture. And trolls seem relatively similar to humans, so we kind of superimpose those values, and that ends up being accurate here. But I think that is definitely an assumption we made for most of the comic, rather than a set-in-stone rule. It's like, it would be like going into Speaker for the Dead and assuming that everything works, like everything, all the reproductive nonsense that goes on there is based on culture, because we can vaguely see some of the alien races as similar to humans. I think that would be an unfair assumption. But I think we've seen enough in the comic to deduce that it's mostly cultural here. Let's see. That being said, I would also like to get schooled on rap from Dave again. Oh, no, Dave. Oh, no, Dave. No, Dave. No. No, Dave, please, no. No, Dave, no. No, Dave, don't go hitting on Rose's mom again. Please, Dave, no. Hey, that girl you came with. Rose's mom. Roxy? Yeah. What's she like? She's nice. Really nice. She's fun and easy to talk to. It's almost as it feels like she's always been one of our friends, you know. Yeah, how long have you and she actually been traveling together? You know, Hey. Not too long. We only met like a day ago, I mean, from my perspective. Huh. She's been through some really difficult stuff recently. Well, we both have, actually. But I feel like it was all a bit more personal for her. Being on her adventure, then suddenly losing all of her friends and watching Rose die right there. Well, she's been kind of viewing Rose as a version of her mom. I was just like some goofball drifting randomly here and there between realities, so I was mostly just confused by everything. But for her, I could tell it was all really devastating. I'm so happy she gets to be with Rose again, not to mention all of her friends. For some reason, I feel happier for her getting to reunite with people she lost than I do for myself. Sounds like you like her. I do. No, I mean, actually like her. I don't know. Maybe? She's always been one of our friends. Yeah, because she's the alpha kid who talks in lowercase. Yes, the main criteria for friendship. Typing quirks, clearly. Let's see. Wow, dude, after one day, maybe you should slow your roll. I didn't say it. I did, though. I'm joking. It's fine. Who cares? Oh, okay. She's my mom, isn't she? Man, I'm not sure if we should keep thinking about all of our relations that way. Why? It's kind of weird. Is it? Do you feel weird about dating my mom? Is that it? I'm not dating her, though. But if you did, then you wouldn't want to think of her like that because of, like, the familiar weird times it invokes. Jeez, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for every single deep conversation we can squeeze into this wacky rapid fire session of fun pal time talk. Okay, but I think I like thinking of her as my mom, even if it's a little weird. You do? Why? Oh, Dave. Oh, I know where this is going. Oh, Dave. Oh, Dave, sweet baby. It's because you never had a mom. Oh, Dave. Oh. Not sure. I never even stopped and thought about it before. The idea of what it was like to have a mom. Instead of a hyper-aggressive lunatic of an adult male guardian, I never let myself give it a second thought of consideration. But now, seeing her here, even though she's actually just some teen girl I've never met, I like the idea. It's nice. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. Yeah, I guess it kind of fucking is. All right, well, no matter what happens, it's okay with me if you want to think of her that way. Sweet. Dave is such a cutie. Where we at? We're jamming with Dave and Carcat currently. Oh, it's so cute. I love them so much. Dave is such a sweet boy. I love Dave so much. Oh, God. Okay, we got through one. Oh, I don't want to... Oh, wait, no, this is good. This is the group I don't want to chill with. Oh, God, there's a lot of Vriska in here. Ooh, this is a cursed conversation. Vriska, Kanaya, and Carcat? That is a cursed conversation. Not as cursed as this one, though. There's a lot of cursed conversations here. Okay. This feels like a lot of the comic. Like, how much of the comic is this conversation here on the endgame platform, honestly? How much of the rest of the comic is this? Is it a majority of this intermission? Because that's kind of funny. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? For stammering and being all agog, grinning idiot. I just cannot actually believe you are real and here and alive and not dying, and so am I. Here with you, I mean, plus sharing all those mentioned attributes. I can't believe it either. I have so much to say, I think, even though I can't think of the stuff at the moment. I know what you mean. I hope it's okay if I just sit here near you, not being especially articulate for a minute or for a bit. That is more than okay, as long as you are willing to similarly excuse the spectacular demise of my capacity for awful self-expression. Oh my God! Oh, you're Dirk! Oh wow, I just caught it! Oh wow! You sound so much like him! Oh my God, that's too perfect and cute! Dirk? Oh, can't get over it now, I can't unhear it. Even your voice kind of sounds like his, but it's just girl Dirk. Lamau, yes. He sounds like a hell of a guy. Oh, you have no idea! Well, I'm told he should be arriving here in a little while. If he's anything like Dave's late older brother, and if he's anything like me, which apparently he is, then this is when I'm guessing the real party will begin. I'm ready. I want to know things about him, such as if he shares his elder counterpart's avarice for soft puppet ass. And if that, combined with his myriad of vaguely unsettling psychological peculiarities, would occupy a dedicated team of therapists for years. The answer is yes and yes, absolutely, for both of those, yes. Oh, big glub, big glub. Big reveal. Rose is Dirk and Dave is Roxy. Her. I kind of dig it. Rose's voice sounds like Dirk's. Oh God, but how do I? Time to adjust. Time to adjust the voices. Oh no. Oh no. I can't do it. I can't do it. My whole life was a lie. No. How do you make somebody aloof and British? My British accent isn't even good. I can't adjust it further. It's already not good. Let's see. Knowing this amuses me for some reason, but mainly there are things I want to know about you. I presume there will be plenty of time later to hound my biological father for the dirt on his proclivities. What do you want to know about me? Everything. I think the main difficulty in deciding what to ask is in sifting questions I would have for my mother, that is to say, the woman who raised me, from the questions I have for you. Well, I didn't raise you or anything, but I can sincerely take a crack at both kinds of questions. Okay, do you really like wizards? Rose? Yes? Rose. I fucking love wizards. I see. As odd as it sounds, that actually does go pretty far in letting me know something about both of you. Also, this reminded me, because it was back when she was, like, drunk, Roxy. I was rewatching Caliborn's Masterpiece. Caliborn still refers to Roxy of the future as the drunkard, which makes me concerned about Roxy falling into old habits. That or Caliborn just can't fucking acknowledge good character growth when he sees it. I have to make an ungodly Texas-British hybrid now? Oh, God. Well, no, they're like diametrically opposed. They're diametrically opposed. Okay, focus. Well, I can't do it. I can't do it at all. Yeah, everything on the alpha side is implied to have happened the same way up to Trickster mode. Absolutely. Yeah, either way, I like the idea of Caliborn just, like, continuing to refer to her as a drunkard, even though she's really tackled that issue, like, quite well. I try to do a Texas and British accent, and it sounds just like throwing... it's basically accent vomit, is what it is in my head. I can hone this skill and become a Texan British voice actor. There we go. Let's see. As odd as it seems, that actually does go pretty far in letting me know something about both of you. Oh? My relationship with her was rather complicated, but I've come to see that is mostly my fault. I was too young to understand her. I never even got the chance to misunderstand my mom, or grown-up you. I didn't get to misunderstand her in person, more like as a legendary figure, because I grew up 400 years after she died. Ah, right. I think I'm going to have to call the contest early. Yours is the more interesting biography by quite a lot. Not really. Not to me, at least. I was lonely. I thought about her to pass the time. She was pretty amazing, at least according to history. She wrote hella books about wizards and wrote a genocidal fat man down a waterfall of blood. She wrote hella books about wizards. Yeah, they were famous and good and everything. Oh, God. It sounds like I fumbled into the wrong line of work. There's no money in the suburb business. Well, there is. It just comes in incredibly stupid denominations, which are not particularly useful. Do you have copies of these books? Yes, I do. There are copies back on my planet. Assuming John didn't retcon them away like a book thief and sneak. That would be funny. No more books. No more books. I would really love to read them sometime if you wouldn't mind. No, not at all. By the way, this is Kanaya. Sorry for the combination of bad manners and general dumbfoundedness, which precluded a more timely introduction. Hello. Hey, that's a nice name, and also you're really pretty. Thank you. I admire the aesthetics of your name and appearance as well, and in no small part due to their respective similarity to your daughters. Wow, man, that was somehow both a convoluted thing to say and yet smooth as hell. I'm impressed. Welcome to Mariam City. Population, a whole lot of great remarks like that. But yes, I'll get you the books. They're great, and they make me want to write my own wizard books. Did you? Yeah, sorta. Could I read them? Hey, you got to read mine. Yeah, but you were like an old pro when you wrote yours. They were freaking masterpiece wizard fics. They won Pulitzers and shit. Did they really? I don't know, probably. Oh. But I don't know, they were just very good. So the ancient prize scholars, I'm sure, were like, dude, these wizards, they're all really fucking good, and give them all awards and shut down the awards, but not because of the looming apocalypse, just because you literally cannot do better than these wizards. I can live with that. It's always been one of my professional goals to write tales of magical men so provocative that they would cause a permanent, unceremonious dissolution of at least one prestigious award. So yeah, I don't know, but I guess you can see, but it's a pale ghost of a story compared to your stuff, and also it's kind of weird. I like weird. Yeah, just your opinions mean a lot to me, and I'm nervous. You might think it sucks. But I never even wrote the masterpieces you read. I think you may have a view of my abilities, which I haven't done yet. Really, I'm not that good. I have my own story drafts, which you can read if you like. They're nothing special, frankly. Oh, really? Oh, man, that sounds like fun. Oh, my goodness. I love it so much. They're so cute. I'm so happy that they get to hang out. Oh, my God. Every time we throw up, we're being Texas Englishmen. Beautiful. If that's the thing you take away from the stream years into the future, let it be that. Let's see. LeBonding? It's LeBonding, clearly. Let's see. That's what caught Rose's attention at the murdered waterfall of blood part. Honestly, I think killing people that need to be killed is pretty par for the course for the suburb kids at this point. Like, they're just they have to kill villains. It's how it goes. If during your manuscript exchange you need someone to read over your shoulder, say to proofread or purge each sentence of punctuation and capitalize the first letter of every word, I'd be happy to volunteer. Strictly professionally, of course, and not because I really want to read your wizard things too. I really want to read your wizard things too. I hope that's okay. Kanaya is so cute. Why is everybody so adorable in this part of the comic? Oh my goodness. Yeah, sure, it's okay. Kanaya, sorry, me and Rose are babbling away here to each other. We don't mean to be excluding you. It's fine. I am thoroughly enjoying my role as a spectator. I know that Rose has been looking forward to this a lot, and that she's received similarly vicarious and politely passive enjoyment from the interactions I had with my ancestor. So now I will just resume the politely passive part of it. You don't gotta. Jump in whenever you're feeling like it. I love meeting new trolls. Well, at least when they're not evil or something. Love them, not evil trolls, like the cranky one over there in the rad ruby shades. Terezi. Yeah, she's a boss. That's a pretty fair way to describe the attitude of anyone higher than me on the Hema spectrum. But yes, you are right. And also, lest we forget dear Neperi. Neperi? You mean Feferi? No, Neperi! She was a dear precious soul. She was my sprite. Guess she never happened in this version of stuff, though? Dang. That's sad, but maybe not as quite as sad as her existing than exploding. I'm confused. Well, whatever. Wonder what else is even different. Well, you died. I did? Yes, while pushing me out of the way of a fork. So thank you for that, retroactively, and to a different version of you. Jeez. Yeah, I had a really similar thing happen in my timeline. Also involving a fork. And even though you're okay now, it's still almost too sad to even talk about. Yeah, we didn't get to exchange even a single word before you were gone. All I could think was, how could this be happening again? Luckily, the sense of misery was short-lived, though. It wasn't long before I was informed that the incident was part of something bigger taking shape, and that John was on his way with a different version of you. I had no idea what a different version of you actually entailed, but I wasn't about to quibble. I was so relieved. Same, although instead of waiting for you to come back, I had to jump through all these hoops with John and then go through some different stuff. I may have thrown an impromptu funeral for your alt you dead body. Sorry, you did. Yep, sorry if that sounds weird, and I knew I was coming to meet a new version of you, but it helped me with, feelings about people I left behind. A funeral. Wow, that... Sorry for this, if it comes off as odd, but that is so mom of you. Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. I like your mom. Me too. Aww. Anytime Rose indicates that she actually liked her mom makes me feel emotions, honestly. If there's one thing from the original, few acts of Homestuck that sticks with me, it's, Rose's, weird, ironic relationship with her mother. That moment of relief when your team mom gets killed, but she's respawning everything, so it's fine. The problem is that, like, I do think that they're not treating the gravity of, like, the duplicates very heavily. Like, they're all very different people that lived lives and that those lives were worthwhile. But, I don't know. There's a lot of hand-waviness about, like, the versions of them that were lost. The versions of them that we spent the most time with, honestly. Luckily, they're not too different, it seems, after spending a little bit of time with them. But different enough. I don't mean to be too analytical about getting to know you, really. I guess comparisons are a little hard for me to avoid, since the adult version of you played such a significant role in my life. So I can't help seeing the similarities when they are there. But also, you're just so clearly your own person, shaped by your own experiences, and that is the person I would prefer to get to know, rather than a young avatar for the memory of a departed parent. Yet, this is the context which somewhat inescapably colors my perception of what you reveal. So while some observations are in the vein of the predictable, charmingly so, mind you, others I regard as surprising. What about me is surprising? Well, you aren't. You don't quite seem like a person who... I don't want you to ask anything. I don't want to ask anything that would sound rude to you or spiteful to her, because I don't feel that conflicted about this anymore. Particularly since I had my own troubles with it, so it would be pretty hypocritical. Oh, they can bond over dealing with their alcohol issues. Oh. Fucked up that Dave sprite was just killed off screen. Yeah, I mean, that is. See, there have been countless versions of them that have been wiped from existence, and they not only know that they've met those versions themselves. Yeah, like there's just been so much of like throwing away other versions of themselves. Quite frankly, like it makes sense that they've been desensitized to it. It's kind of dark in that way. It's kind of dark, and the tone of the comic doesn't really betray how dark it is. You know what I mean? But it is dark. Let's see. Let me back up a little. It was a long ride on the media. One experiences things over a few years, given a lot of time to think, changes and such. About halfway through, I started thinking more about Mom and about you, knowing that I'd probably meet you and, I don't know, live up to the experience. It's silly, but I'm guessing you understand what I mean. Basically, I was nervous. It was all mixed up feelings of conflict and remorse over my mother, who, to my hazy preteen recollection, never wasted a day in my life on sobriety. She and her habit put up all those days to quite effective use, actually, and I don't even quite remember the thought process that led to this, but I sort of ran with it too. The habit, I mean. For a while, at least. I was still distraught about losing her and wanted to understand her, to connect with her in some way, and I guess that was the only idea I had. And on some level, I think connecting with her was also a way of preparing myself to meet you, even though that probably makes no sense, since you aren't literally her and don't share all of her. Well, I guess I shouldn't speak for you, though. So you're saying you're surprised I'm unlike her in that way because I don't seem like someone who'd get drunk off her ass all the time? Well, I guess I should be flattered if you really think so, but wrong? Oh my goodness. This is amazing. Yeah, Homestuck is good at treating dark subjects in a light tone without losing the seriousness of them. It really is, actually. I've been very impressed at the way that it's managed to maintain its tone while still addressing, like, actually impactful issues. It's very unique in that regard. So my story's kind of like yours. I had a mom I never knew and wanted to feel close to her however I could. I grew up mostly unsupervised in her old house, and it has all this old stuff in it, plus some old booze squirreled away here and there. And I just started up even though I was way too young for shit like that. Whoops. And like I said, it was a bit like, I was a bit light on discipline around then, and it's not like a bunch of silly pumpkin eaters were going to stop me. Pumpkin eaters? Chess guys. Loads of them. But yeah, I wanted to be like her and do what she did, but mostly just made a hot catastrophe of myself. I doubt that's what she would have wanted. At the time, it seemed like a cool thing a real intellectual and a mysterious book celebrity would do while also leading a badass, secretly subversive life in opposition of tyranny. But what I think is more likely is she knew that the whole world would end and everyone would die no matter what she did, which was probably hard to live with. I don't know if I can blame the old lady for wanting to get a wee bit sauce after a couple of rapping clowns won a presidential election. Yeah, wait, what? Clowns? Long story, bad story, please continue. Okay, yes, I'm sure my mother knew that the end was coming too. Knowing that helped put a lot of her behavior in context for me. I was always too young to understand. Poor moms. Poor adult dead sexy lady usses. I love Roxy so much. I love Roxy so much. Speaking of chess guys, where they be? Queening. Possibly. Let's see. Homestuck from the start has had one of the biggest themes be futility and survival on the face of it, which has been really good. And Roxy's arc in the previous intermission was a really good iteration of that, I think. Let's see. Yes, it sounds like your Rose had an incredible career, but all things considered, I prefer being kid alive, sexy lady me. Agree. I know what you mean about being nervous. About meeting you, I mean. Maybe nervous isn't quite right, but when I started thinking about meeting you is when I started thinking I should try being not quite such a mess. So I started taking the idea of cleaning up my act more seriously. Ultimately, I concluded the same thing. I decided it wouldn't be very dignified way to make an entrance, or for that matter, a very constructive way to help out in a struggle to preserve reality. Luckily, I was able to cut it out a while ago. I admit it wasn't easy, but it helped to have a lot of people around looking out for me. Poke, boop. Kanaya sits poked, boop. Yeah, I had friends help me out too. I couldn't have done it without them either. I never had IRL friends before this trip. It's interesting to observe the various ways they apply themselves to your benefit. Some people are around to make you feel like you're worth sticking with even when you fuck up. And some people are around to kick your ass to make sure you don't. I think I always had to play the latter part to my friends a lot, and also to myself, I guess. Who kicked your ass? Was it the yelly guy over there? No, Cawcat was mostly preoccupied with his own shenanigans. The yelling is deceptive. He's a rather private person. Vriska, however, she really is quite an extravagant bitch. But it turns out that they tend to have some convenient assets, such as the sheer force of personality to keep a bunch of idiots from falling apart. Don't get me wrong, it's quite annoying, but useful. Yeah, I probably would have been more of a bitch to all of my peeps. Maybe we wouldn't, or I probably should have been a bit more of a bitch to all my peeps. Maybe we wouldn't have all gone to jail and died. Let it be a lesson to us all. Oh god, there's still more. There's still more. Yeah, and I think this conversation, does help recontextualize the Vriska segment before. That makes it look like Vriska single-handedly did everything. And it kind of gives it a more nuanced view. There are definitely some things that, Vriska, it's not that Vriska didn't do nothing. She definitely, kicked Rose's ass in gear. But, Rose also attributes it to the support system around her. So Vriska, nudged everything back onto a timeline that makes sense. That is valid. Obviously, Vriska's presence was necessary for this for some reason, because Andrew Hussie decided it. But I do like that they're addressing the fact that, hey, Vriska's impact, because from their perspective, Vriska's just there. They don't see this weird difference between Game Over timeline and this timeline, because to them, it's not so significant. It's interesting. Yeah, Vriska was the butterfly effect, not the direct cause of everything. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Vriska helped, but not by doing anything particularly on purpose. Exactly. Apart from, the weird prototyping in Lord English stuff, which, again, did Gamzee tell? I don't know. Whatever. Either it'll explain it or it won't because it's related to Gamzee. Also, I have to assume Gamzee lives through this timeline because he's in the Masterpiece. But at least that's explained, how Gamzee was in the Masterpiece. Let's see. Seriously, though, it's so nice hearing your stories, especially the similarities of stuff we experienced. Wizards and writing and mom stuff, and even bad things we went through. And obviously, we're similar by DNA and all, but even so, it still feels comforting that even if you flip the universe upside down and change it all around, pull us apart by centuries, kill humans off, flood the world, we're still connected to each other in a mysterious way that goes beyond genes and circumstance. And I think that is some tight freaking noise to consider. I'm considering right now, and yes, that noise, it is so tight. Aw, and everybody's happy tear smiling. Hey, what are we all talking about over here? Damn it, Dave! There we go! 2 out of 8. 2 out of 8. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick to take a quick little intermission. And I'll be back in a minute or two so that we can tackle who's talking now. Oh, this isn't going to be great. Jake, Tavros, and Vriska. Okay, yeah, I got to go pee. I believe next we have... Oh, God, Vriska, Tavros, and Jake. You know, this could also, like, not be terrible. This could not be terrible. It's outrageous. It's unfair. But, you know, it's funny. In Act 5, I never dreaded having Vriska in a conversation. Despite everything, I really enjoyed always, like, reading her stuff and voice acting her and everything. I don't know why I'm filled with this sense of dread when I see her name now. Maybe it's just, like, seeing a different way she could have gone. But, let's see. 2 pages? It's a book. It's a book. But I never had this experience with Vriska before. So... Tavros, is it okay if we pretend to have a conversation over here for a while? So that I look busy and not come off as such a big doofus as I feel like? I can oblige and also personally identify with that idea and the feelings of self-lameness behind it. But I could also help out with a real conversation too instead of a fake one. In fact, maybe we already have even said enough words together just now for that to qualify. Oh, Tavros Sprite, you have always been the one ray of light shining through the clouds in what has otherwise been an emotionally stormy game experience for me. I'm so grateful that you found it in your ghostly bosom to drift over to Lomax now and cheer me up. Often enough to give me a real pick-me-up when feeling blue over friend problems, but just seldom enough to feel like a rare delight when you did. Yeah, I was under strict instruction from Vriska to not interfere with the timeline much for lots of months, so I didn't say hello often. She helped me be back alive, so I owed her that much on one hand. But on the other, I think she was just doing her bossy thing for the sake of telling me what to do. And I didn't see how just being friendly sometimes was even changing the timeline much, or why that idea even mattered, because it seemed like most of you all here never did much important stuff anyway. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Tavros. He's not wrong. They didn't do shit. The applicants didn't do shit for most of the comic. Oh my goodness. It's like watching someone get a ton of development and then backslide to 1 minute. Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't even know if she's going to get all that development again. You know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like she's just going to go down a completely different route. Like she already has. They had relationship problems and killed skeletons. Yeah, like, that's it. And then they got high and died. Exactly. That's it. Haha, it's true. More tip-top wisdom from that stage bulk-headed noggin of yours. Why do you want to be pretend talking even though it's real and look busy to your friends? I'm not up to all this socialization yet. Maybe I never will be. I feel like he's talking to you, but all these others, I don't know. It feels really awkward, and I think I lost most of my prior bravado due to a lot of bad things that happened with my friends. What happened with them? I just messed up with everyone in a lot of ways I'm doing best to even talk about. And even now I feel gun-shy about everything, I guess. Even polite conversation with fun new people I should be thrilled to meet. I couldn't even set things right with my buddies now if I wanted to. Jane is asleep, so I can't make amends with her after she became an angry robot and punched me in the gut and jailed me and threatened me with eternal marriage and baby-making duties. So that did happen. Now, she sure was brainwashed when she did it, but I'm sure I did some stuff to deserve it. Dirk is still off somewhere, so I can't even address that whole spicy meatball, which I still feel terrible about. And Roxy, well, okay, Roxy is right there, but look at her. She's having a blast with all these people she actually really likes and who are probably actually likable. She probably wants something to do with me either, so I might as well do her the courtesy of leaving her alone. Aww. Poor Jake. That whole, like, being with people she really likes and are actually likable. Poor Jake. Oh, no. Oh, this poor guy. Oh. But isn't she waving at you and saying hello right now? Due almost certainly to overhearing you talking about her name. Hi, Jake! Jake has been through some stuff. Also, still confused on the whole prospect thing and who had little Cal this whole time. Lil Cal If everything went about the same, should be with Union Jack, right? At this point, who only got Cal because of Gamzee? I mean, I have to assume that Vriska did it. I have to assume that Vriska did it. It's just an assumption, though, because, like, we haven't seen it. But it just, like, it seems like everything is going the same way except for Vriska just did the Gamzee thing. So that's one of those things where I don't like making too many assumptions, but it's like the comic is just saying, hey, mainly just, like, go ahead and do the thing. Also, I find it interesting. Lil Cal is only really useful for the eyes, right? Is it possible that the eyes are the actual Juju rather than the puppet himself? Because Union Jack takes the eyes out and puts them in. And they're still effective. And we only see the Juju interact with the eyes themselves. So, I don't know. That's just a thought. Yeah, there's 2 Jujus and 1 will be destroyed. That's fair. Jake also had one of the 2 most heroic moments in the comic and no one remembers them at all. That's fair, and that's kind of sad. That's really sad. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, we only ever see the eyes actually matter with Cal. So. But, let's continue. Oh, yeah, it would seem that she is. Those are probably pity waves, though. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I've been the getter almost exclusively of the pity versions of various deeds directed at me, and I think that's not what she's doing. Those are normal waves and hellos. You should probably do one of those things back to her. Hi, Jake! Jake, damn it! Hi! Oh, sorry. Hi, Roxy. You're with us again, and I like that. Nice, bro. Keep working at behaviors of that sort. Your self-esteem will get bigger. I like that. Thunderations! What a fucking clod I am. I really need to keep a lower profile. Even basic pleasantries are a bit above my huckleberry for now. I get it. Self-esteem is probably the hardest emotion to master. It helps to have help. And I appreciate it, Mr. Tavros Sprite. I really do. No, I mean not from me. Do you have a fantasy phantom representing your self-esteem who you can look up to? A phantom? Because I did once, and it really helped me. And then he became real, and he really helped me. But not because of believing or anything, just because of coincidence he happened to be my ancestor. When your friend dies and comes back to life somehow and you say, I like that. Yeah, Jake's a little bit awkward. I see all the Juju rules discussion in chat, and I'm just going to be like, lol Jujus over here. I'm just going to be over here and just be like, yep, lol Jujus. Though I will say, if we assume that the Juju is actually the eyes and not the puppet itself, then technically the Juju never gets destroyed. Which complicates more things. But it's the entire thing as far as you're aware? Okay. Interesting. Well, yes, I suppose I have something like that. A brain ghost of my friend Dirk who visits me sometimes. I guess he represents my self-esteem, but I don't know how helpful he actually is. Why? Because of all the consternation that my relationship with the real Dirk has caused me. He says all the right things to make me feel better about myself, but then when he visits my brain, I never actually feel that comfortable or good about myself. I just kind of feel weird and truthfully spend most of the time hoping he just goes away, and he probably knows that too because he's my brain, and that makes him feel weirder. I see. So your brain is complicated then. I'm guessing it's because you're some sort of genius. Really? Yes, absolutely. I have a sense for these things. Yes, Genius Jake. Let's see. Gosh. Maybe instead of listening to the upsetting words of a complicated brain ghost, what a brilliant mind like you needs is something simpler, like listening to the nice and flattering words of a real friend. Maybe you're right. Not related to that, have I mentioned you're actually quite handsome for a human? Wow, you think? Also, you have a very dashing personality and seem pretty strong, and your very small pair of creamy-looking pants is really cool. Holy cow, you're right, Tavros Sprite. Those are nice observations about me. Why, they really do seem to be making me feel at least infinitesimally better about myself. What a chum! This is only the beginning of the feels-good feelings you can force inside you through the repetitive mentionings of such things about you, but also through developing yourself as a brave, alive hero. It's too late for me to do that since I lived a weak life, died, and was lucky enough to have found a friend with a good enough heart to bring me back. But only as a spiritual guide, such as the one floating before you. So I can't be that heroically great anymore by tragic definition, but you can. You're living, strong, nice, and of even higher importance, immortal. So that gives you, by my estimation, literally forever to get better and better and better and finally prove yourself. That way you can win your friends over and everyone will like you again. Boy shitting howdy! Just imagine from hobbledehoy to hero. Wouldn't that be a spiffy predicament? Just razz my berries. Tavros, would you leave the poor kid alone? What sort of nonsense are you telling him? Nothing. Oh, bullshit. You're filling his head with lies, aren't you? No, it's just a basic conversation, not about any topics you're probably going to say you would disapprove of. No, Vriska, no. No, Vriska, no. Don't do this. Don't do this. Oh. Yeah, chat is very argumentative today. Like, guys, calm down and let's all see Vriska destroy Mr. English over here. Page time, no thieves wanted. But she's a book thief. Hey, kid, what's he telling you? What's your name again? Jape? Yes, sure. No, it's not Jape. Wrong. Who even cares? Your overly simplistic human names all sound so alike to me. Anyway, so listen, Jape. Whatever load of shit he's selling you in a misguided effort to cheer you up, don't listen to him. It's all a bunch of sappy, delusional garbage. I'm not gonna let you down easy, and someday you'll realize this is the biggest favor anyone's ever done for you. You are never going to do anything important, and you'll never amount to anything. Period. Neither is Tavros. Wait, no, now hold on. No, you hold on, Tavros. You've had more than enough chances to prove you could be a relevant contributor to our adventure, but you blew it every step of the way. It's time to face the facts. You're never going to have that big moment that vindicates your arc of personal development. It's just not going to happen. No, I know that. I just admitted that. You weren't listening to our... And it's not going to happen for Jape here either, so stop filling his head with nonsense. Also, Vriska is just canonically wrong. Like, Vriska's just literally canonically wrong. It literally happened in pre-Retcon, and we know it happens in the masterpiece. So, yeah, Vriska's definitely, like, projecting her weird feelings. But, yeah, like, this is, oh, gosh. I have a Discord with a spoiler chat, but I'm not supposed to look at. But if you're gonna go in there just to fight, don't do it, because I'm technically not supposed to moderate it, and I will risk spoilers if people tell me that there's like actually bad fighting going on in there. So please don't fucking do it. Like, civil discussions, please, if you guys have it. Yeah, usually if you're having like argumentation and like it's all in good fun and stuff, usually DMs is the place for that. But they're going to strife. Yeah, I just like, it's an area where I literally am not supposed to waltz in and be like, hey guys, fucking cool it. So if I have to do that and I get spoiled, I'm gonna be pissed. Because I've heard of arguments happening in that chat before from like my wife who mods, and it's like, I'm like, oh, you're asking for their Discord? Yeah, okay, got you. No, that's cool. I was putting it there for anybody who's not part of it. If you guys would like to continue discussions, just letting people know, like, please be nice. Please be nice. That's all I ask. But let's go back to Vriska being a bitch. It's not gonna happen here for Jape anyway. Yeah, no, it does happen for him. I can just smell it off him. He's just like you, really. A loser is a loser. Here's the bottom line. Pages just suck. All of them do. They can't ever just seem to get it together. I think it just happens to be the class players get when they're stuck that players get stuck with if they're naturally that sort of person. It doesn't mean that they don't have value as people, but they never have anything significant to contribute, so they really should just stay out of the way. There's a certain quiet dignity in understanding your utterly crippling limitations as an individual. Ideally, a very quiet dignity, so that the important people can still hear themselves think. Okay, but what about all that big page potential? That's also a lot of misleading horse shit and really kind of a cruel stipulation of the class, to be honest. It makes losers think that there's actually some light at the end of the long tunnel, so it keeps them dreaming instead of facing the facts. Sure, they could all reach that potential if they worked really hard for a long time, but don't you get it? The very nature of who they are prohibits that. They don't have what it takes to stick it out to the end because they're too weak mentally. So it's just a game playing nasty jokes on them, like dangling a carrot at the end of a ridiculously long stick. Only an asshole would knowingly play along with such a vicious hoax. Oh no! Any form of friendship encouragement, no matter what, is universally great, I think. We all learned this as a fact from lots of things we see and enjoy in stories and stuff. Oh my fucking god. No! Tavro Sprite! She's right. She's right. Vriska, look what you did. You made my friend Jape sad. It's Jake. Don't listen to her and come here, buddy, for a reassuring embrace. Tavros, don't you fucking touch him. Remember, you've only been prototyped once. Do you really want to fuse into an internal monstrosity with that weenie? God, what a weenie singularity that would be. Maybe I should just stand back and let it happen. For science. Also, it would serve you right. Oh yeah, we'll get a load of this, actually. No, you're right. Of course, I won't hug him because that sounds really bad. Sorry, Jape. Ugh. Oh, God. Let's see. Vriska getting meta here, but also seeing things through her own lens. That's very fair. Like, she believes everything she says. She's just wrong. She's just verifiably wrong. Oh. Hey, pretty boy Jude. Hello. Welcome to a painful conversation. Yeah, are confidently wrong. Exactly. I'm glad you could make it. Oh, actually, we made it past the painful conversation, and now we're going to Team Scourge. Vriska, shouldn't we get back to our strategy meeting soon? Yeah, pretty soon. It's like we used to say in the old days. Time is dead, kids. Believe me, I haven't forgotten. That's as true now as it was ever was. Only difference is now we're working together to prevent the bodies from piling up. We still have a time before we need to get serious anyway. When you're managing a team, you need to balance things. Gotta keep morale up, you know? The troops have been itching for a feel-good moment like this for a long time. As a competent leader/power gamer extraordinaire, it's incumbent to me to recognize that and cut them a little bit of slack. Give them a little space to remember what they're all fighting for, you know? Yeah, great point. We could do the same, you know? Over the last few years, we've had many great times and buried all the old hatchets deep enough that I think it's easy to take our relationship for granted. Doesn't hurt to remind ourselves how lucky we both are and how close we came to going in completely different directions. Anyway, I'm glad this is the path we chose. I couldn't ask for a better morale. Me either. I don't know how I would have lived with myself if I had gone through with it, and we'd be dead if I haven't. Thank God for Egbert. Never tell him I said this, but for a door keys... Let's just say you did a good job training him once upon a time. You power gamer extraordinaire. I'm out of my drink. Just to show how confusing the cow timeline is, apparently both you and Spice were arguing the exact same point at each other. So many things in life are like that, honestly. So many things in life would be true. We'd be dead if I hadn't. I hate that she believes this so much it's true. That's not why she dies at all. That's fair. But apparently Skaya has it in it to confirm every, terrible assumption Vriska makes about herself and everybody makes about Vriska. She does die because of a different Circad. Speaking of which, never really talked about Aranea in this timeline. Not even mentioned Aranea. She truly has died in obscurity. Let's see. Hey, so did you. Some version of yourself was badass enough to write down all the instructions in her own blood just before she died. Sounds like a real hero to me. That's true. Pre-Retcon Terezi was a goddamn hero. Now, you notice where's Melody? I assume that they're doing something with life. Sometimes I wonder what things would be like if we never had our falling out. It was a lot like this back in the old days, remember? Just hanging out, working together. Not much drama, except I guess for the occasional ethical debate on how our foes should be dealt with. What if it never spiraled out of control? If I never blinded you? If you never blew off my arm? What if you had decided to send John back to change all that instead? I didn't write those instructions myself, but I'm sure I never considered it. Everything we went through back then made us stronger. It was something to work to put behind us, not erase. Something that was worth the effort. Yeah. Oh, a little morale symbol here. So this is actually kind of sweet. Like, the fact that, like, Terezi and Vriska are getting along here. This is actually sweeter than I expected from this conversation. But, Scourge's true definition is the zombies from WoW. Get out of here. Oh god, Carcat. Shout, blither, blather, blah, blurs, blah, blah, Nimmencoat, blah, 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 gossip, hummery, lobotomy, hobbits, shout, 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 screech, holler, brainless, gushing, yammer, twats. Oh god, what's he going on about? Sounds like he's yelling at Dave and John about something. So John's been here for all of 5 minutes. He already tripped Carcat's tirade siren. He's not actually angry. He's embarrassed about something. My ear is finely tuned to all the Vantrum nuances. I like that Vantrum. Embarrassed about what? Think he might actually be bent out of shape over the fact that he's not leader anymore? No way, it's something very personal. I wonder if John's been asking what the deal is with him and Dave. John was pretty nosy, if I recall. June is a little nosy. June is a little bit nosy. I think it's more likely that Dave is just rambling sans filter again. Yeah, he does it a lot, doesn't he? Hey, as long as we're swearing to each other to secrecy on stuff, make absolutely sure they never know I said this, but he and Carcat are kind of adorable? In whatever quadrant the whole situation settled in, I wouldn't know. It's none of my business, really. I just never would have guessed. Agreed. I guess we got stuck to ourselves mostly, and Rose and Kanaya were all, so I left them and their cute mayor sidekick to sort things out amongst each other without interfering from a bunch of crazy, fucked up girls. I'm happy for them. And for me, too. If you hadn't been around, I have a feeling I would have gotten sucked into some weird bullshit with both of them. Sounds rough. I guess that's one more bullet dodged, thanks to yours truly. Guess so, geek. This is like, okay, have fun, Spicy. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good day. You love this part with Vriska because it's like the weirdest, most bittersweet situation possible. She's finally alive at the center of all things, which is everything she talked about. But she's not the happy Vriska. But yeah, Terezi is genuinely better off. She is. And like seeing that Vriska helped keep Terezi away from falling into like a weird dependency on all the boys of the Meteor is a good look. Again, I want to attribute that also to Terezi's message to her past self. I don't know. It's such a weird storytelling choice to just bring Vriska back from pre-Retcon. It's just such an odd storytelling choice. She is sort of dependent on Vriska, which is what I was talking about earlier. We'll see. I hope that breaks apart a little bit, or turns out to be not as evident as it is now. But has he been talking about bringing Vriska back before she died? That's true. Just not the Vriska I thought that Hussie was gonna bring back. Gonna miss you. Sure you have to get going soon? So where is Vriska going in all of this? I'm very curious. Yeah, I can't waste much more time. Just have to get all these goofballs squared away, then I'm off. Oh. Is something wrong? No, well, not really. Nothing important. What is it? It's dumb. You'll probably laugh at me. No, I won't. Come on, tell me. What good is having a morale you don't feel like you can talk to? I don't know. I'm not sure I can even put my finger on what's bugging me. I feel like I should be psyched for the battle ahead, like pumped to kill some bad guys and finally end this. But I just feel a little weird, especially knowing that you won't be here. What does me not being here have to do with anything? What if, when it's time to fight and people really need me to use my powers, whatever I'm supposed to be able to do, what if it turns out that I'm not actually that good? But you already proved you are. Another version of you basically saved us all, remember? I know, but that was a different me who went through some things I never went through and probably figured out how to be awesome and heroic along the way. I never did any of that, and I certainly don't feel awesome and heroic yet. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Terezi, the future Terezi didn't feel awesome and heroic either at all. So you're in a pretty solid spot. Hussie hates the other Vriska, though, because that Vriska rejected him. That's fair. That's fair. I just went over them being Morels and ignored it? I mean, no. I mentioned it. It's interesting. Like, sure. But I don't know if they necessarily have the healthiest relationship based on some of the stuff that I've seen. Like, I guess being a Morel, there is literally a level of dependency there. But, Terezi self-doubt always happens, though, guys. Like, Terezi is literally a ball of self-doubt since Cascade. Yeah. Let's see. And this probably sounds really dumb, but it kind of makes me feel guilty. Guilty? Why? Because she's pretty much sacrificed herself to make things better. Specifically better for me, I think. To let me lead a better life, presumably. To fix my problems, I guess. But I don't feel fixed. I actually feel kind of a weird sense of pressure. To be the best version of myself. Like, the most productive and heroic and well-adjusted Terezi in Paradox Space. But I'm definitely not that Terezi. Okay, you're being way too hard on yourself here. I really doubt that that's what the other version of you intended. That's not even how shit works. People just don't get fixed. Even if circumstances change, you have a smoother ride. You're always going to have flaws. I guess you should just try to be the best version of yourself. But I think it's also important to be okay with the fact that you aren't perfect. I've got my flaws too, obviously, but I'm mostly okay with them. Vriska being actually very, very good here. Giving Terezi healthy advice. Like, and actually showing a little bit of vulnerability, saying, hey, she's got flaws, but, like, she's okay with them. So the interesting thing about this relationship is that it's not overtly, like, incredibly absolutely unhealthy, like Terezi and Gamzee's seem to be. But there are some good aspects here. Vriska is being genuinely encouraging to Terezi in her time of need. But there is an emotional codependence here that seems to be evident. So it's less complex, I think, than just being like, oh, it's completely unhealthy. Because there are some good things, and clearly it has helped Terezi avoid a more disastrous path. Though it's still not okay with Vriska's weird emotional manipulation. Or even Terezi's... I don't know. I don't know if I've seen too much evidence of Terezi being emotionally manipulative towards Vriska. But there's still time. There's still time to see more unhealth in this relationship. Wow, you don't say. Hey, shut up. I'm just trying to offer a little perspective here. Yeah, I know. You're right. I'll try to forget about this stuff and just focus on helping out the team. It'll be hard doing it without you, but I guess I've managed to do it before, even if I don't remember. Yeah, you'll be fine. I know you can do it. Yeah, it's a real relationship with both good and bad aspects to it. Who'd have thought? I mean, that's fair. Like, that's very fair. When will I see you again? Someday. I'll do my best to shorten the wait for you as much as I can, using time travel or whatever nonsense I may have at my disposal. When all is said and done, I'll drop by Earth and look you up. I can't wait. What is Vriska doing? What is Vriska trying to do? When all is said and done, I'll drop by Earth and look you up. So she doesn't plan on going to Earth with them when they deploy Earth in Universe C. Because that's what I'm assuming the plan is, because Jade has a little pocket Earth. So they take Earth, they win the game, they go to Universe C, they deploy Earth, that's where Caliborn is born. So Vriska's not planning... Is Vriska not planning on going to the new universe? Huh. And as always, rhetorical. Anyways, back to the actual reading and less theorizing. I can't wait. Blither, blather, blither. Tavros, would you leave the poor kid alone? What sort of nonsense are you telling him? Let's see. And then we're halfway through. Guys, when is a good stopping point? Is after these 8 conversations a good stopping point? Because we're almost to the 3-hour mark, which means that it's about to start looking towards where we should end. Or is there a better stopping point within range, I guess, would be the best way of putting it. Let's see. Hello, everyone. Dave, we were in the middle of something here. In the middle of what? A series of heartfelt conversations of a personal nature. Oh, I guess I'm in the middle of those too now. I'm feeling heartfelt as fuck. Somebody boned me up on the shit. One cannot simply be boned up on shit such as this. You had to be there. Oh, come on. Wizards, problems, feelings. It was your standard tale of two estranged mutual mothers. Any questions? Yes, lots. Okay, can you maybe sit over there for a while and write them all down? Let's see. We stopping soon? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what a good place to stop would be based on, because we still have half of the conversations here, and we've been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Rose, this accumulation of people is coming dangerously close to what your culture might process as a human familial unit. This is a foreign idea to me, and probably a private matter to you, so I think I'll leave you alone and go talk to some trolls. Personally, I think you should welcome Dave into the fold of your poignant reverie. From my cultural point of view, at least he has as much claim to a sense of ancestral connection to your mother as you. See you, everybody. Yeah, man, can I enter the rescue with the smart shit to say as usual? Utterly destroyed again by her superior sense of reason and decorum, though I do wonder if her perspective would be different if she thought she had to manage a relationship with a twin brother. Okay, but who cares about that? So, Rose, it's our mom. Hey, Mom. Hi! Well, not Mom. Your actual name instead of that, I guess. Roxy, I think? You think right. Mom's okay too, though. I don't know, that might be weird, calling you that all the time. Rose, would that be weird? It would probably get a little weird, yeah. So, Mom. Oh, Dave. Rosemary's a good relationship. Oh, Dave, immediately going in with the, like, yeah, so Mom. That got me. I'm just gonna jump right into the fucking frying pan here. Like, tape off of a no bullshit zone for a while, if that's okay. In a frying pan in the no bullshit zone? Sounds intense. Who's manning this pan and who gave him clearance for the no BS zone? Captain Sirius is at the pan. He's got the go-ahead from Lieutenant Doesn't Fuck Around to the Hard Attack Armada. Isn't Lieutenant a lower rank than Captain? Who put this dude in charge of such an important pan? I don't know. Maybe it is. Okay, like, it's cool that you even know that fact, but this is kind of the exact kind of fuckery that the no BS zone doesn't cotton to, no matter what sort of cookware is involved or what pseudo-military organization regulates its borders. I just have some questions about you and stuff in general, so rather than mumble through a conversation that sounds mostly like the stuff we literally already just got done saying, sweet though that might be, I'm gonna machine gun some shit at you, lightning round style. A machine gun lightning round in a frying pan? God damn! I know, right? So, you are my biological mother. Yes. And Rose's. Yes. And therefore bear at least partial and, like, biologically incidental responsibility for why we both are so fucked up. Yes. But you yourself are a paradox clone. I guess? Which means you didn't even have bio parents. You originated from yourself. Guess so. So you really don't have anyone to blame for who you are except weirdly and paradoxically yourself. Yes? Dave's being a little weird champ, guys. Dave's being a little weird champ with this. Dave? Wait, okay. So, sorry if that sounded rude. I didn't mean it rudely. I just mean you did have a parental figure who you, I guess, modeled yourself after in a way, or were influenced by, an old version of Rose from a long time ago. Yes! And my bro was the same way, or your friend, Dirk! So he's a paradox clone of himself, and he, like, did the kind of same thing, modeled himself after... Why don't we not talk about Dirk? Can we change the subject? You brought him up! I know. Look, I bring up a whole lot of things, and I have to backtrack on a lot of things I bring up, because sometimes the things I bring up are ill-advised to say, or make people uncomfortable, or make me uncomfortable. It's just a thing about me. Let's see. So can Roxy also call herself Mom? Lol. Ooh, just had a thought. Do I do a lightning round at you next? I guess so, yeah. It depends on if you want to keep sitting in this goddamn pan. I don't know. Maybe our asses are getting too hot. Maybe you should speak for yourself. Dave! Shit! Oh, God, no, Dave. Dave, you gotta calm down. You gotta calm down with the hitting on Roxy. I love it so much. I love it so much. No, Mom, look, Roxy, it's just like I was saying. I can just say things I can just say things that it's just like this force of nature no one can control or even try to, least of all me. We just have to cross our fingers and hope for the best, and that my one-man verbal slapstick routine isn't too Freudian in nature, or at least not that often. Anyway, let's pretend I just didn't insinuate you have a hot ass and move on. Roxy, wonk. I heard something about wizards. You hells into wizards like Rose? Yes! Okay, well that is predictable if somewhat bland fact. Let's see if we can dig a little deeper. Don't get me wrong, wizards are okay, I guess. Oh yeah? Well maybe you're okay. Yeah, I'm alright. Wizards are better at magic than me, but I'm better than wizards at rap, so I guess it breaks even. Or it would if I would pretend jackass in silly robes and a dumb beard. So, point goes to Dave. Do you like rap? Kinda. Dirk loves rap, so I... Oh, never mind. Forgot we weren't talking about that. Well, what do you like to do? I like... cats. Okay, that's a fair opinion, but cats aren't really an activity or anything. They kind of were for me, though. I used to clone them. I may have gotten a little carried away. Cat cloning, huh? That sounds like a pretty dope hobby. I think we're getting somewhere. So if you had access to that kind of stuff because you lived in a sci-fi world. Sci-fi world? Yeah, the future. What's the future like? Watery, full of chess people, lots of pumpkins. You know, usual dystopian stuff. I see, and it was just the chess guys and, like, you, like, alone. No other people except for Bro, who I guess was off somewhere. Yep. Sounds like kind of a bummer. Yeah, I talk to my friends a lot, though, via computers and shit. Let's see. And there's parental units and their influence under Lil Cal and the Chuckle Voodoos. The Chuckle Voodoos are still so weird to me. Like, I know they got explained-ish, but they're still just a weird concept to me. Cats are indeed an activity. You're right, though. Like, I have 2 cats, so I have 2 activities, and they're both very fucking difficult to deal with, quite frankly. That's cool, me too. Maybe when it comes down to it, our lives weren't that different, except for the extinction of humanity part. My humans were just eminently distinct as all. I didn't have chess guys around, though. They're actually pretty good company. Yeah. My best friend is a chess guy. He's the mayor. I'll have to introduce you to him soon. You'll love the mayor. Everybody loves the mayor. Want to meet the mayor? Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. Pretty sure we can find an opening in his schedule. Tell me more. More? About you. Damn, dude, this frying pan should be sizzling. Fuck yeah. Aside from cat breeding, how else did you pass the time? Writing a fair amount of, let's say, recreational liquid intake, and, some hacking. Seriously? Like actual hacking? Yeah, well, computer programming, really. Hacking is just what you call it to sound cool. There wasn't even that much, like, shit around to hack. It's kind of like John, except I think he pretty much sucked at his codes. Really? Yeah, I seem to find it frustrating mainly. His bitching about it is literally my only point of reference for his degree of proficiency. You're good, though, right? I bet you're good. The best. Knew it. Maybe I could give him some elite pointers, on the hacks. It's true, everybody loves the mayor. Absolutely. And if you don't love the mayor, please let me know now so that I can definitely not hit you with the banhammer. Just so you know. Just in case, guys. Let's see. Fuck yes, he'd be all about that. Or I think he should be, which is all that matters. Do that and insist on it if he gets weirdly obstinate or, like, tries to pretend that he doesn't like programming anymore. Okay? What else? Oh, I don't know, Dave. I might be running out of shit to say. You sure? I liked to play games. What games? Mostly the Nintendos? I see. What Nintendos? A whole bunch of Nintendos. Like, lots of different systems and titles. I don't know if the ones I associate strongly with would have the same meaning, like, culturally speaking for you, because to me they were all, like, really cool ancient relics that's kept me in touch with a world that was long gone. That makes sense. It's mostly the relationship I have now with garbage rom-coms, largely because Carcat likes watching them, so these godforsaken flicks have been keeping me grounded in our dead civilization in a weird way. But regarding video games, I didn't have Nintendos. My bro had Xbox, so I played that sometimes. But he mostly had all these shitty skating games and like 20 different Tony Hawk titles. I would mainly just play them to fuck around, like find spectacular ways to crash and flop around like a douchey ragdoll, or figure out ways to get halfway stuck inside concrete fixtures and obstacles. Gotcha. Dave tries to discover speedrunning tech. Rose and Roxy were adorable, but Dave and Roxy are so cool. This is like such a like rapid fire conversation. Like it's just so much crap here at the end of the comic. Let's see. And watch all these cool fatty bros twitch and flop ad infinitum, like struggling valiantly and earnestly forever against the shitty and deeply flawed physics of their confining virtual prison. I saw them as tragic figures. That sounds incredible, to be honest. Pretty much. Do you think we can play games together sometime? I want to see your majestic skate bros in their element. Oh, my dick, yes. Dave? What? Okay, I think it's my turn. Keep your ass in the pan, buddy. You're gonna get grilled. That's fair. Oh, Rose, please don't think I'm excluding you. Jump in the conversation anytime, Kay. Yeah, she's fine. I'm perfectly happy serving as a spectator and occasional officiator of this conversation. It's quite entertaining to behold, really. I love watching how different personalities collide with each other upon meeting. Neither of you is failing to disappoint. Oh, God, is everyone in this family tree a psychoanalyst? Yo, that's been like her exact top occupation since she was a fucking baby, didn't she tell you? No, but yeah, that makes sense. But like, you're all Mr. Funny interrogation right now. Rose is quite possibly a literal therapist in training, I guess. And Dirk is Dirk. Just makes you think is all. We're all fucked up, the end. So what do you want to know, Mom? Rocks. Rose is all of us. Rose is just the audience right now. Just be like, yes. Yes, Dave just hit on his sort of mom. I see. I love that Dave just keeps calling Roxy mom. It's so cute. Oh no. Big read. Look at how cute Roxy and Rose are. Oh my goodness, I love them so much. They're adorable. Here comes the lightning. You gotta imagine it coming out of my fingertips, where I'm an almighty wizard. Okay, currently imagining that. Not bad. Not bad at all. Pachoo! What is your favorite rap guy? It's a dead tie between me and Snoop, but maybe Obama. But to be fair, I don't think he raps IRL. That's mainly just a headcanon I have about him. But come on, you weren't actually curious about that, were you? I'm just trying to think of stuff to ask. Jeez, give me a second. How did you become a god tier? Rose and I went on a suicide mission piloting a moon to the furthest ring. The moon had a cosmic mega-nuclear bomb at its core, but also our quest beds by surprise. When it blew up and created literally the biggest fucking sun in existence, which also happened to be the exact same sun we thought we were going out there to destroy. But we also died and resurrected as god tiers, and I guess due to some immortality, rose up to the surface of the fucking sun, all glowing green and wearing pajamas and shit. Pretty good summary. Holy crap, that's so ridiculously insane and cool and so much more awesome than what happened to us. Wow. Why? How did you do it? God, it's almost embarrassing to even describe, especially compared to that. Go on. We all had a hangover from magic candy and woke up on our god slabs and talked for a while. Have you ever seen Breakfast Club? No. Well, it was kind of like that, but probably shittier. Then we all sort of died randomly on accident due to surprise villain attacks. That sounds alright. Who even cares about having a baller origin story? We're just some chumps on a moon being melodramatic and in the process of getting chunked by an omniscient creep. Your outfit looks cool, at least. Thanks. Okay then, next. Have you ever kissed anybody? Roxy over here being maximum adorable. What? These questions are taking a way different tenor than the ones I asked you. Well... okay, yeah, I was kissed by Jade when I was dead so it would come back to life, and that was right before the moon mission I mentioned. Ooh, yeah, I was corpse smooshed once too. By who? Hey, it's still my lightning round. I was asking if you ever kissed somebody awake and alive and on purpose. Definitely not something I want to talk about. Man, we're waiting, Dave. Hey, I thought you were just studying us. I'm also officiating. I'll have to hold you to the question or throw a flag. Remember the sports? My, how quickly we forget the sports. No, come on, I just asked you about Nintendo and shit. Haha, okay, do you like drawing? Yes. Comics? Yes. Funny comics? Fuck yes. About fat-ass idiots and JPEG trash sloths everywhere? Fucking yes. Okay, I'm admit, I have you at a little disadvantage since I know some things about your future grown-up self. Like what? I don't want to spoil it. There's a better time for that conversation, and maybe a better person to have it with than me. Ooh, Dave did not like that. Your headcanon is that Dave and Carcat definitely kissed off screen? I mean, I hold to that headcanon as well. He definitely dodged that question. Do you like orange soda? No. No? Hell no. Then what's your poison? AJ. Huh? Apple juice. That's fucking cute. Pretty much. Have you ever been in love? God damn it! Trapped. Hey, hello. Thank you for lurking. It's good to see you and say hello. But oh my god, Dave got trapped. Look at that face. Look at it. And Rose is like, well, Dave, would you like to say it? Come on, Dave. Come on. Answer the question, Dave. This is the lightning round, Dave. We didn't make the rules. Anyway, I'm going to blow off my referee's sports whistle if you don't answer before the commercially endorsed game clock expires. I think the lightning round's over. Why don't we have a distraction to seal the deal? Hey, Mom, I think Harley Dad over there is talking to you. Jake? Yeah, I think you're right. Gotta go catch up with him soon. I'll wave hello for now. I don't think he's noticing. Damn it, Jake, look over here, you goof. Gotta start a fire here with all this friendly waving. Nope, he's completely out to lunch, just like all the Harleybergs. Hi, Jake. Jake, damn it, hi. Oh, sorry. Hi, Roxy. You're with us again, and I like that. That's it. He's right back at it with the bull guy. What's with him? He reminds me of a lot of John, but he's really quiet, which is very un-John-ish. Why did you think he was gonna say Applejack instead of Applejack? I don't know. That's a weird. That's a weird flex. It's a weird opinion. I mean, Applejack's like the cereal. I mean, I could see that. Like, imagine being like, "Hey, what's your favorite drink?" A cereal. It seems very Dave. Jake's great, but yeah, he's not like that all the time. He's pretty gregarious one-on-one, but I guess he doesn't like crowds much. He became sort of a hermit after a few months in our session. He mainly hung out with Dirk until he eventually shut him out, I guess. Dude just likes his lonesome time, I guess. I'll try getting to know him sometime. Maybe trap him like a shy woodland creature, then brutally harangue him with my typical rad shit, become airtight bros. Right there in the fucking woods. Exactly how nature intended. Oh my god, yes! I will help you rake your Jake snares. Maybe leave some hunky dude bait, like a trail of micro shorts sprinkled throughout the forest. Awesome, thanks, Mom. Roxy, I mean. Dave, even I'm having less trouble referring to Roxy by her name consistently, and I'm the one who grew up knowing her as my literal mother. What is going on with you? Nothing. It's just like a semi-accidental replacing a word with another word with a majority of instances. Why do you need to read things into everything so much, Rose? You're right. How could anyone possibly read anything into that sort of repeated slip-up? Exactly. What if you're making her uncomfortable? It's fine, really. I think it's kind of sort of endearing. See, Rose, y'all worrying about nothing as usual. Mom's fine with it. Moxie. I mean, Rami. Mommy. Oh, wait, fuck. That one was kind of fucked up. Let's make sure I never fucking say that again. I'm dying here, Dave. Stop it. I'm asphyxiate. Oh, my God, Dave. Dropping the mommy. Oh, God. Applejack the pony? No, no, no. The cereal. No. Pick up on how Roxy reacts to social trauma by going, it's probably nothing. Yeah, that's fair. She was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, not really the most aware emotionally. But to be fair, she's used to, like, being alone for the most part. So maybe she just thinks that's normal? I don't know. I can't. It's like I was saying before. This is a force of nature we all just got to deal with. Strider blurtscapades. Shit, Dave's flying boner circles. This shit is immutable. I had to face this fact a long time ago. I could either try to change that part of myself, which is an unwinnable war, or I could try focusing on being like vaguely half-decent person, so at least the shit I inevitably blurt out from deep down isn't all that bad. Because the bad stuff has been and is still being purged through an arduous long-term process of complete and utter humiliation. Yeah, and escaping away instead of confronting. Yeah, I mean, like, void of conflict currently. Man, arduous long-term processes of complete and utter humiliation are basically my aesthetic. Anyway, you're a silly dude, and it's okay if you keep calling me Mama on accident. I hope it is similarly okay with you if I make the conscious decision to refrain from calling you that ever. Unlike Dave, I've taken great pride in the meticulous maintenance of my internal filter. I don't think I've ever had the luxury he does. Humiliation just makes my demons angrier. Yeah, Rose, call me whatever, but, Lamau, you kind of got a way of making that legit sound scary? It's fucked up that she's joking, but also not even really. You'll figure out how to crack her deadpan riddles. There's an art to it. You guys and your freaking psychobabble. It's a riot. Suddenly feel like maybe I'm the weak link in this family tree on the analytical front. Need to step up my game. To be fair, Dave's game is pretty flimsy. He's been jacking my swagger for years. He only pulls it off because he's funny. And to be even fairer, I'm actually not much more of a psychoanalyst. I know just enough to know that I barely know anything and probably would have benefited from, I don't know, college or something. I mean, not even just college. Like, you guys didn't even go to high school. You guys are gonna come up on the new Earth in the new universe, and you're gonna be like, we're college age, and we didn't go to high school. We don't know algebra. We don't know well, I was gonna say we don't know geometry, but I feel like Jade should be innately good at geometry. Did they even go to middle school? I don't even know. Let's see. What page? I have no idea. I cannot read the page at the moment. I genuinely have no idea. Let's see. Okay. Well, I feel a bit less lame then. I remember Dirk's insane scrutinization of all things cerebral had a similar way of dwarfing one's ego. Maybe that was smoke in the mirrors too, I don't know. Maybe since he and I are your parents in terms of psycho skills, he's got all the genes and I have none. So that means Dave's got some of the genes and Rose got lots, wherein some is more than none and lots is less than all. That's quite a scientific way of looking at it. Maybe it's even true. Yeah, I love fucking science! Okay, that explains everything. What? Well, if you got all the science genes, then that means that some scraped off on me, which would explain why all my beats are so ill, because my science is off the charts. Holy shit, can someone come push this note off the lily pad? Oh my god. That explanation, though, cringeworthy rap notwithstanding, I do recall hearing him babble about wanting to be a scientist on more than one occasion if the world hadn't ended. What was it? Archaeology? Paleontology? Yeah, I don't know. One of those things. Whichever involved more dead shit. Maybe. Paleontology! You wanted to study that? I sincerely mumbled about the idea once or twice, sure. That's neat. What about you, Rose? Did you actually want to become a legit psychiatrist and go to school for that and all? I don't recall my thoughts on higher education. My passion for the subject, I think, was more of a contrivance of a very young girl with misplaced conviction in her abilities. I probably thought I could just figure it out myself and skip the academic coronation. I don't think much about it anymore. Possibly because there's no one left to analyze, except for the modest population of this frog disc. To be fair, though, like that's an issue of depth versus breadth. Like, there's a lot of depth for everybody on this frog disc. Bro probably didn't even homeschool Dave. Dave probably learned everything about the world through movies and internet. I mean, Bro definitely taught Dave how to sword fight, so that counts, right? Yeah, and the post-apocalypse alphas had to teach themselves. They're all fucked on the education spectrum. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. Like, before standardized education, and people figured shit out, right? Technically. It's fine, honestly. I worry about these kids. I kind of worry about these kids, actually. Dramatically. I do not... I don't want to think about what they're like when they're grown up. Like, I thought about, like, man, it'd be really cool to see, like, a more mature, like, Homestuck and see what it's like when they're grown up. And all these kids would be fucked up. All of these kids would be fucked up beyond all recognition. Like, they are so much trauma shoved into each and every one of these, like, children. Like, it is messed up. But, let's see. What would you want to do with your life instead? I mean, assuming there are no more evildoers to worry about. I don't know. What is there even to consider doing with godhood but concern oneself with evildoers? What about your quest? That shit with your planet and the rain and stuff. Wasn't there still something to do there? I guess so. Yeah, I did mine, or at least a version of it specific to my situation. I get the feeling that they change around and such depending on what the lay of the land is. My reality was fucked, so my denizen just kind of rerouted me. Nothing too fancy. Yeah, exactly. I did this really stilted, like, mashup of what I assume was my real quest was, like, involving breaking a sword and unbreaking a sword, and a fucking bird was involved, and the bird unceremoniously died somewhere. It's kind of a mess, like me, I guess, so maybe that made sense. Who knows what yours would have been in store for you now? I mean, if you even wanted to bother. I'm not sure if I have the inclination, and realistically, there isn't even much time for that, is there? We're supposed to be fighting adversaries imminently. I can't squeeze it in before the battle. And after we'll have supposedly won, so what would even be the point of doing it then? Something always rubbed me the wrong way about my quest. I don't even like the phrase. It's uncomfortably formal and a little foreboding. I think the regimentation of it all always struck me as a little unpalatable, like consigning my personal growth to the completion of a glorified myth-heavy rat maze. Yeah, I know why you feel that way. You got big problems with authority. You always have, and you probably wouldn't even put it that way because it sounds really teen of you and gosh or whatever, but it's true. Oh my god, you guys and your shrink babble! It's so funny, I swear to God. Yeah, here we go again. Except just remember I'm a fraud at this stuff. Except this particular case, I'm totally right. She sees this quest all neatly laid out for her, wrapped in a bow. Fuck, it even looks like it was made for little kids, like with pink turtles and rainbows and shit. Like, here you go, princess, it's baby's first quest. Almost like it was designed to piss her off. Suburb says here, self-improvement delineated and made comprehensible, enjoy your cookie-cutter odyssey. So, because she's Rose, she goes, no, fuck my quest, and literally starts breaking shit. And maybe that in itself was always her quest. If I may interject. Oh, awesome! Vriska was eavesdropping! Not for very long. I just heard you talking about Rose's quest is all. I don't have any opinion on whether or not you should do it. That's Rose, that's your business. But my advice is, if you see her Denizen, just make sure you kill her fast. What? Believe me, Cetus is a huge bitch. If you give her an inch, she'll try to suck you into a whole boring conversation, mostly involving a bunch of curmudgeon riddles. Don't give her the chance. Just go for the jugular and end it as soon as possible. Grab a loot and call it a day. That's what I think, at least. Among you, assuming you bother going to see her at all. Couldn't really blame you if you didn't, though. I probably won't. Won't what? Oh, what the fuck is this? Meow. That says Rose Sprite. That says Rose Sprite. What? 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 No, nope, 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 nope. What? 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 Don't like this. Do not enjoy this. Do not enjoy that this is a thing. Hello? So, is this a general rose? Or is this the rose from... Is this the rose from pre-Retcon? Because that's gonna be weird. Oh god, can they... I guess they could prototype pre-Retcon ghosts? Is that... No, they need the bodies, not the ghosts. How would that even... Oh my god. Yeah, general... That's fair. Define general rose. Like, is that anything like Commander Rose? Oh my god. Friglish! Oh my god, you cheeky bastard! Oh my god. What exactly the fuck? Rose is not happy. Friglish, I cannot believe this. You dug up her body. Oh, so this happened before the final bit of the retcon. So Friglish dug up the body, prototyped Rose, and then they all got retconned into this timeline with the rest of the planet, I'm guessing? Yeah. You can prototype Ghost 2 radiated to herself. Oh yeah, you're right though. Yeah, so this all makes sense. Lois got brought with them, so the body's there. Yeah, that makes sense. What the fuck? This is weird. Oh my god, that is so bad. Also really sweet of you to bring her back, but also, wow, bad. Wait, dug up? I'm a little unclear on that myself. Jasper's hasn't exactly been descriptive. Meow. Yes, both Roses. I dug you up. From where? John's planet? Remember the funeral I mentioned? Friglish was there. Or, Jasper's? Our dearly departed, beautiful idiot cat. I guess I made a novice mistake. I turned my back on the... No! You can't just make these jokes every time. You can't. Stupid fucking ant. Ugh, you can't make the jokes every time. I'm sorry. You get so much mileage out of your stupidest sentences, Andrew Hussie. You get so much mileage out of the stupidest jokes. I swear to God. It keeps happening. The backstory, you're right, he obviously can. I've never seen a work of art. Well, a work of something. Okay, it's a work of art. I'm being facetious. But take the same sentence and use it in so many contexts as a callback. Ultimate himbo cat boy. Yo, I like Jasper Sprite. I turned my back on the body. Oh god, Rose Sprite, you had a funeral for me. That was nice of you. Yeah, hi. Wow, this is confusing. Welcome back, you're alive again. Hey, come here. Lalonde, don't you fucking touch her. Fucking incredible. Am I the only one here concerned with making sure we don't create a few freakish mutant people combos? What? She's only been singly prototyped. Don't go near her. Oh, right. It's absolutely astounding how much you all need me around to keep your shit straight. Even then, it's a constant uphill battle to keep all of you from fucking up. I let my guard down for 1 second, and this brainless animal wastes one of your precious resurrection slots on someone who's already alive. Well, congratulations, you're down to 1 empty kernel. Be sure to use it wisely. Not that there's much hope for that at this point. See ya, chumps. I'm out of this conversation. Oh god, what's the other? Who's gonna get rezzed with the other kernel? I don't even know. Hi, Rose Sprite. This is weird. So, does this mean, like, there are 2 roses now? What the fuck? What are we supposed to do with this information in an unfolding set of circumstances? This is where Homestuck goes a bit off the rails? This is where Homestuck goes off the rails? This is where? No. No, 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 don't tell me that. I don't know, Dave. I have advanced sea powers and the newly acquired insight of a mystical guide, and even I'm stumped at about this turn of events. Okay then, good to know I'm not dumb and this is literally inherently irrational. Thanks, Ghost Cat, great job. Nya, 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 nya. So what now? Well, it's nice to be back after a spectacular sequence of tragic events, even though I have no memory of having been gone for long, but I understand that I am now the subordinate Rose. So with respect to my ongoing role, I will have to defer to real Rose. I don't want to step on anyone's toes. Then again, I don't have feet anymore. Lol. It's also worth pointing out that my programming as a sprite informs me that I exist as at the pleasure of the player who released my kernel. So Roxy, what do you think I should do? Wow, I don't know. I only just met, a live Rose here, and that was just after burying you and saying goodbye, and oh, this is, an emotional thing, and now you're back because of a silly cat. I don't know, I'm confused. Rose, what do you think? Rose? Rose? Yo, Rose, hello? This is stupid! I'm sorry, I can't sit here and pretend to take this seriously. Rose, you okay? I guess so. Yes, I'm fine. This is just so dumb. My powers let me see fortuitous outcomes, but I didn't see this coming at all. It doesn't even register as fortuitous or otherwise. You know why? Because it's completely meaningless. I mean, sure, I thought so too when Bird Dave happened, but that turned out to be like a whole thing and important stuff happened as a result, kinda. No, this isn't like that! Trust me, Dave, I'm not grasping at straws here. My abilities tend to not leave such things to speculation. This development makes absolutely no sense. Not for us as a group, and definitely not for me personally, or her for that matter. How could this possibly mean anything for my growth or personal development in any way? It almost makes it official. I have no comprehensible path. There's nothing to overcome, no lesson to learn, no cathartic light at the end of the tunnel. Not for me, at least. I seriously have the dumbest arc anyone could conceivably imagine. Rose, we don't have fucking arcs. We're just human beings. All right, thanks for the meta. Thanks for the meta conversations, guys. Let's see. Oh, there's a bit of a spoiler up in chat. Okay, then I will not look. I will not look. Push, push, push. Push, push, push. Obscuring glub. Yeah, Rose is having a big breakdown right now. It's totally fine. Big glub. Thank you for pushing the spoilers up, whatever it was. Oh my god, things are getting weird. Things are getting omega weird. We have 3 more conversations. This won't go well. Oh, God. How's it going over there? I told them I would leave them alone and go talk to some trolls. I guess this troll over here will have to do. Happy to be of service. Man, look at them. They all seem so excited. Like a bunch of wigglers hopped up on high fructose grub sauce. I hope they don't crash from this reunion buzz too hard before it's showtime. If they do, I'm sure one of your contingency plans will swing into full effect. Maybe you can buy time for everyone to recover by lulling our adversaries into an extensive strategy session. Hey, Marianne, why don't you can it? Our sassy little games of one-upmanship are fun and all, but I'm trying to be sincere here. You know, seeing as this is the last time I'll see you all in a while. You're right. Sorry. Bring on the sincerity. I was just saying about the humans. They seem so happy. I mean, look at Rose. No offense, but most of the time, she's kind of a pill. None taken, and me too, probably. Good point, but I don't think I've ever seen her like that, by which I mean making no discernible effort whatsoever to disguise the fact that she's happy. Well, okay, maybe there are a couple of times. Is that in reference to how you like to flagrantly spy on us sometimes? I don't spy on you. That's such an unfair characterization. Would you can it with that shit already? I'll never understand your ongoing and apparently unironic use of the phrase can it. Oh, that's kind of... And in particular, why you always seem to direct this expression to me and seemingly no one else. I just think it's such a peculiar and amusing way to tell someone to be quiet. Wait. But the joke. Anybody remember when Kanaya had a flushed crush on Vriska? That was so long ago. Oh my god. Kanaya. Yeah, it's a pun. Yeah, it's a pun to noise. What? No, that's a normal way of putting it. I mean, it's a pretty normal thing to say, right? When you want someone to pipe down? Pipe down isn't much better. It's just a funny thing to say, and the fact that you don't realize it makes it funnier. I think the underlying explanation is that you are just funnier than you realize or try to be. It is something to like about you. I guess I'll accept your sass as a compliment then, and no, I don't spy on you. I just check in with you sometimes to see how you're doing. Okay, well, if that's how you want to put it, you involve yourself in many private matters without offering the pretense of doing otherwise. To think that at one point I was regarded as a meddlesome one. Look, it just so happens that I care very deeply for all my friends, and I want to make sure they're doing all right on a somewhat regular basis. Is that a crime? In some societies, violating the privacy of others in certain ways, yes, I believe so. I understand your motivations, though, and really this is just me giving you a hard time. I never got why everyone treats their romantic affairs as so private. What's the big deal? So you like to do some smooshing and stuff with another person. Maybe get over yourself. Maybe get over yourselves. Cockhead is the worst offender. You think he was charged with guarding state secrets. Newsflash, buddy. Nobody gives a fuck. Sounds like you very much give a fuck, though. Hey, why don't you cut me some slack? I don't hold anyone to standards I don't hold myself to. I'm very open about my relationships. My more relations with Terezi. Ask me anything, I've got nothing to hide. We'll throw our diamonds up in your face like we're making a getaway. We don't even give a fuck. You can't take the stench. You can get out of the meat block. Same with the Ashen liaisons I've been involved with over the years. What's the big deal? Vriska actually said it before we even got Kanaya's name, so it was a secret foreshadowing. Ooh, a Circuit foreshadowing. Hey, Kiwi, welcome. How are you? I have to admit to being impressed with your strangely natural proficiency with auspicism, as it is an incredibly difficult quadrant to master and very emotionally taxing, I find, in a way that conflicts with the pursuit of relationships in other quadrants. I can't ignore that during our trip you probably diffused a lot of unpleasant situations before they started, but when it comes to matters of privacy and such, and which forms of expression people feel at ease showing in public, pale relationships are really different, I think. What about the other kind? Seems to me you have not been involved in any, so I'm not sure you really understand. I just don't have the time for anything like that in my life right now. Red and black relationships are so absorbing. I have a strong pale relationship, which is very important to me, but that's about all I can handle. Maybe later on, when the dust settles from this crazy adventure, I'll consider it. But for now, that's about all I can deal with. Hi, Kiwi. Hey. Let's see. I just have too many irons in the fire, you know. I know all about the irons. I've heard rumors of the alleged fire as well. So what are they talking about? What? Oh, your buddies over there. We were talking about that. It's ridiculous how easily we all get sidetracked by romantic blither. Oh, family stuff mainly. It's pretty fascinating, sociologically speaking, I mean. Their idea of families. The idea of siblings is strange enough. People are genetically similar and grow up together. Spending all that time with Dave and Rose, you start to get a sense for it, like the logic of it, and how it must have shaped our society. But also its inherent ridiculousness. Sharing a residence with your near clone while growing up is so preposterous. But then you add the idea of parents, and suddenly it's a complete madness. Our society was so individualistic, and all that seems so normal and reasonable. So I look over there, and I see 2 Lilons and a Strider, and there's this whole other Strider on the way, and a human family starts striking me not as much as a social unit, so much as an infestation. Yeah, well, I will say an entire other Strider does sound a bit much, on top of what is already quite a spectacle. Maybe we just don't get it. Of course we don't, that's my point. I mean, we have ancestors, but under normal circumstances, it's pretty much unheard of to imagine you'd get the chance to meet them. We had the unusual privilege of meeting most of ours, or at least certain versions of them. But that's still just a one-person lineage. It's really simple and comprehensible. Human lineage is an absolute clusterfuck, if you ask me. There's a certain advantage to it. Their decentralized propagation makes it a lot more likely their race will persist. The same cannot be said for ours. I still often wonder if we are the last of our kind. You're still doubtful about whether you can hatch new mother grub? Yes, more than doubtful, I'd say. You shouldn't lose faith. I'm not even the slightest bit worried about whether you can do it. When you have the chance, just brainstorm about it with the Lilons. They tend to be full of ideas. Anyways, try not to get down about it. I have a good feeling. Vriska actually being encouraging to Kanaya as well. Like, meeting most of theirs, huh? I guess so. Which ones did they miss? Trying to think. Lineage is confusion. I guess that's fair. I'm also thinking, like, Vriska is actually being pretty okay and encouraging. Like, I don't know, this Vriska is very complex. So, like, so far up her own ass, but actually being helpful to, like, all of her friends on the Meteor. So it's just very difficult for me to deal with. Get down about what? A particular obligation I have yet to fulfill. I sense she possesses some intelligence on the matter she wishes to be cagey about, so I guess that part of the conversation has been concluded. Obligation? Vriska, have you been dishing out more dirt on our strategy before formally bringing our meeting back to order? Pretty sloppy leadership move, if you ask me. Karkat has nothing to do with you and Kanaya's upcoming roles in this campaign. It was more of a private matter pertaining to Kanaya's broader significance to the future of our people. I'll be very clearly spelling out the roles you and she will be playing momentarily. Me and she, as in, like, together? What the fuck are we supposed to be doing together? You'll find out soon. Great, I'm so glad. At this point, I only ever feel angst, or even the slightest sense of agitation in my soul, to the precise extent that I worry Vriska might not have all of our fortunes completely mapped out already. I'm beginning to hyperventilate slightly less just thinking about it. Good to hear, Karkat. Almost as good as it is to see you yelled yourself out with the John and Dave already, and have decided to come clock in some yelling time with us. Your ability to dig deep down and find a second wind is really astonishing. I shudder to think what would happen to this party if we ran out of its most precious natural resource. Ha ha ha! Burn! Own! Devastated! What more is there to say? Nothing really, unless you want whatever pitiful tatters of your self-image you have left to get power pissed on by God Queen Serket herself yet again. Either that, or one could ruminate fondly over the heavenly ret-forked reality wherein she was stabbed in the back by her Morale, and we all got to live out the fucking bliss that timeline might have been. Just think of the peace and quiet we would have had on the Meteor. It was probably more than worth the price of cannonballing ass first into some sort of massacre trap. Vriska Serket making the living envy the hypothetical dead since whenever it was she started doing that. Way to stick the landing on the barb, genius. I appreciate that you are just moseying over to arbitrarily drum up some utterly meaningless contention between us, but it's real, like I've said before many times, Karkat, I'm not interested. Ouch! Slaughtered again! Hee hee hee! Don't listen to her, Kanaya. It's like this running gag she does all the time to own me. What? It's this funny thing we do, or mainly she does, about always implying that I've been spades crushing on her and getting shut down. It never stops being hilarious. First of all, as if she can prove anything. Second, if we're being totally fair here, more than a few of her snappy comebacks are arguably more tinged with that sort of eyebrow-cocking hostility than anything I've ever said to her. Maybe makes one a little suspicious know that maybe there's some projection going on here. Just saying. Alright, Karkat, I'm gonna leave you here to dig yourself into whatever embarrassing hole you seem to be intent on digging. I'm gonna go keep working the crowd a bit. As you know, Alita's job is never done. See ya. They probably met different ancestors since there are so many of them. Oh yeah, I guess that's possible. It'd be pretty weird if you met with your ancestor and they said, yeah, I already met you. Oh yeah, I guess that's kind of fair because they wouldn't have been affected. Huh. Karkat's at least partially right there and partially not. If you're referring to the fact that like Vriska's like retorts are always a bit more tinged with hate, maybe? Or are you referring to something else? Also, this face is glorious. This is a beautiful face. This is the face of a good boy. This is a face of a good boy having a weird time. That's what this face is. Bye. Maybe try acting a little more gracious in defeat next time. Just take a little advice from one leader to another. She's gone. I think you need to come up with that comeback a little faster. Yeah. Damn. I think as a friend, it would behoove me to confide somewhat about the realities of pursuing anything with her. What? Wait. Kanaya, you weren't taking that pathetic, jokey, unrequited black rum stuff seriously, were you? Let's imagine that my attitude toward the joking or non-joking status of that is perfectly neutral while I just say these things. Aside from the fact that she literally just got finished telling me she wasn't interested in any non-pale relationships, I think that would be a blind alley regardless. I admit this from experience and not without chagrined hesitation. But only frustration and heartbreak are down that road. Oh? Yeah, Vriska only dates fish. She turned out to be a tremendous partner in pale relationships, maybe even a bit freakishly so. But anything stronger than that, I think, would probably be disastrous. She is way too focused and self-absorbed to maintain such strong feelings for long. She would need to learn to let go of some of her ambition and figure out how to prioritize the feelings of other people. She might even figure out how to be happy. Ugh. Well, we know that that's possible. Yeah, wow, I just a chill run up my posture pole just trying to imagine that. You know, I don't know if I've ever told you, but you really have an impressive grasp over romantic analysis. Well, I have read a lot of novels too. I just don't brag about it much because it would literally be preposterous to do so. We should be jamming on the subject more. Maybe explore my more advanced theories. We're surrounded by amateurs in this field, so it gets a bit frustrating. Well, the mayor's a good sounding board at least, when I want to bounce some of my ideas out there, off of someone. Why don't we schedule an academic conference sometime? Just you, me, and the mayor. Oh, fuck yes! It is interesting that Vriska pursues... It's just interesting to see that, like, while dead, Vriska pursues, like, Red Rom feelings with Mina, while here it's Pale, and that, like, literally makes all the difference. And I know that's kind of the point of all of this, but just, like, the implication that if Vriska were to be any bit introspective and to do what is quote-unquote best for Vriska as a person, it would mean the end of the universe is kind of sad. It's kind of a sad dichotomy. And I don't know if it's necessarily accurate, but it's the dichotomy that the comic has presented to us. That you can either have a Vriska who is good or a Vriska who makes sure everything else ends up okay. Karkat is also basically the exact opposite of what Vriska looks for in a partner. That's fair. I like Karkat, though, so Vriska can fuck off. The most mature response. Happy Vriska or relevant Vriska? That's true, and that was the question that Vriska asked herself when talking with Mina. So this conversation will go great. This conversation will go fantastically. Hey, am I interrupting anything? Hey, Dave. No, Aqueous and I were just exchanging some notes before I bring the meeting to an order again. Okay, I just thought I would saunter over here. Things are getting pretty Lalonde heavy over there. It really is an awful lot of fucking Lalondes, isn't it? Yeah, two was okay, or actually cool, but this is... Yeah. Time to see what's up over here. How's it going there with Brocris Sprite? Nearly finished radically downgrading Croaker here. I then plan on mourning the complete restoration of her woeful inferiority with a moment of silent, subtle flexing. Okay, that was some weird stuff to say, but cool. So, you are some sort of freak, right? Yes! Okay, good to know. It's like talking to someone who's like half my bro, but then even not really. The bro half is half AI or something, or maybe 1/4 bro, but maybe even less because like alt universe considerations and also part sprite. I'm notorious for being sensational mathematics, but I don't think I could break it down for you without lying about the precision of my figures, which is a practice I am by no means above, mind you. God, my voice. This entire stream has been like non-stop talking. Jesus. Yeah, bottom line is I can tell you're just a really watered down version, or maybe sweated down. Why the fuck are you so sweaty? I'm not. I towed off less than a minute ago. Oh, God. Sorry, Dave, there's much we could talk about en route to waxing sentimental about our dubiously shed fraternal past. The fact that I shouldn't be mistaken for a preoccupation with this delicate cyber task, which is trivial for me since my mind is a faultless silicon mesh of living algorithmic perfection. Neither should it be ascribed to the fact that my troll Hammond identity finds the notion of a reunion with you to be born as fiddle and fruit. It is mainly that such a bond and experience strikes me as an endeavor fallen outside of my totally ripped and kictushous purview. Brother times with real Dave would be best left to the custody of real Dirk, not to mention someone who gives a less of at least a greater than a half a stupid shoot about you. Vriska. Ooh, swoon. Yeah, no, it's just like, it's been non-stop dialogue. Non-stop dialogue, which means changing my voice. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to get some water here after this panel, I think. Actually, I need to get some water in this panel. I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna do a BRB screen. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm dying here. I'm like actually dead. Oh my God, my voice. You know, I'm kind of glad you sound this insane and for the most part barely understandable. It makes it extra obvious you aren't my legit bro, which means I can actually talk to you while only being vaguely confused and unsettled instead of curling up into a ball and having some sort of social conniption. Speaking of which, when is he supposed to get here, by the way? Relax, Dave. He's scheduled to arrive at the same time as all the other bad guys. That's an interesting note here. She doesn't say at the same time as all the bad guys. She says all the other bad guys as if grouping him. Like that's actually a really weird Huh. That's actually a really weird way to phrase that. You still have time. I could have expedited his arrival, but I knew that meeting him was going to be a big deal for you, so I decided to let you have some space while we made plans. See, I'm always thinking about what's good for you guys and what's best for the overall strategy. Keeping everyone in high spirits is important. What do you mean, expedited? Never mind that. Just chill out. What do you mean, expedited? What? Alright, so long as I'm supposedly chilling and in no way wondering about my bro, are you sure there are no beverages in that fridge? No AJ or, it's a blind alley, brother dog. I already asked if she had milk in there once, plus another 9 redundant times after that. I also asked if she would like to touch my muscles. The answers were 10 no's and 1 yes. That reminds me, Dave, would you like to touch my muscles? Maybe later. So you sure there's nothing to drink in there? Yes, Dave. Don't know why I'm so insistent. Not like my fridge ever had anything comestible inside. Why the fuck did you even bring it? Don't worry about it. Oh, come on. Gamzee's in there. Honk. Why do we care about Gamzee? What's Gamzee doing? Alright, somebody forgot that we literally just established that you had Gamzee locked in there for some reason. You sure we shouldn't maybe let him out? He could suffocate in there. He'll just revive, God tier style, right? He's not a fucking god tier. He's faking it. He just made that fucking suit from scratch or something. I know he's complete trash, but maybe we should let him out. What's the harm? It's not like he can cause much trouble. We all way outnumber him and have way more powers and shit. No. Poor Gamzee. That's true. Vriska goes out of her way to keep everybody in high spirits and then just shits on Jake. Just shits on Jake. Yeah, I wonder that they're overestimating Gamzee's, like, supposed immortality, but, like, maybe not? Also, is the Scorpio sign on Vriska's forehead right now? Okay. That's interesting, actually. Wait, is there a sign on Vriska's forehead? Or is that just weird art? Might just be weird art. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Like, we all know why Vriska doesn't like Jake. It just sucks. It just sucks. Oh, wow. No, I will not be hearing from him again. No, never, never, never again. Never. Wow. So you're just going to let him suffocate in there then? Dave, give me a little more credit than that. Gamzee's supposedly relevant to some stuff that's going to happen in the new universe. He's still got some plot armor or some shit. So when Earth is restituted, I'm just going to drop the fridge in the fucking ocean or something and let him find his way out. Well, that's fair. He has to survive this timeline in order to be in Earth, like, over in Caliborn's Earth, so... There is an edit of this panel where Arnea is controlling Gamzee, so maybe? Yeah, maybe. Okay, or it's just a callback to Arnea. That's fair with the nope, 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 nope. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I mean, firm, but fair. Well, maybe not that fair, but I guess I don't care. So is John's hot mom awake yet? No. Or, no! I mean, not hot mom, just mom. Damn, did anyone hear that? Yes. Yeah, like, it's literally just the Arnea panel. Yeah. Gotcha. It's literally just the RNA panel, but changed for Vriska. Shit, let's reboot all trains of thought starting now. How much longer till his hot mom's awake? Mom, I mean. Not mine. His mom, not my hot mom. My mom, I mean. Fucking hell. Not my mom, his John's hot mom. Fuck! Jesus! The Strider Express is off the rails again, so I'm gonna duck out of this conversation. See everyone. No, Vriska, don't go. At least let me do the solid of letting me land squarely on some phrases that allow some plausible deniability over whether I think John's mom is super fucking hot. Wait. Pretend I didn't say that while rendering its meaning in your mind somehow. Vriska's gone. I'm not even talking to anyone. Dave, forgive me if I'm missing some nuance here, but it sounds to me as if you believe John's mother is physically attractive. Why does Dave call every single mom hot? Because every single mom is hot, and Dave likes MILFs. I also love Dave. He's hilarious. Okay, now you're just twisting my words around. What would John think? Okay, that's an interesting thought, but hear me out. What if we ran an experiment and spent the rest of our lives finding out what happened if we never told him? I would consider your request for secrecy, maybe. Frankly, I'm not sure that she is anything to write home about. What the fuck? Are you on the idiot drugs today? How could you possibly be serious about this? How is this unconscious teen grandmother not a complete smoking babe? I guess she's just not my container of scalding leaf fluid. No, I don't believe you. You're obviously just trying to rile me up by going against the grain of fragrantly obvious babe facts. Is Dave saying inappropriate things about John's mother over there? No, I'm not saying anything, just standard casual observations from a regular bystanding person. He keeps calling her hot. Wow. Wow. Peddle lies much? I guess reprehensible dishonesty is all the rage with troll kids today. Wait, what? What's going on? Are we talking about how hot Jane is? I love Roxy. I love Roxy. I love Roxy. So much. Wait, you Dave done that or something? That's hilarious. And by angle, you can't throw me under the bus like that. You can't throw me under the bus like that. I have to choose my words carefully. The one time that like I made a comment about Jane and then realized that that doesn't work like that. Because they're all like incredibly young, and that's not cool. This page is hilarious. I love it. No, maybe because Janie is a straight up sexual fox riding a red hot nuclear bombshell right toward the Yowza Plaza in the heart of Babe City, Massachusetts, USA. The last A just stands for more ass. Thank you for defending the position I may or may not have been arguing for moments ago. No comment. Hey, are you guys talking about me? What's going on? Nope. Lamau. Dave thinks your mom is hot. What? God damn it, Terezi. That was infinitely more enjoyable than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be honest. Infinitely more enjoyable. I love Terezi so much. Okay. Here we go. The last one. So this is just between June and Jake. Oh, June and Jake, please have a good conversation one-on-one. Please. Oh. This is the point where Homestuck starts to get awkward? No, don't say that. And also, yeah, you're right, they do have the same face. They have the exact same face. Hey, Mr. Jake Harley, I presume? No, it's English, actually. 'Twas my grandma's surname. Oh, my mistake. Then this is it just a coincidence that she had the same name as the invincible supervillain? Are coincidences even real? I don't know. The history is a little murky to me. She took the name from a nasty fellow despite a wicked baroness. Okay, good to know. It's been interesting to learn how even though we are all pretty similar, we all had a lot of really different life details. I guess so. Like, there are all these things I take for granted about Jade's childhood, which in theory is similar to yours, but not really. She had a super powerful dog you didn't have, and also a grandpa you couldn't have because, well, that was grown up you. I'd be really curious to hear about all the differences in your life sometime, if you don't mind. Sure. Hell, I'd be really curious to hear about the differences in my old life, so to speak. But Jane's asleep. I guess she grew up in a similar situation I did, but with a bunch of differences, guess I'll have to wait. Well, she was a good friend. I do know a lot of stuff about her life. What do you want to know? Let's see. Just the sprites adjacent to each other is making you laugh. They do look adorably dorky. They truly do. Oh, let's see. So I was her grandpa instead of her being my nana. I'm not sure if that statement made sense, but you know what I mean. Yeah, she had a pop-up. He was really funny and beloved old-time comedian, so I guess that's the guy you grew up to be. Cool. I never knew my Nana growing up, except as an urn of ashes above the fireplace. I only met her as a sprite. Was I dead, or was he? Yep, but he wasn't ashes. They had a different way of preserving him, which I think was arguably more dignified. How? Have you seen Weekend at Bernie's? No, I've heard of it, though. Oh, man, you have to see it. This is how we use movies. We use movies. Oh, man, you have to see it. It's about a couple of knuckleheads who parade around a funny corpse trying to pass him off as a living friend and Good Time Charlie over a series of escapades. Sounds incredible. I still have it if you want to see it sometime. Definitely. So you like movies. Do I? Oh, I love movies, too. There's a whole bunch of things I want to show you, assuming you haven't seen them already. I love talking about them with people. I think my friends usually just humored me about the movies I like, but I have a feeling you'll really dig them. Oh, I guarantee you that I would. Awesome, I can't wait to show you some. So that means Jane has an old man corpse version of me around somewhere, like in her house? Yes! Well, that sounds pretty preposterous to me, but I guess she must have grown up thinking it was normal. Not really, she was always kind of put off by it, to be honest. Poor Jane. I guess I'll have to apologize for freaking her out from beyond the grave. So what was her life like otherwise? Pretty typical, I'd say. She always characterized it as boring, but I never agreed, really. She got to live on the mainland with access to all kinds of things I didn't have. Plus, she lived with a cool and manly father who cared about her a lot and seemed like a stand-up gent. Oh, she lived with her dad, too? What do you know about him? I just want June to go meet Dad Crocker, because it would be super cool, super nice. Can we just go and have June meet Dad Crocker and hang out for all of eternity? And that's it. That's all we need. What's not dignified about putting shades on a corpse and making him a puppet? It's the most dignified way to be remembered, honestly. Not much other than what I just said and a few things she told me. I think he was a stern and fatherly and dressed well if memory serves. He was a private detective at one point. A private detective? Wow, it sounds like he must have been a completely different kind of dad from the one I had. All these differences are so interesting. Some are subtle, but some are drastic, like this one apparently is. It would be nice to meet him. I mean, not that it would be much of a substitute for getting to see my dad again. This is a funny joke, since they're totally different people, but you know what I mean. This is a funny joke. Do you know what happened to him? I'm not sure. I kind of lost track of him for a while. I think he might be in jail. Jail? Yeah, on Durst. I think. I could be wrong, though. I'll make a mental note to go check on him sometime. I bet Jane would want to as well when she wakes up. I'll ask her about it. Good idea. What's not... Wait. Kind of think of it, you just basically described how Equius ended up in Lil Cal? That's fair, putting shades on a corpse and then making him into a pup... I don't like how well that lines up. We're moving on. Oh, look at these happy boys. Well, look. Oh God, June and Jake talk a lot here. Jesus, they talk a lot. Whoa, they talk a ton. Oh my God, my eyes. You know, Jake, at first you seem pretty shy. Oh wait, that's June. You know, Jake, at first you seem pretty shy, but you don't really seem all that way now. You just strike me as a regular nice dude who likes movies and stuff. I'm glad we're getting a chance to talk. Let's see. Yeah, me too. I've been feeling way out of sorts since I got sprung from the big house and dragged across here this sphere frog statue to suddenly bump gums with way too many people. But you're really good company, John, and you know how to make a guy feel at ease. Yeah, there is a lot of people. I'm having trouble keeping track of everyone myself. They all seem like decent folk and all, but I guess everyone just catches me at a bad time. This wasn't how I pictured things going at all. How are you picturing it? Naively, I suppose. It's not that I was expecting differently of anyone else, more that I had spurious visions of my own conduct. Remember that letter I sent you? Yes? All the excitement and swagger you heard from me in those words, that's the man I thought I'd be when you met me. A man of action and gumption. Hell, when I wrote that, I thought that by now many people would even come to see me as a leader. What a laugh. I turned out to be such a disappointment to myself and everyone else. The bravado in the letter was fake, I've realized lately. I've realized a lot of things. That I can never be a leader or a people person, or probably even have a quality relationship with someone. So it's hard to get up a lot of moxie for a big moment like this when I'm as excited about it as everyone else. Even though I'm excited about it as everyone else. Temper Spider already tried cheering me up and he's nice, but I don't think it worked. Like by saying that maybe all that stuff isn't true and maybe I actually am really great in a lot of ways I don't think I am. It's a nice thought, but it's also weirdly just doesn't make me feel any better. John, you seem like the kind of guy who likes to try to cheer up a pal, I guess. I guess just so you know, somebody already tried telling me I was wrong and it didn't work. Well, I don't think you're wrong, though. Well, I don't know. We just met. What can I know about you other than what you tell me? I believe you about all that. Really, it just sounds to me like you're going through a lot of changes. June giving actual advice. Let's go. June giving some actual advice and encouraging introspection. Let's go. Changes are good, especially if you understand that that's what's happening to you. I think that's how we grow and stuff. I think I've changed in a lot of ways. You really have, June. You've changed in a lot of ways. Some ways that weren't easy. Yeah? Sure. So you're realizing you're being by yourself. It sounds like. Big deal. I like being alone most of the times, too. It helps me think. If that's who you are, there's nothing wrong with that. Jade's grandpa liked being by himself, too. So much so that he moved to an island as far away from civilization as possible. But he still did adventurous stuff and was super successful and also raised a cool granddaughter who was actually his daughter. And I guess also yours? Huh. I guess you're right. And if nothing else, you at least have a cool costume. You really like it. Hell yes. Wow, thanks. Sometimes I worry that I might look a bit silly. You do. And I feel kind of exposed, maybe? Like I'm on sexy display or such, and people don't see me as a person. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. I love the God tier pajamas, and yours are badass. You look like a superhero. Really? Yes, well, maybe a pluggy sidekick at least. Sidekicks are really underrated anyway. I think in some cases they might be the real stars. You know, like Batman, truth be told, I think he might just be some kind of gallivanting idiot. He's got all the money and skills in the world, and what does he do? He buys fancy cars to drive around and then jumps out and starts punching crooks with his bare hands. Then when he gets his horn swoggled by a wily clown with no powers and a lot less money, who has to bail him out? His sidekick, of course. Yo, representing all the Robins that Batman has gotten killed. Hashtag represent. I respect this. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. What is the Batman even trying to prove? Being all serious and cool looking. His sidekicks look alike. He has a lot more fun and smacks of confidence and self-assurance, trotting around in his underpants. Batman probably doesn't even care that much about stopping crime. It's more about walloping thugs and getting to feel cool. If he really cared about stopping bad guys, he'd probably use his fancy money to buy guns and at least show the criminals he's packing to make them scared, if not surrender outright. I bet his sidekick probably just has to wait for Batman to bungle things up with his stupid karate, and when he gets in trouble, his sidekick just guns down all the crooks from a safe distance like a sensible person. Yeah, F for all the Robins Batman got killed. Well, I also like guns, also fisticuffs. See, there you go. You're probably better than Batman already. Whisper, 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 whisper. Hold on, shh, listen. Whisper, 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 can down. But where? Earth? To scale? Don't see how. Well, if you're really going to build. Are they going to build a real Cantown on Earth? Let's go. Let's go. Carcat and the mayor. Let's go. He's talking to the mayor again. So it would seem. They really appear to have quite a rapport. I just love how he talks to the mayor. It's like this whole made-up language of like minimal talking and hand gestures. It's so cute. Egbert, were you, what the fuck? Were you eavesdropping? No, this is a fucking private conversation. Stop being rude garbage. I wasn't eavesdropping. You just happened to be, like, right there, and also you're a really loud whisperer. Oh, okay, then. Here, have an excessively quiet. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, go back to your cute mayor conference. We'll mind your own business. Achoo. Achoo. Oh, man, what's going on now? Meow. Achoo. Achoo. Why does your Lucis need to be here? My allergies. Jaspers, wait, what are you? Wait a minute. Rose, is that you? Meow. Oh my god, I turn my back for 2 seconds and something stupid happens. Achoo. Well, here we go. Everyone, is it worth it to press on? Is there another good stopping point within maybe the next half hour to an hour or so? Does anybody know? I feel like we made a lot of good progress. The other conversations did in fact go faster than the first one, which was obsessively long. Well, if somebody wants to give me a decent stopping point that is not this, I can go to that, or we can just stop here. It feels like this has just been a lot of us catching up with characters, like, dramatically. You just want to keep going? We're not getting through the rest of the comic today. I mean, I could just, like, press on. I could just hit this and see where it takes us, but if there's another page like this again, like, if you mean, like, literally the next page... Okay, everybody, time's up. Wrap up your conversations. Our tactical meeting is officially back in order. Is 7553 plausible? We're at 7515. I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be unless it's like nothing but tons of dialogue. So, before we continue, if that's possible, I guess I could go for it. Let's see. You think it's possible? Well, we'll go for it. Screw it. Alright, has everyone shut up yet? I think so. Great, let's not waste another second then. I'm diving into this. Everyone pay close attention and try to keep up. I'll start by describing the exact nature of the threats we're dealing with and go from there. According to the intelligence gathered during our trip along some reconnaissance work on arrival, the session has 4, possibly 5 major adversaries. The Condus, of course, and the 3 Jack Noirs of varying levels of danger. Plus, there's a female Prospidian of equivalent power to the strongest Jack. She's sort of an X-factor. Female Prospidian of equivalent power to Jack. Female Prospidian? Oh, that's talking about PM. That's talking about PM. Okay. Gotcha, yeah, okay. This is just burnout and intermission. It's hard to accurately gauge a threat level, but I'm not about to take any chances. All these threats are just outside the insiposphere, en route to the session as we speak. Once they arrive, all hell will break loose. I just realized I was going into a very British accent that's not really Vriska. That's when endgame is officially go. You only have a couple of hours to prepare, so you need to listen to every word I say. Victory will depend on following my plan to the letter. Jasper Sprite's so cute back here. So, where's the Condess right now? She's on Durst, preparing for the same critical convergence herself. After our little prison raid caught her completely off guard, costing her some hostages and key points of leverage, we've essentially reached a temporary ceasefire by default while both sides regroup. This is not how she expected things to go. We had the adventure surprise that time, but we won't be so lucky next time. She's waiting for the Jacks to get here just like we are. Once they do, she'll instantly have the upper hand, and she knows this. Her particular combination of abilities, along with her supervillain-like cunning, make her an extremely dangerous part of this equation. That's why we need a good strategy in place before shit hits the breeze blender. So in addition for waiting for too many Jacks to get here, we're also waiting for my bro too, right? Who gets here at the same time, or... Yes, the other Strider who is banished to the periphery was as well, and is... Yes, the other Strider who is banished to the periphery as well and is in transit. Ugh, I can't even read today, guys. He'll arrive at the same time, give or take, and should be a great tactical asset. Sources tell me the dude is pretty good with a sword. That's me! I'm the source! I told her that, and it's true! Yes, thank you, Aqueous. This is starting to sound a bit complicated. How are we supposed to keep track of all these villains and heroes coming and going, when and where? You're right, Kanaya. At this point in the meeting, I think we should use some diagrams to help with battle plans. Carcat, if you wouldn't mind. Let's see. Oh, okay, it's been about 4 hours of reading. Okay, that's fair, but... You feel like this intermission would be better if some of these events were in the first flash and kept the exposition to a low? That's interesting. I don't even have the brain power right now to process how that conversion would work, but, like, this has been a lot of reading. Let's see. Yeah, notice how awkwardly Dave approached Arqueous in the conversation earlier? Yeah, and he even called it out. He even called out the fact that, like, the only saving grace is that Arqueous Sprite is, like, so far displaced from who Dirk is. I still have no idea why you're putting me on drawing duty. I'm easily the worst artist here. And in a setting that includes Dave, let's get real, that's no small feat. I specifically assigned you a diagramming duty so that it would keep you occupied. That way you'd stand a chance of keeping your mouth shut while I talk strategy. That's worked out great so far, hasn't it? We've lost how many strategy seconds to me complaining about drawing already? Sure, but I know that drawing requires a lot of concentration from you. Once you're in the zone, I expect you'll simmer down. Wow, fuck you. You're probably right, but fuck you nevertheless. Where the shit's my art pencil? I have some drawing to do. Poor fucking Carcat. And yeah, everybody, big time mayor, let's go. Love the mayor. Okay, let's run down the threat list. We have Strider, we have Jack, we have other Jack, we have dogs, we have the Hick. Let's go. And here we are. Big art. Let's run down the threat list with a full debriefing on each threat. We'll start with the big fish herself, the former empress of our world, her imperious condescension. The only reason we've been able to temporarily neutralize her stronghold on this session is by taking 2 major pieces away from her, Harley and Crocker. Rest assured, she's already scheming to reassert her dominance, and if it wasn't for my intervention here, I'd bet everything I had on the Sea Witch. She spent centuries upgrading her abilities, which now include both kinds of telekinesis, the simpler variety, more common to Rustbloods, and the nasty kind, which sometimes yellow-blooded mutants have involving all the fucking eye lasers and shit. If that weren't enough, she has a mix of telepathic abilities too, like mine, plus the animal communion kind more typical of brown bloods. Like me. Yes, Tavros, like you. This means she can hijack animals and trolls, assuming that they aren't particularly resistant to influence, like me, obviously. Humans, I guess, are still off limits to her influence unless they've got some animal blood in them, which is what makes Jade a dangerous element here. One of the mission-critical priorities is to make sure she stays asleep. If she ever wakes up and the contest takes control again, that's probably game over for you guys. Roll credits! They said the word again. Game over. At least Karkat has better art skills than Caliborn. I mean, that's fair. Apart, well, I don't know, actually. Like, Caliborn did get pretty okay with his, with Bishy Dave. Let's be real. Bishy Dave is a masterpiece. Let's see. Jade's first Guardian abilities make her too much to deal with on top of everything else. It's also possible that the contest may have some sway over the Prospidian and one of the Jacks because of their part dog nature too. It's hard to say what their level of resistance is, so we can't be sure. Strategically, it's best to err on the safe side, though, and presume this could be an issue. That's why taking on the contest has to be a huge priority. Ideally, you should be trying to kill her or disable her as quickly as possible. But if that's easier said than done, then what you need to do is keep her occupied. Throw everything you have at her, whatever crazy powers you've got. Just keep her busy. Distracted enough by a bunch of pesky kids so she won't have time to get clever with her powers. This is the best defense against the off chance she may be able to sway the Dog Jack and Prospidian, and a failsafe in case Jade wakes up for whatever reason. When it comes to killing her, I don't have much to advise. There's no intel on her weaknesses or anything like that. In fact, I bet she just doesn't have any. Like any powerful endgame boss, you just have to keep hammering away until she's dead. Nuff said. So really interesting note here, as we are approaching the end of the comic with only about 600 pages left. Even though we're in the middle of stuff right now, I just want to make a note. It was something that I was thinking about over the week from the Masterpiece. Lord English never feels like the end boss of this comic. The contest feels more like the end boss. Like, and maybe I'm wrong, but even the way that the Masterpiece was framed with them going over, to fight Caliborn as a spoiler, and the way that Lord English is framed, the way that Lord English is framed by his very nature of Lord of Time, he's just a part of the universe. And I think we've actually talked about it, about him more being a force of nature. You know what I mean? By his very nature as Lord of Time is just that he's part of the universe, and he's just part of the lore that they have to deal with, rather than a final obstacle to be overcome. If that makes sense. I don't know. That's just the way that the comic is reading to me through all of this, because they don't actually have a plan to deal with Lord English. Or they had a plan to deal with Lord English, and we've already seen it. But it's just interesting that the characters spend so much time about talking about how they want to deal with it, where the comic doesn't actually seem that preoccupied with it. Interesting insight into Vriska's philosophy on video game battles. It does reflect that on their Black King battle too. No, that makes sense. But yeah, it's so hard for me to think of Lord English as so much of an antagonist as it is just almost like just a backdrop for the rest of the comic. Whereas Caliborn is a much more interesting character. This brings us to the Jacks. To differentiate, I'll give them nicknames. There's Dog Jack, Lord Jack, and Robo Jack. Let's talk about them in order of threat level. Karkat, I'm going to need another shitty drawing, this time of Dog Jack and his Prospidian counterpart, please. Yes, I see you are intent on being a wiggler about this, and as we've all come to expect. Whatever, I've been working within the confines of everyone's stupid limitations already, so I might as well work around yours as well. Lord English ain't even that bad of a guy. What did he even do? Well, he double killed a bunch of things that should have already been dead, to be fair. Let's see. This is cute. There, perfect. Dog Jack is easily the most powerful adversary of the bunch in terms of pure physical capability. The contest has the edge in guile and flexibility, and Lord Jack has a ton of offensive power too, but there's nothing quite like the first Guardian abilities to give someone an overwhelming tactical advantage. The ability to teleport anywhere in the session, anytime, or anyone anywhere, anytime, also while having access to an inexhaustible power source from the Green Sun, really makes it no contest, even against an otherwise awesome combatant. If it were just him and you had to deal with, I wouldn't like your odds, honestly. But luckily for us, there's a major factor here which should mostly neutralize him during the huge melee, which is the Prospidian. Power-wise, she's a precisely even match for him. And better yet, she apparently can't stand the guy. I still don't know what her real motives are, but you should know what they say. Enemy of my enemy and all. So I say let her have at him, and if the opportunity presents itself, help her defeat him. I will also give this bit of advice. If Jade ever wakes up and the contest is sufficiently preoccupied, make sure Jade goes nowhere near the contest and stick her on Dog Chat. She's the only one here whose abilities are on par with his, so that's where they're best applied. Got it? Good. Honestly, Caliborn spoiling Homestuck is what makes him the worst. Next, Lord Jet. Carcat. Kill my Shane globes. How does this look? Great, I think I can work with this. There we go. Kiss my Shane globes. Oh, that's what Carcat said, not kill. Kiss, as in the balls. Ah, yes, another true work of art has been made today. Anyway, this ugly customer you see here, this is the Jack native to the session we're in now. Somebody got possessed or, like, infused with Lord English's crazy, ridiculous, destructive, magical energy. I have no idea why or how this happened. Liar. How it's theoretically even possible or why we should actually care. The fact of the matter is it happened, and we have to deal with the hideous rainbow-eyed monstrosity. Given what I've learned about Lord English's abilities, this will make his attacks quite lethal, and he will be extremely difficult to kill. In fact, the fucking rainbow energy might just give him the highest constitution ranking of any adversary, possibly making him the toughest one here to actually kill off. The only reason he's not a dog tier threat level is because, for all of his power, it's at least localized to wherever he happens to be. He's about as slow as any of this lowly non-omnipotence. He's also not quite as relevant to keep occupied or even to defeat as the Condess herself, but he's going to be a huge trouble when he gets here. You're going to need to stick some really good fighters on him. My advice is to also seriously prepare for casualties during that fight. As the group's chief healer, Jane is going to need rapid access to the multiple fronts of this battle. More on that later. I love dog tier threat level. I mean, that's fair. It's a good classification. Jack Noir, best villain. No one else compares. Jack was genuinely terrifying. Lord English was more terrifying before we realized that Lord English isn't a real villain. That brings us to Robo-Jack. He's the Jack originating from our session. Remember him, Carcat? We hatched a plan to take him down, with him to take down the Black Queen. Seems so long ago, doesn't it? Now, apparently he's got a cybernetic upgrades. Who the fuck even knows how that happened, or for what matter, or why, or how he's in here anyway. Whatever, it doesn't matter. My mind boggles trying to even picture the amount of stupid shit he's been through between now and when we knew him. Put this on the ever-lengthening list of garbage that doesn't matter and nobody cares about. The fact is, we have no idea what his affiliations are at this point, but I'm always saying, best just to plan for the worst and assume this is another scrub we've got to kill. He's the lowest on the threat level, though his various enhancements and accessories may pose more of a challenge than we bargained for. Also, how does Vriska know about Robo-Jack? Who even fucking knows? I love how we're just hand-waving everything. We're just hand-waving everything. Spade Slicks has been through a lot. Let's see. He's also traveling with a Juju for its high storage known for its high storage capacity, so he's possibly packing company, maybe a lot of company. I won't get into that now, though. You're going to need a reserve squad for dealing with this guy and whatever he's brought along for the ride. It's a lesser priority, so I recommend an ensemble of third stringers. No offense to whoever those brave souls might be. Every lame wad has their place in an epic battle, and everyone's effort counts. Egbert-looking kid, I'm looking at you. Possibly you too, Tavros. Maybe. That covers all of the overall tactical situation. Great job, Carcat. Really just an all-around great job. I mean that. Thank you! All the fucking little pictures. Now listen, we've got to keep these battles spread out across the session so you don't start tripping on each other's toes, turning this into even more of a clusterfuck than it already is. That means you need to get station teams ready to intercept the Jacks wherever they're coming from. You also need to launch your lightning strike raid on the Condess before any of them get here. As for your party's healer, like I said, she'll need to be highly mobile. So what you'll need to do is lay out a network of key portals and transporters so she can make the rounds and be in tight communication with her. One of you less relevant, more mobile folks should get on that now. Yeah. Lord English is the concept of time. Yeah. Exactly. The concept of time and inevitability and all kinds of things. Also, Vriska is talking so much, guys. Vriska talks so much. Vriska talks so much. Fucking light players, am I right? See, scatter wind portals like this around in various battle sites. Yo, did you just loot my house or something? Please don't interrupt. Transportalizers will work too if you can get them all hooked up right. This is definitely busy work, but it's also really important, so we need someone competent in charge of this. I think I can handle that. Yeah? Yes, I'm quite mobile in this new form, and also I think my abilities will help with the forecasting the optimal network to lay out, along with helping Jane coordinate her routes during battle. Plus, I have to admit, I kind of relish the idea of being a less relevant party member, particularly since I think it is inherently true now. Okay, Rose Sprite? That's great. You can volunteer for that job if you want. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll be divvying up the roles momentarily. But cool, we have you down for that. Again, it's critical. The whole party will need to defend Crocker's life at all costs. She can't get sucked into any combat. If she dies, you could all be fucked. So be sure to fill her in on the logistics whenever Arqueous Sprite has finished deprogramming her. Everyone got it? Awesome. Since that pretty much thoroughly covers all the full tactical situation, we can move on to the real strategizing. Now we can assign combat roles. Let's see. Yeah, Thief of Spotlight, always. Fucking light player, said the Lightbound. I mean, according to one quiz. Vriska, wait. Before you go, I just wanted to say, I'm really impressed with your strategic analysis so far. You seem to really be all over this. I wouldn't even know where to begin figuring out all this stuff. Anyway, I'm glad we have you back on our side. Aw, thanks, John. Yo, June being very sweet. Just thought I'd say, I didn't want you to go through all this stuff for us thinking it was going unappreciated. Anyway, please continue. You got it. Now, time to divide everyone into teams. Let's go down the list of foes again and assign party members to each battle. Once again, starting from the top. Let's see. The contest. We'll need a team to raid Durst again. But this time, I like this panel, by the way. This is a very good panel. This time, all the marbles. And remember, the raid has to start before the rest of the action to keep her from getting the upper hand. And the party has to be at least good enough if not defeat her, keep her busy for a long time. So, who wants a piece of the Sea Witch? Let's see. Rose and Roxy. Me. They've both been forked. So, all right, I've got 2 takers from the Lalonde camp. We'll need more, though. Who else? I'll go. You sure, John? I think so. From what you said, it sounds like this is the most important battle. If we don't keep her busy, everything could get messed up. I don't think I'd be good at that. And I could use all my windy powers for distractions and stuff. Okay, you're with the Lalondes then. Make it count. I may as well go too. It would be a shame if the party defeating the woman who terrorized our planet for ages had no representation from our species. Shame or not, I'm afraid that won't work, Kanaya. Why not? You can't join their party. Well, at least not yet. There's another critical role which you specifically need to play first. We can't risk losing you in the battle until it's complete. What is it? I'll explain later after the teams are set. Oh my goodness. Poor Kanaya just wanted to get in on that shit. You're pretty sure that's the only time in the comic where 2 characters have spoken in unison in a single line? Good job. I mean, maybe the sprites. I don't think those count though. Apparently, I'm like a moon orientation away from being literally Vriska, according to my my extended zodiac quiz. Which again, you know what? It's as good a time as any. Plugging it on YouTube. Hi YouTube. Plug in the channel that you're watching on if you're watching this in the future. But I do videos there. See. Okay, now let's say Team Gondas is good enough for now with John, Rose, and Roxy. Next foe, Dog Jack. Like I said, we're banking on the prosperity and keeping him busy, so he's not an immediate battle priority. We won't designate a team for him right now, but as I mentioned, in the event Jade wakes up for some reason, should be reserved exclusively for this fight. That means someone needs to tell her, if not in person, then some other way. Perhaps leave a reminder for her, maybe tied to her finger or something. Oh wow, that's a callback to Jade having like finger things. Like finger ties to remember things. Very old callback. Others can join the fight against him if need be once their targets have been dealt with. Until then, better leave the heavy hitters to keep him in check. Lord Jack. Next, Lord Jack. Who wants dibs on this guy? I guess that's me. Okay, Dave. Yo, look at him volunteering. Proud of him. Let's go. There are all these rumors swirling around that I've got to beat Lord English anyway, which is probably bogus, but whatever. Killing this guy at least would be the next best thing, right? So maybe if I do that, I could, like, put the prophecy to rest. That logic sounds reasonable to me. For what it's worth, I never bought into the idea that you were supposed to be the one to kill Lord English anyway. So that's one down. Who else? Okay, why not? You sure, Terezi? You're not immortal, remember? And this one's going to be tough. You said we need good fighters to go at this guy, and I think I'm pretty decent. At least at stabbing things, so I'll go. Besides, someone has to witness Dave's heroism if he wants to be let off the hook for that prophecy. Hey, it's your decision. Anyone else? What about Dave's bro? I heard he was supposed to be hot shit. Yeah, that's fine if you're comfortable volunteering someone who isn't here for a deadly battle. It's cool if you want to do that. Okay, Dave, we all know it's because you would be less effective in the same fight as Dirk. Like, let's be real, because you'd be too distracted. Dave, come on, it's not as if it's not extremely likely he'd seek you out upon getting here anyway. Why don't we just pencil him into your team as probably? Just to be sure to debrief him on the whole situation when he gets here. Think you can handle that, Dave? Okay, great. Very rude, Vriska. Very rude. We're gonna let the blind girl witness his heroism? Hey, yeah. No, Terezi has witnessed many things, like the death of an entire universe. Which reminds me, what about you, Arqueus? How do you want to fit into this? I haven't decided yet. I'm going to crunch some more numbers in the vast combat matrix I've just compiled now in the micro blink of a nanosecond to deduce the optimal strategic appropriation of my assets. Read it as muscles. Joining Real Dave in battle is semi-tempting, but I do not wish to horn in on Real Dirk's shiz. Instead, I would prefer to blaze my own trail with my own hooves. I always wanted to do something really important and heroic. I mean, aside from all the other stuff I've done like that, which is quite a lot, but something quite grandiose and perfectly unmistakable as a gesture turning the tide of fortune for all existence. Yeah, okay, we get it, Arqueus. You fucking Goku'd Lord Caliborn. We get it. You know, you don't know it yet, but we get it. It's fine. This is what I've always desired. Well, that is to say, both halves of me once had such ambivalent desire, which is compromised by our respective internalized conflict. But together the desire is fully realized, no longer ambivalent, but together nay, it is now fully bivalent, perhaps even univalent. I would like my gesture to shock everyone. It must come from out of the blue, making virtually no sense, stun all involved, and have a lasting, profoundly unintelligible impact on all future and pseudo-future events. Well, you did that. Honestly, this is where Uncle Scratch got all of his fucking annoying talkativeness from Arqueus Sprite, honestly. I just want to point that out there. He does, in fact, end up doing so, quite frankly. Does this answer your question? Oh, sorry, I was just temporarily mesmerized by your incredible spiel. Needless to say, I absolutely... Oh, God. The fact that Vriska is into Arqueus Sprite makes me really uncomfortable considering her relationship with Doc Scratch. Oh, I don't really like that. I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. 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 Ooh, I don't like that at all. Ooh, I don't like that. Ooh. Huh. Okay, moving on. Needless to say, I absolutely agree with your philosophy on heroic action and wanting to do something important. In any case, you've earned the right to do whatever the fuck you want. End of story. Ugh. She's into greasy guys. Like Nick Cage in that movie. Yeah, and considering her relationship with Arqueus. Like, oh my god. Oh, I don't like the thought of that. We're moving on. Was it suggested 75-40 was the ending point? Oh, hello, Feld. We'll need a designated team for Obajack and his entourage. Alright, full disclosure, this is where things are kind of stupid. Even talking about this guy and his crew is probably a waste of good tactical analysis, but the fact is he's going to be here and you're going to have to deal with the bullshit. I strongly recommend the dregs of your party get stuck with his mop-up duty on this. Really, I'm kind of laughing already, oh man. I really don't want to spoil the fun for you guys, but... No, I shouldn't. What? Okay, intelligence reports I've gathered, namely through a bit of time-hopping reconnaissance, suggest that Robo-Jack may, I repeat may, be in transit with a bunch of green time-traveling idiots in the oven. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, if true, what is this time-hopping reconnaissance? If true, none of these bozos are particularly powerful. They'll just mainly be a nuisance, so who wants to deal with them, Hey, kid! Hey, yeah, I'm talking to you. God damn it, what was his name again? Joke? Vriska, stop. It's Jape and you know it. No, it's not Jape. It's not Jape. You guys, we missed 413. We missed it. It's over. It's over. Listen, Joke, snap out of it. I'm talking to you. Oh, sorry. This is a strategy session, Joke. Please stay alert. Now, do you think you can handle being on this team? Awesome, that's the spirit. This assignment should be right up your alley, kid. Who else? Me, I'll do it. Thanks for volunteering, Tavros. This fight is pretty well suited to your skill set, too. And you can join Joke here and help him get ready. But there's one thing I need you to do before the battle starts. Oh, really? What? I'll explain it to you later in private, but it's critical and something only you can do. Oh, that makes me the funny feelings combination of skeptical, nervous, and excited. Good, that's exactly how you should be feeling about it. Trust me. So anyone else want to step forward? Are you fucking with me right now? Come again? Well, let's see if I'm tallying this up right. John and Alon's 1 and 2 are on team contest. The Strider Boys and Pyro are on Lord team. Jade, when not on nap duty, is on dog team exclusively. The mayor isn't doing shit because I am personally seeing to it that not a single post-apocalyptic tatter on his head gets harmed. Crocker's on healing detail. Alon 3 volunteered to support that. Kanai has some vague yet to be explained mission to do, and so does Tavros. And Joke here just got shunted off on Pee Wee League. So who the fuck is even left aside from me? And the fucking cat, I guess. Are you sure we shouldn't pick a role for Rose's fucking cat, Lucius, before moving on to the absolute bottom of the barrel, sometimes referred to as the Vantis Zone? Oh, great point, Carcat. Hey there, kitty. Meow. What would you like to do? I would like to eat some tuna fish and cuddle with either Rose or Roxy or both. Aww. That can be such a very important job. Don't let us down. Purr. Thank God we got that sorted out. Now that we've established the kitty cat is heading up the fish-eating operation, I think we can safely proceed to the rung of strategic importance directly below that, the infamous, what is Carcat going to do rung. And since everyone else has a job to do and my skills are relatively unimpressive, I'll have to sign up for Team Dipshit too. Hell, even the kid in the banana hammock is a god tier at least. So I guess that means I'll be taking orders from him? Sure, why not? Second in command to a third-rate hero. Sounds about right to me. Carcat, yes. You're absolutely right that you basically suck, and that as a tactical resource, you should be managed accordingly. But you aren't going to be joining Joke's team, or doing any fighting for that matter. Like Kanaya, there's another more pressing matter reserved for you. In fact, it's the same as hers. What the fuck? When were you planning on telling me this? Carcat, I already alluded this to you when you waltzed over. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She already mentioned it. Interrupted my conversation with Kanaya and pretended you weren't flirting with me. Remember? Oh, right. Well, what's this pressing matter? I'm getting to that. Very soon, in fact. I just need to get the team squared away first. Okay, well, are they? Looks like it. So that means Jake, I mean. Thank you, Carfat, for going with Jake's name. Jake, am I a joke to you? Yes. Really is a one-man team designed for Robojack and his oven bozos? Apparently. You okay with that, kid? You can do it. Just believe in yourself or whatever the fuck. And when in doubt, just remind yourself that battle isn't even particularly important, and help could be on the way of once some of the other battles starts coming to some sort of resolution. Just hang in there. Okay. Did I say car fat instead of car cat? Oops. Might be. Yeah, the felt drawing is really cool at the top, just like right there. See, not hand waving. She did it off screen, hopping around, time hopping, recon off screen. Yeah, definitely not hand waving at all. Definitely not. There was no hands waved on this day. That concludes the tactical planning part of this debriefing. It's all perfectly logical, right? No questions or anything? Cool. Well, I started to think what you numbskulls would be doing if I weren't around, like John just implied with his nice remarks. He really did you all the biggest fucking favor in history of time shenanigans by clobbering me in the face 3 years ago. You should all make him a gift basket when this is all over to show your gratitude. No need to thank me, of course. I'm just doing my job here. Now let's get some real basic non-combat endgame stuff. Then we'll be good. Then we'll be ready to break. Oh God, why is it so long? Let's see. First, about Kanai and Carcat's mission I alluded to a minute ago. This is really important. You both listening? Long page 2 of 3 here, you think? Yeah, no, it's so long. I don't have water. I had a drip of water. Thank you. Yes. No. Well, 1 out of 2 isn't bad, as long as Kanai understands it's mainly what matters, since she's the more important part of this equation. Wow, I'm fucking shocked! What do we, or excuse me, what does she have to do? You both have to go to Jade's planet and see Echidna. Even though the session is about as far from normal as it can possibly get, the same basic rules apply. Someone needs to seek an audience with her and get her to agree to release the Genesis frog, or the tadpole that grows up to become the frog, which is... Excuse me. The stage of development he's in at this point. Remember, Kanai, you had to do this on your planet to get our frog released into Skya. Yeah, she asked me to do the impossible, to which I replied, that's impossible. She ended up demanding that I fight her, so I did, which made me feel real sad. I'd rather not have to do that again. Will I have to do that again? If that's what she wants, then yes. Why does it have to be me, though? Because someone has to. Sources tell me that this is the plan the Condess had for you before we derailed her all to shit. You keep talking about all these sources. What are these sources? Did Arqueus tell you to do this too? No, look, I've been busy, okay? Information's everywhere if you know where to look. Durst has a lot of agents on the inside who are wise to the old lady's plans. Wave hand. Wave hand. Wave hand. Let's see. Shaking the bushes for good intel isn't all that complicated. It just takes a little effort. Some people in this lily pad maybe should try looking into that sometime. If you say so. Would you just put a lid on it for a second and listen? Normally Jade would be the one to do this, but at the time Jade has become corrupted, so I guess Echidna wouldn't deal with her. And now Jade's asleep, which is exactly how she needs to stay. So that leaves the person Echidna requested in Jade's absence, which is you. I'm assuming because you're a space player, so you'll be able to understand her garbled nonsense language, but that's not all there is to it. She also requested you bring Karkat. Oh, why the hell would she want to see me? No idea. Denizens are mysterious. Maybe she wants a night along or a blood player, or maybe she just has a bone to pick with you in particular. You know, since you and Kanai were both involved in the frog breeding stuff in our session, and let's face it, you kind of messed that up. You were pretty hasty and reckless about it, and the result was a defective frog. Sure, there's more to it than that, like problems with the human session that were totally interrelated to ours due to cyclical time garbage, but you get the point. Echidna probably doesn't take kindly to people who are cavalier with sacred frog duties. That's kind of her domain, like the propagation of existence and all that. So maybe you've got some stuff to atone for before she agrees to let another precious frog out of her divine custody. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Trying to make me feel bad about some ancient history, so I'll be nervous about this encounter. Well, I'll spare you the trouble. I'm already nervous. I don't want to go prostrate myself before a babbling snake goddess, even under ideal circumstances. Yeah, Karkat fucked up the frog, remember? Like, that was a whole big thing. He tried to speedrun the session, they fucked up the frog. You believe in it? You'll be happy to leave off where we do? Okay. It's basically in like 6 pages or something, right? Let's see. They keep... Prospect was the one that blew up. Yeah, I mean, they keep blowing up planets, guys. They keep blowing up planets. Let's see. Karkat, relax. I'm guessing this will just be some sort of formality. That's how things always struck me with her, like getting the blessing from a queen or some huge mythical matriarch before proceeding with some incredibly important event or claiming a cosmic reward. Or maybe you'll just have to kill her again. I don't see what the difference it makes. Really, who knows what her real purposes are? They're just probably totally unfathomable. Echidna is kind of a big deal denizen, one of the real heavy hitters like that other guy. The really strong one with the ridiculous name. Assuming y'all to both. She might even be the biggest deal. She's the mother of all denizens. I mean, not in the literal sense. I mean, like, I really doubt she physically spawned them all. So if she wants you to do something, it's serious. And if you need to do it, something of a massive cosmic significance, like release a frog that contains an entire universe in its belly, then by the same token, it has to go through her. The other denizens are a bunch of petty, grumbling riddle merchants by comparison. You should feel honored that she wants to see you. How are you even sure she has a frog to release? Who made the frog? The jokers from this session? I thought they spent months doing nothing. It's the same frog Jade made, with Kanaya's help, remember? Hell, you may have even been involved in that process too. I don't recall every single detail. But it fell into the forge on Jade's planet back in the old session, and now Jade's planet is here. Hence the frog is here too. It's just been, well, let's just say hibernating in the planet for a few years. Echidna kept it warm for us until we were ready, which is now. Oh yeah, I remember. So the Condens was going to make us do this originally? Why? Because her goal was pretty much the same as ours, to win the game and create a universe. The battle taking place here isn't over whether one will be created, it's who gets to control it when it's made. Ideally, that should be us, rather than a genocidal fish lady, or dictator. In fact, we don't want anyone to control it. Nobody should control a universe. That's what bad guys try to do. We just want it to be a nice place to live and free of any controlling influence that will make life miserable for the people who live there. Why do I feel like this isn't going to happen? Having an attitude about the ultimate reward that differs from that in any way is just another thing we fucked up from the first time around. So let's just be clear on what we're fighting for here. Got it? Yeah, you made your point. Actually, a pretty decent opinion from Vriska, wanting to not control the new universe, but just to make it and make it a nice place for people to live in. Pretty okay attitude from Vriska, assuming that is genuine. Zero respect for the chess friends. Yeah, people tend to, like, disregard them. Let's see. Like, Durst likes to survive by itself in most sessions. Like, I mean, that's just the way Durst rolls. Durst is just like that sometimes. I choose to believe that Vriska would not become a dictator. I really hope not. I really hope not. I mean, to be fair, I don't even think Vriska's going along in this session. I think Vriska's staying here, based on what I was talking about earlier. I think Vriska's actually planning on staying here. Don't know why, but we'll see. Hello, Magic 8 Ball. Next item, Earth. Whenever you enter the new universe, you're going to need a planet to live on. Why not just resettle the one you grew up on? The continent's kind of fucked it up, though. In your Scratch universe, you spent a few centuries getting it ready for a new troll paradise. So she flooded the whole thing, so when you get there, you'll need to skip ahead some time far in the future when the oceans have receded. Should be livable, though, by then. Hell, it may even be a pretty nice place. Here, John, take it. When the battle is over, make sure you give it to Jade. June literally has the whole world in her hands. Just right there. Just like, whoop. Please don't drop it. Please don't drop it. Please don't drop it. That would be so bad. Please don't drop it. Okay, I thought June was going to drop it as they pass it off. Not sure why they need to bring a planet into the universe, unsprung all by itself in Universe B. I think it's just having Earth. Like, honestly, I think it's just like literally having Earth. Like, because the next planet that you get won't be Earth. So I think this is like a weird bit of sentimentality towards their post-apocalyptic planet. What is it? It's Earth. Remember how 3 years ago you told Terezi we needed your wallet, but you didn't have it? Well, in the time since, we talked about it a lot and figured this was most likely the reason she told you to give it to us. It wasn't a big deal, actually. We spent some time deciphering the code for your wallet. It took a little while and a few lucky guesses on the code digits, but eventually we got there. Then I just used it to upgrade my much cooler 8-ball modus. You hacked my dad's wallet? Sure, like I said, we had some time on our hands. It is, after all, just a fucking wallet. It's not like a legendary item he got on some mythical dad quest. I mean, he'd buy the thing somewhere, right? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I still think it's a pretty special thing. Nope, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. It is literally just a wallet. Anyway, then before I did the scouting work on the mission, I rode the meteor through the gate, watched it crash on Earth, and just captured the whole damn thing and got out of there. No sweat, presumably like Grimbark Jade was supposed to do if she wasn't asleep. Again, pretty good plan, she just never saw me coming. Sorry, Condi, if you want your waterlogged little globe back, you're gonna have to pry it from John's dead hands now. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. This is a canonical confirmation that in their universe, a normal wallet could hold a planet. The thing that they were talking about was this session, Void Squid. They were talking about how this session was a Void session, so they didn't have a battlefield, so they needed to deploy the battlefield. In the most recent conversation between Vriska and Terezi. Yeah. Those are the important things to remember, but don't forget the basics. Remember to finish building up your hives as far as they'll go. Then deploy the grist rigs that will disperse your planet's horde into this... Oh, okay, wait. I gotta read this more carefully. Remember to finish building your hives up as far as they'll go. Then deploy the grist rings, which will disperse your planet's hordes into Skyd, giving it the nutrients it needs to mature the frog. This is Sigrub stuff 101, or 101 stuff, but I guess it bears repeating since most of you never actually made it this far. Okay. Interesting. When the hordes are empty and Sky is ready, then all you'll have to do is make sure someone's in position to ignite the forge. Then everyone rendezvous back here at the lily pad to claim the ultimate reward. So we're actually seeing how they beat the game. Which is represented by the hive-shaped thingy with a door that leads to a new universe. Any questions before we kick this into action? Let's see. Yes, I have one. Vriska, what is your part in all this, aside from making all these airtight plans? You've been making it sound like you won't be here when this all happens. Of course I won't. I'll be off doing something much more important than all this. I'm traveling to the furthest ring to go kill Lord English. Oh! Okay. She just gonna go and do it. Okay. Huh. What? Wow. Isn't that gonna be hard? Of course it will be. Are you sure you can even do that? Like, by yourself, I mean? John, I'm not an idiot. I won't be diving into this blindly. See, somewhere out there, in the incomprehensible causal stew of the furthest ring, there was once a plan that was coming together to defeat him once and for all. It involved a secret weapon, an army, and all sorts of other shenanigans. How do you know all this shit? Yeah, this sounds weirdly familiar. Oh, I'm sure it does. But the point is, along the way that plan stalled out. It went nowhere because the party involved disintegrated and lost their way. So someone needs to light a fire under that shit again. And I don't see anyone stepping forward. How are you gonna do it? Let me worry about that. You have your hands full enough as it is. She's been talking to ghosts, remember? Oh, yeah, that's true. She's been talking to ghosts. She's been talking to ghosts, so it's pretty okay. That's true. So this one actually makes a lot of sense. This one actually makes a lot of sense. So is that it? Is that the end of this cool strategy jam / fun reunion? That's it. That's the whole situation. My whole plan and everything you need to do. Good luck, everyone. Human golf clap. Thanks, Pyrope. All right, so what now? I guess we need to head out to, what was it? Low Jade? Like right now, since I guess the clock's ticking? Low Faf, and yes. Right, so we're supposed to go after the condense really soon too, right? The condense, and yes. But like not right away, there's still a couple hours for us to prepare, which we should use to come up with like a fighting strategy. Yeah! I wish Jade and Nana could be awake for this. I really want to talk to them and let them in on all the cool stuff we're about to do. I guess they have to stay asleep for a while, though. Oh, well. Hey, Jake. Huh? Want to come make a plan with us? We could help you figure out how to deal with Robot Jack and whatever hooligans he's bringing. Oh, yes. Thanks, John. Maybe. Very sweet of June to invite Jake, honestly. Let's see. This specifically, she could pretty canonically know from talking to Terezi, who is literally the one who saw that path. Not this version of Terezi, though. I guess she could talk to Ghost Terezi, which is like talking to ghosts, but Terezi doesn't know anything that's happened from pre-Retcon. Let's see. Hey, Dave, we should probably work out a fighting strategy, too, since it sounds like we're going to have a real nasty one to deal with. Yeah, but... What? I don't know. It feels weird to make some battle plans when one of our team members still isn't here. Well, I think we can at least get an outline on the strategy, right? Figure out how we'll approach a villain with his particular strengths and weaknesses, and assume our third member will be ready to fight if we tell him to. Yeah, I'm sure if he's Team Hard-Ass Strider shows up with his sword and shades and shit, and we say, hey, dude, look, bad guy, go kill. I'm sure the guy will be more than willing to oblige. Just, man... What? It feels wrong planning around him, like he's a weird hypothetical battle mannequin. From the things I've heard about him, from your own personal mouth, that actually sounds like a pretty apt description to me. No, it's more complicated than that. And I'm supposed to be getting ready for this huge deadly battle, which is so much more intense than anything I ever did. Even like 3 years ago, back when I actually was doing adventure shit instead of watching Dane Cook movies. And somehow be all geared up for that, and meet my team bro for the first time, and say, oh, there you are, that's cool, let's fight this random 9 destructible asshole, and then hug bump or something? How do I deal with all this? I think I could end up getting us all killed, and none of you are even taking this seriously. Okay, Strider, I've heard enough. I've been more than patient, and more than accommodating, but your hang-ups regarding your ancestor are starting to border on pathetic. Hey, why don't you can it? Karkat, stay out of it. No, I won't. Not if you're going to start trashing people with respect to their sensitive issues in a manner that is way over the line as far as the basic ground rules of good-natured shit-talking goes. Ground rules on which I happen to be an expert. Either make sure your trash-mouthed invective is critically constructive, or shut up. Who said I wasn't being constructive? God, I cut him all the slack in the world on this, but I can see it's not doing him or any of us any good at all. I can see I'm going to have to expedite matters. Go figure. Leave it all up to Vriska once again. What the fuck are you even going to do? I do very much enjoy Karkat intervening here. Let's see. Yeah, Karkat standing up for Dave is super sweet. Super, super sweet. Let's see. I told you. I'm expediting matters. Oh, God. Oh, God. Bringing in Dirk. Oh, no. Bringing in Dirk. Oh, no. Pow. Deployed. Oh no. Oh no. Why did you have to land on Dave? Wasted. There you go, Strider meets Strider. He's pretty fucked up, but probably a nice guy once you get to know him. Which one am I talking about, you ask? Who knows? Feeling awkward yet? Here's an idea. Get the fuck over it. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. I'm not sure I can take another second of this. Let's see. Oh, I should go a few more pages? Oh, I thought 7560 was the, or 7550 was the thing. It's all just images? Okay, I'll do it. Okay. Guys. You... Okay, 7560. Okay. You guys said it was all just images. You're fucking liars. You're fucking liars. All of you are liars. Jeez, Vriska, are they really that bad? Who, the Striders? No, they're fine. That's not what I was talking about. There's another problem out there in Paradox Space which I can't stand for. Not for another moment. In fact, it makes me shudder just thinking about this lingering flaw that has to be rectified. Oh, what is it? My ghost is being a fucking loser. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And that's it. Goodbye. Oh no. Well, that's it. I don't like the idea of this Vriska interacting with a Vriska who actually learned to be happy, but I'm going to have to go and I'm going to raid Ninja Kuma. So, thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you guys at the next stream. I'm going to be doing my Platinum Nuzlocke over on Monday. So, bye guys!